Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 2020 annual conference of CSCPI, which is happening virtually for the first time. That is nothing but e-SEXCON 2020. Now, I cordially invite Dr. G. Venkatramana, sir, conference organizing president of e-SEXCON 2020, to start the proceedings. Now, I request the chief guest of the day, Dr. Jaydev B. Betkarur, National President elect 2020 IADVL, to occupy the chair. Now I request Emeritus CSCPA President OFS Dr. Dega Narayan Reddy to occupy the chair. Now I request Chairman CSCPA Dr. Sanjay Deshpande to occupy the chair. Now I request Secretary CSCPA Dr. Padmini Prasad to occupy the chair. Now I request Vice Chairman CSCPA and Organizing President of e-SEXCON 2020 Dr. G. Venkatramana to occupy the chair. Now I request Organizing Secretary e-SEXCON DVR Pusha to occupy the chair. Now I request Dr. G. Venkatramana sir to say a few words to welcome our participants.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and my dear fellow sexual health care providers. Good morning and warm welcome to you all. Thanks to COVID that made us to assemble through virtual media, teleconsultations, teleconferences, that made us so near. So now, because of this COVID, we are so near yet so far. In this scenario, CSCPA is conducting its annual conference through virtual media in the name of e-SEXCON 2020. You all know that doctor is a lifelong learner. He has to learn throughout his life if he wants to survive as a doctor. Because medicine is a dynamic subject, it goes on expanding every day. The day the doctor stops learning, he is dead as a doctor. In order to know, share, care, and learn, CSCPA arranged e-SEXCON. That's why you are all assembled here to learn to sharpen our skills and utilize this knowledge for the benefit of the needy patients. So for this e-SEXCON 2020 inaugural function, I welcome the chief guest of this function, President-elect IADVL National President 2020, senior dermatologist, well-known figure in India, and HOD DVL JSS Medical College, Mysore, Dr. Jaydev Betkarur. I welcome you, sir. He readily accepted when I requested him to be the chief guest. We welcome you, sir. Doyen of Indian Sexology, Emeritus CSCPI, and President Asia-Oceania Federation of Sexology, a fatherly figure in India, is none other than our Dr. Dega Narayan Reddy. We welcome you, sir, for this conference. My good friend, Dr. Sanjay Deshpande, Chairman CSCPI and Secretary Indian Andhra Society and past President Indian Medical Association Nagpur branch. A very dynamic person. Under his leadership, CSCP is going very fast. I welcome you, Sanjay Deshpande ji. I welcome Dr. Padmini Prasad, Secretary General of CSCPI and National Coordinator on Sexual Health, FOXY, and Director Ramamani Nursing Home, Bengaluru, a very dynamic lady and a senior obstetrician gynecologist from Bangalore. I welcome you, madam. A silent man, fellow of CSCPI, and he has contributed as an editor to the news and views of CSCPI, and he is running a magazine in Telugu for the Telugu people on sex education for the last 40 years. He is none other than Dr. DVR Pusha. I welcome you, Pusha ji. I welcome you all delegates, enthusiastic and eager to learn on sexology, sexual medicine. Please participate actively, share your knowledge, learn, acquire knowledge from elders, and utilize this for the needy patients. I thank one and all. Long live CSCPI.
Now we request all the dignitaries on the dais to begin today's event with lamp lighting ceremony.
Suklambaradharam Vishnu.
Now I request Chief Guest of the Day, Dr. Jaydev Betkarur, to lit the lamp. Now I request Emeritus CSCPA President, Dr. Dega Narayan Reddy, to lit the lamp. Now I request Chairman CSCPA, Dr. Sanjay Deshpande, to lit the lamp.
Gajanana Maharnisam Anekadam.
Now I request Secretary CSCPA, Dr. Padmini Prasad. Vice Chairman CSCPA and Organizing President e-SEXCON, Dr. G. Venkatrumna, to lit the lamp.
Suklambaradharam Vishnu.
Now I request Organizing Secretary e-SEXCON 2020, Dr. DBR Pusha, to lit the lamp.
Prasannavadanam dhyayet sarvavighnopashantaye.
Now I request Chairman CSCPA, Dr. Sanjay Deshpande, to address the gathering.
Dear CSCPI members and delegates for this e-SEXCON 2020, I welcome you all on behalf of CSCPI. Friends, you know that we are passing through a very difficult time, and that's why taking a physical conference was not at all possible for all of us. And that's why it was decided by our executive committee that this time we postpone our Goa conference and take this e-conference. We have postponed our Goa conference to 2021. Friends, I must appreciate the efforts taken by our organizing committee of Dr. Venkatramana and Dr. Pusha for making this conference a reality. Friends, we must appreciate the efforts of our Honorary Secretary, Dr. Padmini Prasad. We all are aware that all our office bearers and executive committee members are working very tirelessly for our success of this conference. I must place on record all the blessings and motivation and guidance offered to all of us, including myself, by our respected Dr. Vatsa, Dr. Reddy and Dr. Brahmavat. We are really blessed with their presence and their guidance. I hope next time in 2021 we meet physically with each other and enjoy this fellowship and academic feast to a large extent. But till that, we have to be safe. Please be safe, be healthy and be productive for the cause of sexuality. Once again, I welcome you all for this conference. Jai CSEPI. Namaskar.
Now I request President AOFS to address the gathering.
Dear CSCPNs and friends, greetings from the Council of Sex Education and Parenthood International. Friends, extraordinary times will demand extraordinary measures. Since we are all affected by COVID pandemic and unable to have a physical meeting conference, we are forced to resort to virtual conference. That is our current e-SEXCON 2020. I am sure you will enjoy it as much as you enjoy the physical conference with the convenience of being at your own home and in your own comfort. I wish this conference a great success and assure you of a well-spent time on this Sunday, and you can carry home messages and knowledge from CSCPI.
Now I request Chief Guest of the Day, Dr. Jaydev B. Bet Karur, to address the gathering.
Thank you very much for inviting me for this occasion. Sex is a primordial feeling of an individual. The indulging in it is a pleasure beyond words. It is much something that is needed for the physical and mental well-being of an individual. Any sexual dysfunction, psychological or organic, has a tremendous effect on the individual's life and their family. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought paradigm shift in how we live and how we behave. This change might have had detrimental or beneficial effect on individual sexual life. A scientific event to discuss these changes and address these issues is the need of the hour. Though the situation is improving, a physical meet may not be possible. The virtual field is the only platform to discuss these issues. I am sure the discussions on the matter of sex and the problems of having it will be fruitful. We dermatologists will take care of the problems arising out of that. Congratulations and best wishes to all the members of CESPI and organizing committee for a wonderful e-SEXCON 2020. Thank you very much.
Now we move on to the presentation of Bonkets and Momentous organizing team. Now I request Secretary CSCPA Dr. Padni Prasad to present the vote of thanks.
Respected dignitaries, on the stage and off the stage, and my dear friends, good morning to you all. Now it is my pleasant duty to give vote of thanks to all the persons who have made e-SEXCON a reality. First of all, I would like to thank profusely our chief guest of today, Dr. Jaidev B. Betkerur, the National President of IADVL, for kindly consenting to be the chief guest of today's function. I also thank him for his words of wisdom. I extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. D. Narayan Reddy, who is always there in all our activities for his wholehearted support and active participation. I thank our chairman Dr. Sanjay Deshpande for his unstinting support for the conference and extremely thankful to him for all his support. I am extremely thankful to Dr. Venkatramana, the president of e-SEXCON, for all the pains he has taken to make this conference a huge success. I also thank Dr. DVR Pusha, secretary of e-SEXCON, for all his work and support. I thank all the academic partners. My heartfelt thanks to all of them, the Andropause Society, Andrology India, the Men's Health Society, IME, FOXY, IADBL, and Indian Psychiatric Society. I thank all the attendees without whom the conference will not be a great success. Finally, I thank Genex Hetero Pharma profusely for their generous sponsorship of the entire event. Once again, thank you all.
Now I hand over the session to Dr. G. Venkatramana sir to start the academic session.
Thanks, one and all. Now let us start with the academic program. We'll start with our first session. Hello. Now let us start the first session. For that, I invite the chairpersons, Dr. Jali Arora. He's a senior sexologist from Jaipur. He's a executive member of CSCPI, a well-known figure in Rajasthan. I welcome you, Dr. Arora. Then next chairperson for this conference, Dr. Suresh Rudrappa. He is again a senior man. He is from Mysore. He is president of Mysore and he is executive member CSCPI. I welcome you, Rudrappa. The third chairperson for this first session is Dr. J.K. Nath. He is our senior most member, one of the beginners of this CSCPI. He is from Belapur, Navi Mumbai, and he is also a corporator there in the Greater Mumbai Corporation. He rendered his service as an ex-treasurer to a CSCPI. I welcome you, J.K. Nathji. You three chairpersons, please conduct the proceedings, invite the speakers and conduct the panel discussion also. Over to chairpersons, please. Hello.
సార్
ఎవరు రావలేదా వీళ్ళు?
జాలీ అరోరా గారు ఉన్నారు సార్ మీటింగ్ లోనే.
జాలి అరోరా, ఈ పారషాది ఓపెన్ చేయదు, అన్మ్యూట్ లో ఉంది, మ్యూట్ లో ఉంది.
Yes, sir. Morning.
మార్నింగ్ కండక్ట్ ద ప్రొసీడింగ్స్.
Yes, sir. The present. So, do I get the?
ఇన్వైట్ పారషా.
Yes, sir. I invite Dr. Parash.
Thank you, Dr. Jolly.
పారషా, గో హెడ్.
My video is not
His
working.
introduction.
You need to start my
Okay.
video.
Yes, your
Can I-
slides are seen.
Yes, sir. Okay, I can see the slide now. Welcome, Dr. Parasha. Can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Jolly.
Okay. Dr. Parasha is a consultant sexologist. He's from Ahmedabad, director of Sindhya Hospitals, Ahmedabad, and executive member of CACPI.
Thank you, Dr. Jolly.
Yes, sir.
Can I
Sorry,
go ahead with
it's
my?
not going forward. Yes, sir.
Okay. Let Parasha speak.
Uh,
Close your screen, Jali.
I'm not able to share the screen.
Yes, you are able to say. Now.
No, I'm not seeing the thing over here. Venkat, can you help me out? I'm not able to share the screen.
So what is the issue? Sir, now it started, sir. The screen is visible to us.
But it is not seen over here in my screen. I'm not able to put the slides.
So just open your presentation, sir. We are able to see that.
Can you able to see my presentation?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are not
Thank
able to see.
Good morning to everyone. On onset, let me thanks CACPI for giving me this opportunity. Venkatesh for giving me this trust and giving me this opportunity to speak on this topic today. Very welcome in this early winter morning to everyone. Today I'm going to talk about the sexuality and sex education. Oops, no sex, adolescence educations. Our government don't like to speak a word like on the sex. So in this February, on 12th February 2020, our health minister, Dr. Harshvardhan, had renamed this education program to adolescence education because our parents, our teachers, they have the taboo about the sex word, about sex word taboo. So they renamed these things to adolescent sexuality or adolescent educations. What is a sex educations? Sex educations is ideally involves the anatomy, involves the educations about the anatomy, physiology of human reproductive systems, conceptions, contraception, psychosexuality, sexual difference, and the constitution of love as they related to the sexual behavior. and is not merely a discussion on how babies are born. Unfortunately, most of the people thinks what is a sex education. Sex education, they think sex education is to teach the kids to how to produce the babies, but it's not fact. It provides the ground on which an individual develops in the healthy, responsible adult capable of using innate instinct of the fullest potential without being obsessed by it. It enables one to identify and comfortable with one's own sexuality. Uh, Friends, did you know more and more children in the age group between 10 and 13 are watching porns now? Even in metro like Mumbai, talking about sex is taboo in majority of household. Only 18% kids receive any kind of guidance from their elders, their family members, or from the teachers. 60% of young Indians between age of 15 and 19, remember both boys and girls reported having had sex. More than half of the Indian children are sexually abused. Friends, 50% are abused by people known to their family, either by their servant, family members, relatives, or their friends, family friends. And out of this 50%, only 6% of abuse gets reported. Experts says that with the average age of puberty is going down to 9 to 10 years in the for the girls and 10 to 11 years for the boys. The average age for losing virginity is also going down. And latest data suggests that teenage pregnancy in India is high with the 62 pregnant teens out of every 800 women. So, friends, it's a time, it's a need of hour for formal sex education. This education with this social problem can be resolved through the comprehensive sex education, which can increase social awareness and improve the social environment. Sex education should be formally and firmly incorporated in the health and wellness curriculum. So, friend, we are talking about we should give the sex educations to our kids, but problem is when to start sex education. There is no right or wrong time to start sex education. It can be start anytime after the mind is receptive conceptual input. What I mean to say, friends, it can start from the cradles. You know, friends, when the small kid is there, if he touches his genital, everyone surrounding will tell him or scold him, what you are doing, why you are touching this part. So the kids start developing from childhood only. This is something special things, or this part is very special, and he will start having some misconception. Started having misconception about this part. We should remember, like we have the nose, eyes, ears. The penis is also is a like one of the body part. So we should start this education from the cradle, and we should not tell. Many times we have seen the elders scolding the kids. If you touch this, your private part, it will fall off, or you will become weak. You will useless for your marriage and all these things. So kids started developing all misconception about these things. So we should tell him that this is your private part. You should not touch in the publicly. But whenever you feel like touching or you have a itching problem, you should tell to your parents. So we can divide this education in the three grades: primary from the school, middle childhood, and teenage. Primary school, we can tell what is good touch, what is bad touch. Many of time I said 50% of childs are getting abused. So we should tell, we should teach our kids what is good touch, what is bad touch, and if something happened, like they should report or they should tell their parents. But when they will tell their parents, if they are comfortable with their parents, they are not afraid of their parents, then only they will able to tell about these things, what happening to them. Middle age childhood, their feelings, relationship, sexuality. Because see, middle age, what I mean to say, middle age is the students studying in the standard from 6th grade to the 10th grade. This is very important important part or important milestone happened in everyone's life during these years, because during these times boys and girls started developing their male hormone or female hormone, sex hormones. Male boys started developing their testosterone. Because of this testosterone, they will start beard, mustache, they have sleep emissions, plus they'll get the attraction for the opposite part. The same time, females will start developing they'll start reaching their menarche, they start their menstrual cycles, breast will start developing, and all these things so they are very curious about this thing. So we have to educate about this, all these things. These are the normal things happening, and what are the other things. And teenagers, because many of times they think masturbations can lead to the weakness, or they can lead to the pimples or acne, or the loss of memory, and because of that they will go for the sexual relations thing. So because of that they might catch the HIV/AIDS or sexual transmitted infection. We should teach them about the safer sex, so because of that they will avoid teenage pregnancy and all. As I said, children are normally curious about everything, including the sex. So when these changes happen, they are very curious about these things. So what they will do, they will ask their parents only, okay, why these changes are happening. Parents are not comfortable, so they will start scolding. What rubbish you are talking about these things? You should not talk all these things. This is not our age to talk about these things. So what happened? When kids does not get proper answer, so he will go to his teacher, because they are very close. After parents, they are very close to the teacher, but teachers are not comfortable with their own sexuality, so they will not answer about these things. So what happened, they have only two choice for these kids. Either they will go to their parent, their classmates, their friends, or internet. And majority of time, these things, when they go to their friends, their knowledge is equally to knowledge of their, or if they will go to the internet or on websites, the most of the materials available on the net, they are not scientifical, or they most of the time they give you more titless and sensation rather than the scientific knowledge. So because of these things, they will not get proper educations, and their base is very weak. When because this is a age where their base should be strong. They should know the correct thing. And we parents and we teachers or we clinicians believe these kids are not asking questions, so they do not have any problems. It's not fact, because you are not able to answer them, or you are not able to satisfy their curiosity, so they are not asking the questions. Try to give them answer, try to make them comfortable, so they will ask more and more questions. There are two sides of this sex education. Parents thinks this is not their job, and teachers, they are thinks they are not comfortable with these things. So see, this is the statistics shows that most of the parents, they think that it should be given, sex education should be given in the school, but proper sex education should be given in the school. uh, so they try to bring their kids into the school and tell the parent teachers to give them proper sex education. But there are so many myths and facts in this sex education. Most of the people think children are too young to understand about sex until they are 60, but that's not fact. Many of the young children, they have so many curiosity about this part, and when their curiosity is not fulfilled, many of times they get knowledge from their friends, and many of times they indulge in the sexual activity. This sexual activity can lead to the teenage pregnancy also. I already said, okay, there are 62 teenage pregnancy out of 1800 pregnancy in India. Second misconception is other, if teenagers are taught about these things, they will go out and do it. Friends, remember, we are just discussing whether we should give sex education or not. But these teenagers are already indulging in the sexual activity. We need to open our eyes. We need to accept the reality, what's going in our society. Nowadays, this secondary sex character develops at very early age. Previously, what happened? Boys get to start producing testosterone around age of 14 to 16 years, and they used to get married around 18 to 20 years. But now they start this sex hormone development starts at around 9 to 11 years of age. Marriage goes around 30 years of age because of their career orientation, and because of that, because these all these things, they have lots of opportunity, or they have lots of vacancy before the marriage, so they indulge in the premarital sexual activities. So we have to teach them what is right things, what is a safe sex. If we do not do these things, we are the culprit, we are going to spoil our future generation. Third thing is, children will pick up what they want to know on their own. That's not fact. We have to teach everything. See, if we want to learn them how to drive car, we have to teach them how to drive the cars. Then only they'll get the license. Same way, if they want to fly the aeroplane, they need to learn how to fly, then become a pilot before then. So same thing happened here also. If we have to teach them what is right and what is thing, what mathematics we teach, what we teach in history, all these things we teach them. So this is also one of the things. So we have to teach them. Fourth thing is, sex education will give rise to STD in teenager. No, friend, this is a myth. Sex education, say when you teach the what is a safe sex and all these things, you avoid sexual transmitted disease, including syphilis, gonorrhea, and HIV and AIDS. If you do not teach them, they might have the unprotected sex, they might go for the paid sex, and because of that, they might contract these sexually transmitted diseases. So, friends, what is my conclusion about this talk? We must realize the importance of the sex education being taught in the school to the students. This is ensure the students that our future generation will be well prepared to stand up against all the unexpected obstacles in their future. And after all, education doesn't hurt, but ignorance does. Thank you, friends. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paras. Thank you. Excellent talk. Now let us invite the second speaker, Dr. Shirish Malde. He's an eminent sexologist from Mumbai. He is going to speak on what are the pros and cons of watching porno. As rightly pointed out by Dr. Parasha, that people are watching enormously, and we Indians are number 3 in the world in watching the porno. Now let us hear from our eminent speaker, Shirish Malde, what are the pros and cons of watching porno. Over to Malde.
Thanks, Venkat sir, and the office bearers of CSEPI for organizing this e-sex conference today at the very nice cold Sunday morning, and good morning to all. Well, I'll start with the screen sharing. Can anyone see? All
Yes,
of you can
yes,
see
go
the
ahead,
screen?
go ahead.
Fine, sir.
Make it full screen.
Yes. Very nice start by Paras as an opening batsman, on which I can gradually put on some more runs for our today's one-day match. Porn industry, as you all know, is a portrayal of sexual subject matter for the exclusive purpose of sexual arousal. Uh, it is presented in various media like books, writings, albums, audio, videos. Many video games have been devised based on this porn, and many animation and cartoons are also been made in the porn. With the development of internet and cell phones, this porn industry has seen an exponential boom, with every individual having very easy access thanks to the geo giving 1.5 GB daily and having their own privacy. Porn is not just accidental thing, or is not something just an entertainment. It's a serious business. It's although it is oppressed and suppressed by most cultures, across the globe, but still it has grown at a very, very fast pace, breaking all the boundaries. It's a multi-million, billion or trillion well-organized industry supporting thousands of performers and the support staff, or you can say the crews. And it has adopted the new technologies in production and distribution very fast and reached to the last section of the society without delay and no obstruction. The government hasn't reached to the every strata of the society with potable water, with electricity, with the road connection. बिजली सड़क पानी नहीं मिलता है, but PON has reached to the every corner of the society and country without any obstruction. Uh, in India, if you see, the porn industry has come a long way. Earlier, about say 2 to 3 decades ago, only magazines were popular, and that was the only media available. Debonair was one of the frontliner magazine, and many of us know that Dr. Raj Brahmbhatt is associated with this Debonair as a columnist and a sexual advisor in this magazine for many decades. Phone 6 was another avenue where, a very seductive voice from a female would engage another person for minutes or maybe an hours together over some lewd talk, and that was it. I mean, it was limited to the audio message. Earlier, 2 to 3 decades, if I say, when I was teenager, Chennai was capital for the porn and production of the porn material. And but at that time, the poor technology was resulting into a poor quality visuals with the poor quality background sets and average looking performers who perform very shabbily. You can see some of the visuals from such production. But now currently, the porn has come a long, long way to India also. In 2016, the central government tried to ban as many as 180 porn sites, which with there was some movement, and finally the Supreme Court had to step in, and they upheld the view that government cannot block the porn, and watching porn in privacy is not a crime. So this was a major boost, I would say, 4 or 5 years ago to the Indian porn industry. India contributes to about 30 to 40% of internet porn traffic. As Dr. Venkat said, we are the third in watching porn. I think second is Pakistan, if I'm not mistaken. Women are also now browsing porn, contrary to the belief that they have a different sexuality and so on and so forth. But nowadays, the women are also equally, browsing the porn. Delhi alone, in the country, if you see, Delhi alone has almost 39% of share in the Indian traffic for porn, and a major source for revenue for telecom and internet service providers. Many of these people have got their unlimited Wi-Fi services just they because they can surf the porn unlimitedly without any calculation of any GB or TB. So the visuals say that 30 to 40% of the data operators, the telecom operators and ISP, the internet service providers, are earning from porn. In India, earlier, as I said, the B and C graded POM fields were the only source. However, with this last year or last couple of years, with the web series and web publications coming as an alternative to it, the semi-PON has taken a huge, huge leap. Now it is not restricted to only English speaking or urban population. Nowadays, if you see, most of these web series are based in the rural background. Maybe it is in Madhya Pradesh, or maybe it's Uttar Pradesh, or somewhere in the south. But nowadays, the Indian web series are focusing more on the rural part of the India, where this is being promoted in a huge manner. Another thing that we have witnessed in last 5 years is the selfie nude pictures and videos are becoming more and more popular, and Indian porn is reaching new high in this field. people like to see themselves as a porn star, that they have a good sex appeal. And these are the probable reasons why there are more and more selfie pics coming. And we have seen the all social media like WhatsApp and many groups are flooded with this. I mean, often we are wondering why people are not so hesitant, and why openly, without concealing their identity, they are, putting everything on the web for the entire world to see. So the probable reason is that the many people think that they have good sex appeal, and it should be not restricted to few people surrounding them, but it should be available to the entire world. And also they want to be admired from others. Often they agree to please their partners. Sometimes their partners are away and they want a video talk, or a video chat with some nudity, or some striptease on for a long distance relationship. And the other partner starts with the screen recording. Then camera are easily and readily available. This is one of the major factor why the selfies are coming more and more common, because even with the 13-year-old girl or a boy, the cameras are now readily available with them, with a very good quality front cameras and the back cameras of the phones. Many people want to document their relationship. It sounds strange, but when someone girl says I love you, their friends say कि सबसे पहले तू उसका screenshot ले, so that in future if the relation goes sour, they can have some documentation that this was initiated by girl, or she had also shared her private pictures, so that later on the legal complications, the boys sometimes are now documenting the relationship through this kind of videos and chats. Some wants to keep it as a memory. Many couples, they say from sagai se suhag raat tak. So from the sagai, where their pictures are, they have taken their selfie as a couple, then gradually one cloth removed, second cloth removed, third cloth removed, and finally, as you can see some of the visuals here, they land up in the total nude couple picture. So as a memory they want to share, rather than watching other porn stars, they think and they consider that they are equal good porn star. And in a future it will be a good thing to to see our own videos after 10 years or 20 years. When we will grow old, we will be happy to see our own videos in the young days. And many of them has a cunning thinking of blackmailing their partners to pressurize them. So when the relation turns out, they use it as leverage, to settle the score. This is the politics in sex. So how porn is viewed by a man? Men in general have a voyeuristic behavior. So in men, we know that the visual sexual stimulus is more accentuated, and hence watching porn is more popular in men. More variety in partner is desirable by men, and porn provides them the endless options, endless faces, and endless figures to watch upon. The exaggerated sexual response is often appreciated and desired by men. Having a huge penis or having a sexual intercourse for half an hour or something, where even the most satisfied person, when they listen to their friends that they have little more duration of ejaculation, then somehow they've become little uncomfortable and they think that they are lacking something what their friend is enjoying more. And hence the exaggerated sexual response are always and usually appreciated by men. Many men sees their fantasies are visualized in porn, which otherwise they are not able to practice at home. They see on screen, and they like ever ready girls on the screen, and they are bored of listening the frequent denials from their wife कि आज नहीं. But in the porn they say the girls are always ready, and just one ishara is sufficient enough to make her ready. It's a good stress buster from the hectic daily routine and provides them a good break, especially to those people who are lonely, particularly those people who are staying away from home. Often, they indulge into more pornographic surfing when they are, retired at the day, at the late night or somewhere. So, invariably, sometimes they develop a habit of surfing porn while going to sleep, or while masturbating in absence of their partner. Now, interestingly, we'll see that how porn is viewed by a woman. Traditionally, women appreciate some more mental intimacy than the physical intimacy. We all know that. And while watching porn, the women may not look at the muscular man or large penis, but they feel happy that the woman on the screen is enjoying a sex life according to her wish, which probably she is not enjoying in her real life. And often she is not comfortable to the fact that her partner needs a stimulation from porn to get aroused. She considers herself worthless there. And number of cases, I think all practitioners on this platform must have come across many couples where female is usually complaining that he needs some porn clips to get aroused, and she has very little flow foreplay with me, or now I think that I am not attractive enough to arouse him. However, of late, the women are also viewing more porn for the same reasons that of a man. We have already seen earlier the feminist approach. The women can also do what men are doing. This is something, very unique to these women of this time, that they want to compete men in professionally and also in the bad habits also, smoking, alcohol, and thirdly, the sex. Now, women are also seeing that women liberation means they should indulge into more alcohol, more smoking, and more sex, more casual sex, one night stand, and multiple partners. So this is somewhere a pseudo feminist, I would say, not feminist approach, but a pseudo feminist approach by women. Fantasy of variety in sex, which is lacking in actual relation, and also to relieve monotony from their boring partners. Many times the husband do lack the necessary sexual etiquette, or say necessary sexual, some fine qualities to arouse partner, and often they are seen as a boring by women. Now we come to the main crux of our today's talk. The what are the pros of porn? How porn can be something which will be generating a positive uh, elements in a person's life. It's a stress buster. As I already told you, in a hectic day life also, is watching some nice porn clip for around, say, even 4 5 minutes often relieves many men. It adds spices to the sex life and is a great source of arousal. Again, it's a second side of the same coin. Some say it is as good as infidelity, that you have your own partner beside you, still you need to get another woman to arouse you, whereas some see it as a adding spice to their life. It helps to break monotony and boredom, and also it's not a media for learning for sexuality, as Paras has already said in our first talk, that pornography cannot be a media for this sex education, but often many men learn various positions and forms of sexual behavior from porn only. Some sexual acts gets general approval, like oral sex, anal sex. Many couple want to enjoy, and when they want to, get indulge into it, but they think it is immoral, it is unhygienic, it is not good. Swallowing semen may lead to complications, and just like our implicit therapy, what we say, limited information and giving permission. It's like the porn gives them the permission for some of these sexual variant behavior, like oral anal sex, and they learn variety of foreplay activities, like sexual activity sometimes in the kitchen or in the bathroom if the space allows them. So such kind of variety they can learn from the porn. and also the moaning. Making noise during sexual act is fantasy or necessity for many women, but lack of privacy or the traditional belief that a good woman should not make voices like that, so they restrict themselves. But and looking at porn, that the women are also making wild noises, these women also think that it is okay to mourn during sex, and this could be one of the pros. It also helps to express sexuality, especially in women. Earlier, women used to think that the desire, if they express their desire for sex, they will be considered cheap, or they will be considered whore or a sex maniac. But now, looking at the porn, the society in general has accepted that women also do have sexual needs. She also has her own requirement for sexual arousal and gratification. It helps to strengthen marital bond when both the partners enjoy it together. Many couples do enjoy. It's not that always the women complains that my man is getting aroused by the other person on screen. But yes, I mean, it helps many couple to enjoy together. And earlier, if you remember, 2 to 3 decades ago, when we were in hostels in our medical colleges, it was a major source of entertainment when we used to hire a video cassette recorder and player, and then we used to run it throughout the night for 5 hours, 6 hours at a stretch. Uh, what is a new term, feminist porn, where the sexual rights of women are recognized and her right to the sexual pleasure are acknowledged. I mentioned it earlier that somehow the more depiction of female sexuality has opened this avenue, and the sexual rights of women are recognized by the society. And finally, on a lighter note, the porn movies are most positive movies. There are no murders, no war, no fight, no cheating. There is no racism. The black and the white woman, the blonde, the South Indian, North Indian, Far East people, everyone are equal on this platform. There is no language problem. In whichever language, whether it is Korean, Spanish, or Japanese, people do enjoy throughout the world. Good cooperation and good coordination is seen between the partners. Everyone enjoys the climax. There is a lots of love involved in these movies, and always there is a happy ending for all characters. And the best part is that no matter which point you start watching the blue films or the porn clips, you will understand the story. And last but not the least, as an industry, it gives employment to large number of models, including our very own famous person of Indian origin, Sunny Leon, Karanjit Kaur, and also to the support staff for filming. So once again, a huge industry which a lot of revenue generation. Now coming to the flip side of the porn, it's not a media for sexuality education. One cannot learn many normal and healthy things from the porn. Like it builds up the unrealistic expectations about the penis size, duration of sexual intercourse, the rigidity of erection, etc. Many men often complain that I am able to sustain an erection for 5 to 7 minutes, but in the porn they show for 30 minutes, 40 minutes, which I am not able to sustain. So their seemingly normal sex life often gets disturbed when they develop very unrealistic expectations. It creates inferiority complex and often low self-esteem in them. Those people who have 3.5 or 4 inch of penis during erection, who otherwise were quite happy in their married sex life, the partner also had apparently had no problem. But looking at some of the porn, the women starts believing that if it had been a larger, it would have been a greater pleasure for her. And then there is a problem begins. The group sex gets promoted through this porn clips, which is definitely an unhealthy behavior. It depicts a sex as a mechanical process of exhibiting physical strength, and it neglects the emotional component into it. You see the two partners coming together, and within just half a minute they are penetrating. Addiction and compulsive sexual disorder is one of the major problem which we come across in our clinics. The large number of online question answers and online consultations are flooded with this kind of questions and with the queries that I am addicted without masturbating 2 to 3 times. I mean, without looking at the porn clips, I'm not able to sleep. At least, I mean, my routine gets disturbed, and often I have an impulse to, log into the sex websites and porn sites. Sexual burnout. The more people see the more and more explicit sexuality on screen, what they experience in their bedroom on their bed, they find it as a very, normal. And once you have eaten a very nice kolhapuri misal pav, then eating dal rice at home becomes a very, bland food for them. So, those who are exposed to the highly explicit sexual content for a much longer time period, what term we can use is the sexual burnout, and they no longer get aroused by the routine normal sexual stimulations. It promotes sexual coercion, exploitative, forceful, and often abusive sex. The women are subjected to pain by forceful penetration, or by, sometimes the huge dildos are inserted, and all such activities often, reinforces the myth that a woman like it rough. Some psychologists believe that it increases the sexual offenses like molestations and rape. They say that when a person is looking at a porn, his brain cells and the limbic system gets hyperactivated, and he is in a state of high sexual arousal. If he doesn't get any outlet immediately, and in the surrounding, then probably he may look out for a weaker section of the society. Like young girl of 2 to 3 years are often, raped by such individuals who have developed a very high arousal state looking at the constant porns. Many unhealthy sexual practices are also promoted, and safe sex with condoms hardly are demonstrated on the porn clips. And this was the, major topic when we were creating awareness for HIV/AIDS 2 years, I mean, two decades, or around 1 decade back, when HIV promotion was quite on the peak. So there were a large demand that the porn clip should be made showing the use of condoms to promote the more and more persistent use of condom. So often in the porn clips, they neglect the safe sexual practices. Of course, many jokingly say in porn clips, if you often see that they don't ejaculate inside the vagina, but they often ejaculate on the face or some other parts of the body. Child pornography is a serious social evil and one of the very darkest side of the pornography. And selfie pics and videos are often made viral, making it very difficult for many individuals what is termed as a revenge porn. When the relationship gets sour, there is a break off, and the other partner makes their private clips viral, taking the revenge for the other person. Some psychologists also believe that pornography promotes infidelity and adultery, because having multiple partners is seen as a new normal for many individuals who consider them a part of the modern society. It often ruins the relationship where one of the partner is constantly indulged and attached to the pornography, neglecting their emotional component. It causes personality disorders resulting from depression, etc. And it brings a bad repute to some service providers like electrician, plumbers, and in many such clips and many of these Indian porns, like particularly Alt Balaji series is, if you see that that such pizza delivery guys and such people are seen as a sexual partner, where the sexually greedy housewives are waiting to grab such man. That such a kind of depiction is shown in the porn, which many people considers to be a reality, and then they also expect some stories like this around and in their societies. Like Savita Bhabhi is one of the famous character, who is often seen as a sex maniac and ready to have sex with whosoever guys comes in her life. It adds to the anxiety to many people, especially elderly, who want to conceal the fact that they are watching porn, that they want to erase their browsing history from their machines, whether cell phone or laptops. And they are in a constant stress to delete videos and images from their WhatsApp chat or photo galleries of their phones. So this was, in nutshell, the both the sides of the porn industry. I'm not sure whether we have any question answer planned here or not. I end my talk here. Thanks, CSEPI, for giving me an opportunity.
Ramna sir, you are on mute, sir.
Unmute yourself.
Sir, Ramna sir, unmute yourself.
Yes. Huh.
Now we invite the third speaker, who is a senior fellow of CSCPI and presently organizing secretary of the e-SEXCON 2020. He is Dr. Darba Venkatramana Pusha. He is going to speak on how to prepare our youth for the marriage, healthy marriage. Over to Pusha, please.
Thank you. I'm just trying to share my screen. Are you able to see this?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Very good morning to CCAPians. The scientific committee has asked me how to prepare men and women for marriage. So let's see how it's going to be. Yeah, why prepare for marriage? Or why help men and women prepare for marriage? Obviously, failing to plan is planning to fail, it's said. The preparation for marriage is necessary because marriage is the most complex and challenging of all human relations. And especially when two families join together in marriage, a new family system begins. And each of the married persons come from different upbringings with very different role models for what a man and woman should behave like to each other in marriage. And they bring their own personalities, attitudes, expectations, values, opinions, and history into a relationship. And incidentally, these might not always match their partners. That puts the marriage to test. So in the routine course of average Indian life, most individuals are reared and prepared to go for marriage without any objective training or preparation to begin marital life. And many people go into marriage believing that it will fulfill their social, financial, sexual, and emotional needs, and even political needs, and that's not always the case. Arranged marriages predominate in India, crossing all caste lines, regional boundaries, and language barriers. The choice of life partner partly rests on the family of origin and not entirely on the partners themselves. So the selection criteria also do not always contribute to successful marriages. So little or no prior understanding between the prospective couple because of this system. And even love marriages are not an exception. They are not a guarantee for a happy married life. So these preset marriages call for tremendous adjustment, sacrifice, and entail suffering for one of the partners, especially for women. And marital happiness and harmony, they do not happen on their own. Not even in love marriage, like I mentioned just now. So they need to be cultivated. It involves great effort, commitment, and endurance to make the marriage last a lifetime. And unrealistic expectations about marriage, sex, domestic roles, etc., poor communication between the spouses, curtailment of freedom, and having to depend on the spouse, earning spouse, especially the husband. This is more apt for women, more applicable to women, especially in the case in the issues of related to education, economic productivity, that is job or profession, decision making, movement out of the home and to different places. They are all restricted, and over involvement of families from either side. Financial matters like budgeting, expenditure, savings, investments, purchases, whatever, and identity issues, ego and power struggles, sexual myths, misconceptions, and dysfunctions, controlling the childbearing decisions by the husband or the family, lack of love, care, support, and trust, or presence of jealousy and suspicion, domestic violence and abuse, whether it is physical, emotional, or sexual abuse or violence, behavioral, intellectual, emotional, and spiritual incompatibility, lifestyle habits associated with eating, outing, shopping, spending, etiquette, manners, behavior, tidiness, discipline, attire, superstitions, recreational activities, alcohol or substance abuse, religious beliefs, all these things, infidelity, incompatibility related to religion, customs, and beliefs, all these things contribute to unhappy marriages, marital distress, domestic violence, or discard, even divorce. Therefore, preparation for marriage is necessary to address all the above issues and even more. And also, the positive side of the preparation for marriage is that the preparation will enrich the relationship and build better family bonds, help couples learn about important skills in the area of communication, conflict resolution, financial management, and stress management. Increase insight and awareness in important areas such as beliefs, expectations, roles and responsibilities, sexuality, spirituality, and personal differences. And marriage preparation helps the couple to develop personal goals, couple goals, and family goals. And it also helps cultivate collective thinking and decision making, which is the hallmark of a good and harmonious marital life. And the paradox is that we spent almost 10 to 12, 22 years acquiring formal education for our livelihoods, but zero education and preparation for a good married life. And we are extravagant in spending for weddings, but minimal investment of time and effort in marriage. And Kundalini, wealth, and financial status, they take precedence over psychological, intellectual, emotional, behavioral compatibility, etc. We don't look into these aspects, but we focus more on the status and Kundalini. And incidentally, studies indicate that only 10 to 35% of couples receive any type of marriage preparation. And that is not about our country. In our country, it is even much less. And many couples do not seek help until they are highly distressed, and some don't seek help at all. So if somebody is prepared for marriage in a structural and systematic manner, the preparation leads to happy marriages. And when the marriage is happy, the happily married couples tend to have better physical and emotional health, greater financial stability and increased wealth, more sexual satisfaction. They have children that do better academically, relationally, and emotionally compared to single or unhappily married couples. So, having said this and having identified areas in which are the causes for which the preparation is needed for marriage, and the question arises, who needs preparation? Virtually all individuals or couples planning to get married, remarried, or planning to live together, they all need preparation for marriage. So that includes pre-marital, that is just planning to get married or just engaged or even just married. They are, and remarital, that's getting married once again. There are people who are divorced or have lost one of their, their spouse, but have kids. They have different issues, so they also need preparation for the marriage. Cohabiting couples, gay couples, transgender couples, and even the families of the couples to get married, they also need premarital counseling because they need to deal with the newlywed couples. So who is the one who prepares the couples for marriage? So the preparation aspect rests on usually the marriage counselors, the couple therapists, family therapists, psychiatrists, sex counselors, and social workers, if they are trained in premarital counseling and therapy or kind of relationship building approaches. So there are certain relationship coaches who call themselves so. They also provide relationship help with an emphasis on solving problems and learning new skills. They are the people who can also help. And there are other resources, especially when money and time are constrained. There are lots of self-help books are there, DVDs are there, online content is there. And elders in our family, traditionally, they keep on, they are kind of lay counselors. We don't use the word counseling for them, but yeah, they keep on giving advice. The grannies, the mother, father, aunts, and uncles, they all try to provide something. But professional preparation is something different from something that is, an inexperienced people doing that. In Western countries, the clergy and pastoral counselors provide premarital, at least brief premarital counseling to the couple to be wedded, but this is almost not taking place in India, or if it is, only in some small, select few places. So what is the preparation involved? How is the couple prepared for marriage? Yeah, this is where the whole question revolves around, and it is called premarital education or coaching and premarital counseling and therapy. There's a slight difference between these two because the education is mostly lecturing part, it is creating awareness, and premarital counseling and therapy are even more specialized because counseling involves more professional skills, and therapy is involved when there are the couple are good in several respects, but they have certain small issues to be solved or which need therapy. Then the therapist comes into picture. And what are the aspects addressed in the premarital counseling? Actually, we have discussed what causes distress or disharmony in marriages. So all those aspects are covered. Just to be more comprehensive, I would list out some of them. Communication. How do the couple communicate with each other? Do they currently have an adaptive or maladaptive method for discussing important issues? How can they enhance their ability to communicate, etc. is discussed and dealt with in communication. And the couple are helped with conflict resolution. How do each partner view the conflicts and how they try to resolve the conflict? What are their respective perceptions? How can they improve their ability to come out with a solution to resolve the conflict? And what are the expectations? Marital expectations are always different for both the people in the couple. And how do they match their differences, and or how they will balance their expectations? And what are the distribution of roles and responsibility within the family? This is usually a bone of contention. You do the cooking, I do the vessels, and you sweep the floor, I do this one, or I go to job and you do take care of the home. These kind of arguments always take place, and people are unhappy about that one. And these are the items that should be also addressed in premarital counseling. And personal values and beliefs, because each person comes with their own values, own upbringing, own beliefs. So when they differ with the partners, they need to be, there should be some kind of understanding of each other's values, respect them, and respect the boundaries. And this will be taught. And finances, this is one largest area where disputes arise within the couple. And family involvement is very high in India. The family members, especially the father, the mother, and the sisters and brothers, especially the sisters, they do a lot of backseat driving to the spouses, and this causes a lot of problem. And the girl is always guided and guided by her own family of origin, and that will add to the problems. And the interactions within the family, because the family is a system, and each member in the system keeps on interacting with the other members of the system, the other components of the system. So they always these interactions lead to lots of problems. So how to avoid them or how to deal with them is an important aspect for a successful marriage. And as sexologists, we are more concerned with sex and intimacy issues. So this sexual education is not there. The sexual myths and misconceptions are rampant in the society. So So they all need to be educated about sex. And we need to know whether all the partners, both the partners are equally comfortable or uncomfortable when discussing sex. Do they communicate what they each want and what they cannot give or provide? And how do they deal with such differences? These are some of the aspects. I will deal with them a little later. And sexual health and hygiene and STIs are also covered within the domain of premarital counseling. So instead of going in an unstructured manner, we can use certain structured programs. So one of them is prepare. That is why I have been continuously using the word prepare. So prepare actually stands for premarital preparation and relationship enhancement. This is developed by Olson and Olson back in 1999. This is one of the finest structured program for premarital counseling. This has a 195 item inventory, and by running this inventory on each individual, we would be able to identify and measure premarital relationship strengths within each person, and we can also identify areas on which we need to work to improve their relationship. This is one of the widely used program. And another one similar program is relationship enhancement, or EASH for short. It was developed by Cavido and Guerni in 1999 again, and the couples are taught a set of 9 skills to help and develop, maintain a healthy relationship. Another program is couple communication, as CC, and this is intended to promote healthier and more satisfying relationships by teaching couples on how to more effectively communicate and resolve conflicts. Prevention and Relationship Enhancement Program, or PrEP, developed by Stanley and colleagues. It's a 12-hour group-oriented skills-building approach to addressing factors leading to marital breakdown. And practical application of intimate relationship skills are pairs. This is a comprehensive psychoeducational course to enhance knowledge of self and the ability to sustain a pleasurable, intimate relationship. These are all some structured programs. ACME style marriage enrichment is there. ACME stands for Association for Couples in Marriage Enrichment, ACME. ACME style marriage enrichment is another such program. It's a 5-stage process focusing on security and community building, development of awareness, and development of knowledge and skills, and planning for growth, and finally celebration and closure. And there are several other programs such as Focus, Relate. So one of, those who are interested in premarital counseling might choose one of these programs and implement it in a systematic manner so that the advantages can be reaped. And because they are all well researched, tested, retested, and evolved over a long period of time. They are structured and systematic. They are validated for construct, that is, what purpose they are intended to, that purpose, whether it is properly served or not. Yes, they are being served up to 85% accuracy. At least this is about one test, one program. And these programs I just mentioned, they are also validated for reliability, that is inter-observer and intra-observer validity is tested with very high reliabilities, above 70 to up to 90% reliability factor is there. And they're also validated for predictability, which means that which couples can end up in a very happy married life, or which couples can end up in troubled marriages. Though the purpose of premarital counseling is not to predict, but it will give this idea to the counselor so that he can take the discussion more forward, or focus on areas which are prone to trouble. And the running one of these programs will usually consist of pre-assessment through questionnaires. Like I said, this Prepare Enrich program elicits information using a 195 item inventory. So after running this inventory, the counselor will have an idea of what are the strengths and weaknesses, or opportunities and threats SWOT for the couple, and then he will go upon improving the weak areas. And after the after the responses are analyzed, they will be identifying and measuring the relationship strength, like I said, and specific suggestions, counseling, therapy on those issues are given, and finally post-assessment. So premarital counseling, how does it really benefit? Does it really benefit? There are certain papers which say premarital counseling does not help the couple at all. And there are lots of publications saying that there are significant improvement in the relationship, and especially up to 30% drop is there in the divorce rate in Western countries. Ultimately, what we should all remember is the premarital counseling is something that we offer to the client, but the implementation rests with the couple. If they do not implement what they have learned, then the couple might end up in the same troubles as they are bound to happen. And the advantages of premarital counseling and their outcomes are reduced risk of divorce, reduced domestic abuse and violence, which has increased substantially during the COVID, if you remember the newspaper reports. Improved relationship skills and satisfaction, increased marital satisfaction, higher commitment, and lower marital conflict, etc. And there are some studies which show significant improvements, which you can search through the net and find out. So what the counselor or coach or educator should possess? Yeah, because premarital counseling is a specialized form of counseling, the service provider should be qualified, knowledgeable, trained, and possess all the qualities required of a counselor. And he should also understand the scope and practice of responsibility. He should never go out of his area of expertise, and the privacy and confidentiality of the client should always be maintained. And coming to the sexual aspects of the premarital counseling, counseling about sex is also necessary because sex is still a taboo in India. There is no formal education, lack of basic knowledge is prevalent. Myths and misconceptions, unrealistic expectations are rampant. Abuse, violence, and rape within the marriage are also high. And poor work-life balance, faulty lifestyle habits, non-communicable diseases are also on the rise, contributing to sexual problems. So you can see some of the common female sexual concerns to be addressed. Like, I don't read out the entire list, but it starts from virginity, from fear of pregnancy, contraception to lesbianism, gender dysphoria, marital insecurity and abandonment, anxiety, etc., etc. Similarly, males have numerous sexual concerns, starting from penis size, shape, angle of erection, curvature, shrinkage, scrotal concerns, seminal effluvium, etc., up to the sexual insecurity, and jealousy, paranoia. And they have questions about sex, foods that increase sexual desire and erections. And then finally, there is this Google Baba syndrome, also known as Google assisted self-diagnostic syndrome. People search Google a lot and come to you saying, asking your questioning your knowledge, or raising too many doubts, and sometimes they raise certain names that you have never heard of also, and these have to be dealt with by the counselor. And there are concerns common for both, like sexual likes and dislikes, sex talk, safe sex, simultaneous orgasm, semen coming out of the vagina after the intercourse, that is seminal effluvium, sex during pregnancy or menstruation, or about female ejaculation, multiple orgasms, etc., etc. Okay. So for all these sexual concerns, one of the finest models for useful for a sex counselor is the Plicit model, developed long ago by Jack Annan. Plicit, as you all know, P stands for permission, which means if the client asks a question or raises a doubt, if it is acceptable, okay, go ahead, it's all right. It's all right to masturbate, for example. That is permission giving. Limited information. Like, can I have pregnancy? Can I have sex in pregnancy? Is the question, let us say. And yes, you can, but the limited information says that if the wife has a previous history of habitual abortions or has some kind of vaginal bleeding, etc., then better don't. This kind of limited information is given, or specific suggestions. Usually PLISS. This part of the Plicit solves almost all the doubts or questions in the minds of the clients, but some people might really need intensive therapy, which may or may not come under our purview depending on our training and qualification. So Plicit model usually resolves all the sexual concerns, myths, and minor problems. And I'm very, very sure that with premarital counseling, most marriages will fare better than they are otherwise destined to. So thank you very much, friends. Ramana, your voice need to be unmuted.
Thank you, Pusaji. Excellent talk. CSCP is doing for the last 45 years this business. You are also, I know you are also involved in this, and we have to take much more steps. Now Deshpande is going to take up this, and even IMEI is also planning to take up this in a big way in the country. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Now I invite Dr. Sanjay Deshpande, Chairperson CSCPI, to conduct the panel discussion and to invite the panelists. Over to Deshpande, please.
Yeah. Can I have my video started? Yeah. Video is blocked.
No, sir.
It's coming.
Yes, yes.
No, sir, your video is not visible. Just please turn on the video.
It is saying that you cannot, you cannot start the video because your host has stopped it.
You start from your side, Sanjay.
Sir, now we have given the request, sir. Please click on
Okay, okay. Now I'm starting.
Yes, sir. Fine, sir. Fine.
Yeah, thank you. So, welcome all the delegates, chairpersons, speakers, all the office bearers to this wonderful experience of e-SEXCON. I'm starting my video, my PowerPoint presentation. I hope everybody can hear me.
Yes.
So friends, we are starting the panel discussion on sexuality education. I am very much thankful to the organizing committee and scientific committee of this e-SEXCON that they have taken a very important topic of sexuality education in this topic. In fact, they have started the whole conference deliberations by this topic. Well done, Dr. Venkatramana. We are very happy. And friends, the esteemed panelists on this in this panel discussion with me are Dr. Narayan Reddy, our Chairman Emeritus and President of AOFS. In fact, he is mentor of many of us, or I can say almost all of us, barring very few seniors. Dr. Rajshekh Brahmavat, once again a doyen in the field of sexuality education, counseling and therapy. Dr. DVR Pusha, you have just heard, a very senior fellow of CSCPI. Dr. Shirish Malde, a very good talk on pornography, the pros and cons, and Dr. Paras Shah about how to start and what to start, how to do about sexuality education. Friends, I may be failing in my duty to remember these great stalwarts of Council of Sex Education and Parenthood International. To start with, I must pay my respect to late Dr. Ananta Sathe, who is no more, but he was the pioneer in the field of sexuality education in India. Then our great Dr. Mahinder Vatsa, because of his old age, he is not able to attend all these web conferences, but we must pay our respect and seek blessings from him because he is a living legend in the field of sex education, counseling and therapy. And last but not the least, our previous chairperson, who is no more now, not with us, late Dr. Vittal Prabhu. He also pioneered the cause of sexuality education in Maharashtra and in whole of the country. Friends, I have to again more stalwarts with me in this panel discussion, which I have already named, Dr. Reddy and Dr. Rajshekhar Brahmavat. I have just, sexuality is not that only at one point of time you need to be educated, but sexuality is a lifetime process. Once you are born, either you are a man, a boy or a girl. Once you are grown up, then you are a man or a woman. So sexuality is for the whole, from womb to tomb, we can say. And that's why it is a lifetime sexuality as a child, as an adolescent, as a youth, as a marriageable youth, which Dr. Pusha has very perfectly told about all the aspects of pre-marriage counseling. After marriage, after 40, in elderly, And many times now we are coming up with the sexuality of single, widowed, or divorced persons. So we need to know about all those things in detail and then educate our clients regarding this. So I will be asking the questions to each of the panelists. Please be brief for around 2 to 3 minutes because we'll be asking around 10 to 12 questions. And then if the time permits, or we'll make it a situation that we'll have around 5 to 10 minutes more. So the delegates attending this web conference can also ask the questions. So my first question goes to our esteemed Chairman Emeritus, Dr. Narayan Reddy. Who should give sex education? Dr. Reddy. Venkat, is he logged in? Dr. Reddy is not seen.
The video has not started from your side. They should start the video.
From me?
Yes, they say when we are saying the video, you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it. The host has to.
Oh, Dr. Reddy, can you hear me? Can you?
Reddy is not there. Now you pose the question to some other speaker.
No, he's there. He's there.
He's there, na?
Hello. Hello, sir.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Actually, we are requested to mute your video, sir. Unmute your video. Please click on yes.
Sanjay, you click on your unmute video.
No, Dr. Narayan Reddy has to unmute.
Yeah.
Dr. Reddy has to unmute.
Yes, yes, sir. Now it's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So our first question of this panel discussion is to Dr. Narayan Reddy. Sir, what do you think? Who should give the sex education? Whether it should be a parent, teacher, doctors, psychologist, counselors?
He has not unmuted. Actually, it is his audio shows it is unmuted.
There is some technical issue, it seems, from the voice. Maybe
I will go to the next question, to the next panelist.
No, Deshpande, you ask the same question to some other panelists. Don't waste that question.
No. We have fixed up. We were discussing with all the panelists. So
okay.
Actually,
I
have already given the questions.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So my question is still Dr. Reddy comes on live on this panel discussion. My question to our respected Dr. Brahma Bhatt, sir, what should be the content of sexuality education in all this? It's a very big question, I know.
No,
but
my video has
please
not
be
been
brief.
started.
Yeah.
My video has not been started.
Sir, we are seeing you.
Yeah, we are seeing you.
I'm not seeing you. You are seeing me?
No, you just speak, sir. No problem.
Okay. You are able to see me, correct, right?
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, let me thank the organizers to give me a chance to talk to you about the sexuality and sex education. As you know, I was busy, and today, immediately after the talk, I'll be going away. I'm conducting 2 days program of my grandfather, who has written Mohe Pankad Pe Nandalal. Now, coming back to you, you made my day, Sanjay. You showed Dr. Vatsa, Dr. Sathe, Dr. Prabhu. I don't know whether can you see this SCCRT.
Yes.
Very well. I have been associated with Family Planning Association of India for nearly more than 4 decades. And I'm very, very thankful to Dr. Vatsa that whichever post he was there, he took me and I had taken over it. And in 1978, and then after that, I became the in charge of it and I had a wonderful team. From Chennai, Dr. Narayan Reddy, from Pune, Dr. Ananda Sathe and his wife, from Mysore, TSS Rao, from Bombay, Dr. J.V. Bhatt, Dr. Vatsa, Dr. Dhanpantaki, and all of them. And to answer your question in a simple way, during my tenure. Can you see this? 1997, my first job was to bring out a book on sexuality education. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we are able to hear you.
So this sexuality education book, Madam Dhanpantaki, she was with a very elite school. And she was the person who was one of the pioneers as far as the sex education is concerned here, and Dr. Sathe and his wife in Pune. When I approached her, and then it was very difficult to get the money for it. And luckily IPPF gave all the money and we were able to come out with this book. Believe me, the proofreading was done while going from Andheri to Churchgate. And I would request all of you, those who wants to go into a sexuality education, this book on education in human sexuality, it shows right from the school, teenagers, and as you rightly said, Sanjay, that right from the womb it can start, womb to tomb. I think all those things being answered over here. During when we were invaded, during those times, it was difficult to keep our manuscripts. So they used to give a sutra, Charati Chardo Bhaga. Like that, I'll just give you a sutra that you may be, once you learn the ABCD, you can do for any of these things. Most important part, what they want. That is the most important. Don't consider that you are going to from 0 to 5 or primary to secondary, secondary to, you go to the college. Every place in India has a different types of. And I was fortunate. Under me, there were 44 centers, right from villages to the metropolitan city, to slums, to teachers, women group. I have done it. Now, what I would show you, G, 1 minute.
Yeah.
Biological, psychological, social, emotional awareness, if you bring it. And give you last example that in Hyderabad, I was conducting a workshop in the morning. I went to one of the college, there they were all in burqas, and when I asked them how to break the ice, I said, would you like to get married with an arranged marriage or love marriage? And the answer was, nobody was ready to open the mouth. And the same Hyderabad, 9th standard students, they asked me, sir, is oral sex is safe? Does it cause AIDS? So it varies from place to place, culture to culture, and religion to religion. So I would say that you cannot just give one program and which will work for everybody. No. And the most important part, what they want it. That is the most important part.
Okay, sir. Very nicely told by you. All the panelists, it's my humble request to all of you that we have to be brief. Around for 3 minutes, you can deliberate on this topic and question asked to you. So my next question is to our dear respected Dr. Reddy. Sir, can you listen to me? Can you hear me now? Dr. Reddy? Venkat, ask somebody to unmute him.
Yeah, he was doing. He will join little bit later, few seconds. Till that time, he takes some other question to some other panelist.
So my next question is to Dr. Pusha. Now, should we teach male and female genital system to the both genders? Usually it is said that we have to be aware about ourselves and know about the various functions and emotion attached to our reproductive system or genital system. Now, what do you feel that should we teach the male and female genital system to both the genders?
I ask you why we should not. Because actually male and female genital system or any male and anything about the male and female attitudes, behaviors, thoughts, body parts, including genital, should be taught to both the genders. Because keeping it secret or keeping it away from them will generate even more curiosity, unhealthy curiosity, and will cause problems. In fact, understanding will remove some of the taboos associated with discussing sexual organs or sexual aspects. And it should be taught for both people.
Yeah. Next is Paras online.
Yes.
Dr. Paras Shah.
Yes.
Yes. Should the sexuality education program in schools be combined for or separate for boys and girls? What is your take, sir?
Thanks, Dr. Deshpande. We
Yeah.
should always combine these things, because see, if you do not combine, you separate boys or separate the girls, there will be gender discrimination will be there. So whenever you do gender discrimination, so boys always have the misconception that they have the things super head, they can do everything, whatever they want to things, and girls cannot do. See, many of house they say give permissions, boys can go come in the late in the night, but girls should come back. Can we? And yes, Narayan Reddy is unmute. So many of times boys are permitted to come late in the night, go to parties and all the things, and females have to come at before 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock back to home, and they cannot go back. So many times when this gender discrimination is there, so purpose of sex education will be not solved, because sex education teaches how to, not only how to produce the baby, but how to behave also. So when both the persons are together, we can give better education, they can start giving respect to each other.
Okay, okay. So can anyone again want to comment on this issue? Any other panelist? One brief comment.
Sanjay,
yeah,
we had faced it, there are no right and no wrong answer. One thing we want to bring the sexuality as a scientific.
I did not say anything not wrong or right. No, Dr. Brahma, but I said anybody again also want to opine.
So I'm opining on it. Okay, the most important that if you take both the people together and at the same time first take separately, that is what we have been doing. Suppose a boy or a girl asks when in a combined session, they are ridiculed, they start teasing, and that is why it is better to have both the people separate, both the group, and then you can bring out the common things together. That is what we have been doing.
Okay.
Sanjay, let me add one thing. I do the sex education programs in Ahmedabad by the government of Gujarat, where what they do, they call different different students from different classes, different schools. There will be one boy and one girl from each class and each school. They will have the combined session, and they will ask so many questions. So when only boys are there, so many times they ask naughty questions. They want to make more fun, not the education. But when the co-ed there, so there will be only scientific things are there. And I'll tell you, all the people, they are not shy. Even females ask so many things, so many questions in front of boys, and then even their teachers also. So I think it's always better to do the combined session.
Yeah. So both the combined and joint session and separate sessions have their own benefits, we can say. We'll go to our first question, which I was asking to Dr. Reddy. Who should give sex education? We are talking that sex education should be given to age-wise, to all the ages, males and females. What you will suggest, that who should be the better sex educator?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Sanjay.
Yes, sir.
You have given a list of people who all can be sex educators. But the point is very clear. Depending upon at what stage of life the child is there, the concerned person will become the sex educator. For example, a child is born, the parents will be there, and when he goes to school, teachers can be the educators. Doctors, I'm a little skeptical because we have a limited role, because we can't reach all the schools and all of them. Psychologists, yes, if the school employs them as counselors, and counselors, yes. But my only concern is most of these people, unless they are trained to be good sex educators, they will not be able to do the job. Now, there are two requirements as we're going to the next question. The point is, unless people themselves are become knowledgeable, they can't be good sex educators. So our first priority, instead of targeting the students, we have to target these people.
Okay. So is there any difference between a parent educating the children, a teacher educating the children, and doctor educating a child? Doctor educating the child is going to be a little difficult because the
child does not go to the doctor quite often. The child spends more time with either parents or the teachers. So they are best suited for that. Doctors has got limited door only.
Thank you, sir. That is the best. The take-home message is that parents and teachers should be trained, and I think who should train them? All the parents and teachers. I think that is what we want to do in our programs. What is your suggestion, sir?
To start with, you must do with parents and then come to teachers. And I would recommend that every school has got a set of counselors and psychologists. Whenever a child has got a doubt and teacher is not able to give the appropriate support, the child can go to this counselor.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. The next question to you, sir, again, that we always, this is question for all of us. We want your advice. What criteria, abilities, or qualities we should imbibe for becoming a very good sex educator?
First, whoever may be the educator, he must become knowledgeable. Number two, he must be comfortable with the subject of sexuality. Having knowledge alone is not sufficient. Having comfort with the knowledge that you possess is very important. And not only that, the concerned person must be comfortable with his or her own sexuality. If persons are not comfortable with their own sexuality, they will portray or they pass on their discomfort to the student, and student will not ask further questions. And that's what happens. Apart from that, the educator must keep on updating themselves, because when we started all these programs in the 50s and 60s, many data was not available to us. Today, you have plethora of diagnosis data, plethora of information available, both on the net and off the net. And unless you become knowledgeable with all this, Usha very clearly told us about the marriage preparation program. And he clearly quoted people who. But how many of us are really knowledgeable about Asthan and others? And that's very important for us to understand. And more important, the educator must have patience. He should not be in a hurry to complete a session. Educator must be patient and he must be empathetic, not just sympathetic, and he must be empathetic. He is non-judgmentable, should not be non-judgmentable, and he should have a passion for educating the children. And most important, educating, it's a skilled art. That's why I said all doctors cannot be good educators. Take our medical schools itself. A good surgeon may not be a good teacher. That requires a different set of skills. And that skill should be imparted to the educator. Without these criteria, nobody can do justice to the job which they're going to do.
Thank you, sir. So there are many things we have to imbibe, and basically the attitude of empathy, that is what you told, understand others, and then you will be able to educate them properly. So thank you for the very good response, sir. My next question is now to my dear friend Shirish. Shirish, we often go to schools and colleges and on this topic, how to deal with masturbation, national emission, and Dhat syndrome during school adolescent education programs.
Yes, sir. Thanks, Sanjay, for this question. Yes, sir. Thanks, Sanjay, for this question. This is one of the very common, and you see the many questions in a column or on the website are now directed to such questions. The frequency of, the masturbation is one activity which is talked a lot, it is condemned a lot, but still it is universally practiced. Similarly, a lot of cobwebs are around the nocturnal emission and so-called Dhat syndrome, even amongst the elderly persons. So when we are taking a session in the school, we always starts with the anatomy and physiology of the reproductive systems. So when we are describing the anatomy of the reproductive system, we go in detail the various glands that secretes the various secretions, the Cowper's glands, the prostatic glands, the seminal vesicle glands. To talk about the nocturnal emission, we can easily explain them. The sperms are being produced in the testes and they are stored in seminal vesicles before they are ejaculated. And at a regular interval, this needs to be emptied. If they don't empty, then there is an overflow of the seminal fluid, prostatic fluid, which forms the semen, in which the sperms are also mixed and which forms the semen. So that is the base of nocturnal emission or nightfall, what they say. Dart syndrome again is, various symptoms are called Dart syndrome. For example, someone is watching a porn and he develops some sticky fluid below the foreskin. It may be a smegma or some secretions coming from the Cowper's gland. So when we are discussing the anatomy, we can show them very clearly from where these secretions are coming. And you can give a very nice corollary examples, like when you see a nice mouth-watering pizza, your salivary glands activate and you get a lot of salivation. Similarly, when you are sexually aroused by any stimulation, whether you fantasy, whether you look at something, whether you hear something, or whether you touch something, then when you are sexually aroused, you get some secretion just like mouth watering at the genital ends. So this is how it can be talked very easily. And something like masturbation, one has to explain them a lot. You can talk for hours, or you can write pages on masturbation, because this is the only single activity which has many interpretations, and some of them cite the Ayurvedic literature also saying that masturbation is a harmful activity, which is not. Actually, it is even in our Kama Sutra, it is mentioned as a Pani Maithun. Pani meaning hand and Maithun means the sexual activity. So using appropriate media to explain them the anatomy, physiology will resolve lots of doubts in these young children. And as Paras question, just like to add that our sexuality education program should be culture sensitive. If the a school or the institute in which you are taking the session, they are open and they are very ready to accept the new ideas, yes, then the joint session of both boys and girls can be taken together. But in some institutes where you have had a lot of efforts to initiate sexuality education, and there you directly start joint sessions with the boys and girls, many times the principals and their parent teacher association also gets very uncomfortable at. So we have to see that we are appropriately culture sensitive programs should be the need of the hour. Thanks.
Sanjay,
Thank
can I
you.
add little
Rightly
one?
said.
Sanjay?
Okay. Yes.
Series, what happened in Gujarat? They don't take this is government run program, not
Yes.
a private college or private school, they call the things. So this is a compulsory, they have to do the things. They don't invite us in the college. They make gather in one place, one hall, auditorium,
Okay.
where they invite each one girl, one boy, one teacher, one male, female, one male teacher, one female teacher from each class and from each college. So they gather. There will be around 50 school students from different schools and teachers. So what we do, we teach them. Then they have to go back to their school and they have to teach their own classmates and their students. So there is nothing like that. Whether the school is happy or ready to give education, this is a compulsory things by the Gujarat government, and the Modi government is putting for this Gujarat models all over the India nowadays. So
Yes,
in
yes,
the what happened the February 12, Dr. Harshvardhan has said, don't use word sex. Sex education, put it adolescent education, so it will cover everything, all these things. So people have objection about the sex, so remove the word sex and put it adolescent education.
Okay.
Very nice. Very
Thank
nice.
you. So my next,
Thanks,
you have
Paras.
perfectly told both of you that it's a cultural these are called as culture bound syndromes. So a culture sensitive adolescent education program or school education program will be the right answer to address these psychological issues. My next question is to our beloved Dr. Brahmabhat. Sir, we often confuse ourselves many times with the word sex and sexuality. So I just request you to elaborate on this, whether sex education and sexuality education, are they different or same? Kindly elaborate on this.
It's a beautiful question, and I'll give as simple as possible, answer. When you use the word sex, you think either male or a female, either penis or vagina, or sexual act. So that is sex. Previously, on the name of sex education, what was being given? Male anatomy, female anatomy, physiology, and then family planning methods and all those things, and that was ending. Sex, even dogs on the roads are doing it. While sexuality, as Masters and Johnson have beautifully said, sex is a physical act, while sexuality is a dimension of a personality. Everybody, we pass through a cycle. What was our family attitude? Were they open about sex or very conservative family? What was our religion? Which school we went? From that school, who were our friends? What was the first sex experience and whether sex education was given to us or not? And from there onwards, and the country where you are staying. So all those things makes a combine, and that is the sexuality. Sexuality is the dimension of a personality, while sex is just an ordinary thing. Does it give an answer? Yes or no?
Yes.
Dr. Narayan would like to say, and before we end, I would like to say, in a passport office, there was a form which was given to somebody, and he came to me and he said, "Sir, what should I write? Should I write the truth?" I said, "What do you want to write?" So his name, age, and then they had written sex. So should I write twice a week or thrice a week? That is what happened. So that's what the sex is.
So basically, what you wanted to say was that sex is merely an act, but
Yes.
sexuality are the feelings, the attitude, beliefs, everything that
Attitude,
we
belief,
think.
practice, value, moral, everything.
Everything. So it is always better to be doing sexuality education rather than sex education.
So we had keep this name was the human sexuality education.
Yes. So that is a fantastic book.
Can I come in?
Please.
Yes, sir.
See, in my opinion, both are the same. Unfortunately, when you use the word sex education, it has got a pejorative sense. So people mistake that we talk about only the physical act, as Bambat has already said. But if we would look at the seeker's definition, sex information education Council of United States, under the heading sex education, they covered all the topics which you are now giving under sexuality education. So sexuality education is a more dignified term than sex education, but in practice, both are one and the same.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. My next question is to Shirish.
Yes, one more line. In fact, what we have done, we call it a life skill education, not just a sexuality or maybe not just an adolescent also, because we don't cover only the physical aspect, but we cover the psychological aspect of growth during adolescence, and which includes the various important qualities like being assertive to the peer pressure, decision-making capability, and growing their psychological arena also. So we call it a life skill education, which has a very wider and easy acceptance. Thanks.
Yes. Now your next question is, suppose we are in a school as a counselor or a doctor, and suddenly a boy or girl comes to us and reveals that he or she is having sexual relationship with someone. Now, how to deal with such a situation?
Well, yes. It is not nowadays uncommon to have the persons having such questions. When you go little deep into it, you may find that the person, I mean, their partner may not be their colleague or their another student studying along with, but maybe someone with the age difference in the neighborhood also. So first of all, we have to listen to them. And as rightly Dr. Narayan Reddy has said, if we have developed the quality of being unbiased and non-judgmental, the first thought to someone may come that these girls or the boys have become too promiscuous. The media is responsible. The parents are not at all, paying attention to them. So all those kind of blah blah, reaction comes to our mind. But when you have developed a quite balanced view, you will listen to them peacefully, go into little depth that what made them to go for a sexual relation at this tender age. Globally and more even in India also, both rural and the urban setup, the age of initiating or starting sexual relation is gradually coming down. Even in our Family Planning Association of India survey, it was found to be little over 17 for girls and little over 16 for boys. So if you find someone in the age of 13, 14 years also, you won't be surprised that they sell them. There are various factors responsible for this, but here you have to make a judgment, or you have to find out that whether their behavior was a normal behavior or abnormal behavior. When I say normal behavior, it doesn't mean that you sanction or you approve of their behavior, but you have to see that this behavior resulted from just infatuation, attraction, and experimentation for sex, or it came out of some coercion, like forceful sex, or sex with some motive behind this. Often nowadays with the cell phone at hand, many boys and girls, just to tease each other, they may take their video unnoticed in some uncompromised and unwanted positions or locations. So one has to find out whether they are involved into such kind of activity, or it was just attraction which led to their sexual behavior. And if you find that this is something abnormal, they are kind of a juvenile delinquents, then one has to dig more into it, whether what is a responsible, whether the milieu or the atmosphere at home is suitable for them or is hostile for them. Often the parents may have a very bad relation which affects their personality and so on and so forth. And there are many young individuals now invariably going for some sex and crime sort of things. Now many times the web series like Kalin Bhaiya Wala, Mirzapur, and such media is influencing the young generation a lot.
Girish,
Yeah.
uh, will
Yes,
be
I
short
know.
of time, so I'm cutting you. I'm sorry. So you mean to say that whether the sexual relationship is forced upon them or not, whether they are exploited or not, that we should explore first, and then
Exactly.
only we can advise them. Am I correct?
Correct, very correct. And appropriately, it gives an opportunity to talk to these topics at length, even sometimes with their parents also.
Yes.
Sanjay, there is a confusion about a lot of peer pressure is there, and confusion about love and sex. When a
Yes.
partner says, "Do you love me? Do you trust me?" So you have to teach them what Sirius said. That if you really love me, then we can wait. It's not necessary to have sex right
Yes.
now. So these are the things which we teach in the life skill education.
Yeah. My next question is to Dr. Pusha, that should prevention of child sexual abuse be an essential aspect of sexuality education program? Dr. Pusha.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Sanjay. I consider this is essential because if you watch
Okay.
the currently increased rate of child sexual abuse, which is reaching almost 50% as per some reports, and for children below the age of 18 years, this is very, very essential because The child should know what is sexual abuse, what is appropriate and touch and inappropriate touch, what is appropriate behavior and inappropriate behavior, how to report, how to be assertive about talking about the abuse or abusive moves made towards them. If they have to share with parents, teacher, or some authority figures, they need to be assertive and they need to understand what exactly it means. And so, what is not and what is yes. And they should also be empowered. They should also be helped to empower themselves to say no when they have to say no. It is very, very difficult. A lot of people say yes even if they want to say no. So this is very being able to say no is very important. So to understand all these things, and especially to prevent a lot of emotional trauma they experience, those survivors of sexual abuse, to prevent the trauma, they need to understand, they need to learn about child sexual abuse right from childhood. I have seen at least one child who is aged 3 years, who is very, very clear about what inappropriate touch is. And I have met this child who is, we think a 3-year-old child may not know anything at all. But I met this very, very rare child, because for me it is rare. And I met this child who said he was born a boy, but he thinks he is a she. So I always know from the beginning that I'm a girl. So it's so very difficult to realize that even children so young can know the differences. So if we can really teach them, we are saving them a lot. So sexuality education should necessarily consist of child abuse topic.
Okay, thank you. So child, even if he is a child, even if he is or she is getting pleasure out of sexual intercourse, but the legal age of consent and all is more than 18 years, if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
And before that, even if a child is having pleasures, but that itself also constitutes child sexual abuse.
Yes.
And we must teach them to all the adolescents also.
Yes.
Am I correct, sir?
Yes, and even children as young as 3, 4, 5 years should be taught about good touch and bad touch, so that they, because that is the age at which a lot of perpetration happens. And
Sanjay, Sanjay,
so we'll go to the next topic, next question.
Sanjay, please to wind it up.
Pardon?
Wind it up.
Yes.
The time is up.
Dr. Paras, do the sexuality education program be popularized by HIV/AIDS and STD prevention programs? Because it is said, yes.
Yes, please complete your question.
Because it is always said, na, ki HIV/AIDS has given us a chance to go to schools and share all these things in details to prevent HIV/AIDS education prevention program. So should we incorporate all this sexuality education program in these programs in schools and colleges?
See, around 15 years back, I was invited in one of the school in Ahmedabad. They announced so many things. These programs, sex education program will be there. School name was the Ankur, and it appeared in a media afternoon tabloid. Ankur school will be #1 school in the sex education. So in the after that news, so many political parties, religious dharma gurus and all, they taken so many objections. So in the around middle of the night, around 12 o'clock, trustee called me up and say, you wind up this program. We are not going to conduct these things because it's giving very bad name to our school. And there were so many problems in next few days. It become a national issue about these things. So from that time onwards, Gujarat government made it HIV/AIDS education program. They cancelled sex education program. They rename is a HIV and AIDS program. And what I said previously in 12th February, Dr. Harshvardhan changed again to the adolescent sexuality because they don't want to use sex. They don't want to use HIV and AIDS. But this all say adolescent educations is always have incorporated HIV, AIDS, sex education, how to behave, what is a good touch, what is a bad touch, everything is incorporated in these things. So they just rename the things.
Okay. So you mean this will be more acceptable and children will get a better proper education regarding sexuality.
In a Christian school, we
Yes,
have
sir.
used the word
Yes.
AIDS
So
awareness.
I'm now
AIDS
fastly going to
awareness.
the next question. Sorry, sir, but we have already been informed by the organizers to wind up. But before this question is completed, we cannot really wind up our program, because the audience must understand what are the different benefits of sexuality education program at various ages. So I would like to ask this question to our, yes, Dr. Reddy.
Yeah, thank you, Sanjay, but I'll be very brief because we're running out of time. Research has clearly demonstrated, based on evidence-based sexual education studies, it shows good sexual health education can improve academic success, prevent dating violence, prevent bullying, help youth develop healthier relationships, delay sexual initiation, reduce unplanned pregnancy, contracting HIV or any sexually transmitted infections, and last but not most least, reduce sexual health disparities among LGBTQ youth. These are the basic benefits. Like Srish Malde very clearly said, it's a life skill education. Basically, it helps to improve the quality of the attitude of the student or the individual.
Okay, sir. Thank you. And the last very brief question, which I was already assigned to Dr. Pusha. When to start educating the child regarding sex and sexuality? Earliest.
Yeah, it's a cradle to coffin process. So informal sex education starts the moment the baby is born, but formal education should start right from the preschool age. For example, we are talking about good touch and bad touch. It's a part of it. We are talking about child safety helplines. That's also part of sex education. So it should start at an age-appropriate manner from the schooling, preschool or early school years onwards till the end of life through various means.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank
So
you.
every age we can have different knowledge. We
Yes.
can impart to all these individuals, males and females. So sexuality is from womb to tomb. Feelings are there to an elderly also. So age appropriate education is what is more important.
Sanjay,
So our
Sanjay,
take-home
please close.
message is that yeah, I'm ending. Let
Yeah,
us
please.
talk about, yeah. So this is what, there are many other questions which can be asked, but because of shortage of time, we are ending here only. So I again give all this control to our organizers for the further programs. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you all the panelists, and thank you all the organizers.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll be leaving.
I have a pleasant duty of presenting bouquets, certificates, and mementos to all the chairpersons, speakers, and panelists. These are your bouquets and certificates and mementos. Thanks one and all. Now we'll go to second session.
Right.
Now we invite the second session chairpersons.
I want to leave.
Yes, now I invite the chairpersons for second session. Dr. Bhumesh Katakam, a senior man and a well-known figure in dermatology circle in India. He is an associate professor, Department of Dermatology, Gandhi Medical College and Hospital. And he is office bearer, national and state level. And he is the one who spoke skin and sex in Vizag 35th National Conference of Sexology. I invite Dr. Bhumesh as chairperson. Next chairperson for this is Dr. Ankur Agarwal. He is from Indore. He is our treasurer and a well-known figure. Now he is called COVID hero of Madhya Pradesh. He is involved a lot of serving to the COVID people there. I invite Dr. Ankur Agarwal as chairperson, second chairperson. The third one, Dr. Ajit Chakravarti from Thiruvananthapuram. He is our executive CSCPA, a well-known figure in that area. I invite Ajay Chakravarti. And fourth, a well-known figure and gynecologist and infertility specialist and a very good sex therapist. He is Sam P. Abraham. He is from Senganachari, Kerala State. I welcome you, sir. All these four chairpersons will introduce the three speakers and one moderator. I request Chairperson Dr. Bhumesh Kumar to invite the first speaker.
Yeah, my video is muted, sir.
No, you unmute yourself. Or they will
No,
do
it is not coming. You can't start your video because yeah. Yeah, good morning to one and all. So at the outset, I thank the organizers for this opportunity. Without wasting any time, so a wonderful first session has gone excellent way. Now in the second session, the first speaker is none other than the senior person, the Prince of Hyderabad, Dr. Venkatramana Goda. Sir, please come on to the dais and deliver your talk. He needs no introduction. He is a professor and HOD, former from Usmania Medical College, and he is the second president of IADVL Telangana State, where we got the best upcoming branch award at the national level. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Bhumesh. Friends, good morning and welcome to you all. Today, I am going to, I won't speak, rather I will throw it as a thought-provoking process to all the healthcare providers. That is, Man Ki Baat Doctor Ke Saath. We all know that today, everyone is talking about sex these days in all platforms, except where it really matters most. That is inside the doctor's office. There only it is not happening. Otherwise, everywhere it is happening. Why patients are not able to share their sexual problems with the doctors when they are able to share their health problems with the doctor? Other side of the coin, why doctors are not able to ask the sexual life of the patients when they are able to ask about many aspects of their health? This is a thought-provoking question. Why still the sex is regarded as a major taboo? When I asked my patients, the patient said, as a patient, they are hesitant to ask the doctors about their sexual life or in general because due to inherent shy and stigma attached to this sex, and they are doubting whether this doctor know anything about sex or not. Doctor may think wrongly about me when I ask about it. Say, oh, this is my life, this is how my penis, this is size. Doctor may think that this fellow is an idiot, this fellow is an obscene fellow, this fellow is unsocialistic. He may think wrongly about me. Or patients are having fear in their mind that the doctor may inform to my partner, my wife, or my husband, or to my parents that I discuss the matter with him, which send wrong signals in the house. Or patients are fearing that the doctor is of my father's age. How can I ask these things about him, about the sex to him? Or a senior geriatric patient is thinking that doctor is my son's age. He's like my son. How can I ask such questions to my son's age? So these are all the concerns from the patient side to ask sexual questions to the doctor in the office. What are the questions from the concerns from the doctor side? All these days we did physical consultation practice. We are reluctant to ask about the sexuality of the patients because number one fundamental thing is we are not trained in medical colleges. Even now, no medical college in India is giving training for sexuality education, sex education, or whatever you say, sexuality, sexual medicine, whatever you want to call it. Some interested people who have got trained in CSCP or some other organization, though they are knowledgeable, but at the same time, their own personal values are coming into picture. They are uncomfortable to ask. As pointed out by Dr. Narayan Reddy, as he said, we should be gender equal. We should be comfortable with our own sexuality. Another preoccupied idea from the doctor side is, if I initiate the discussion, patient may think wrongly about the doctor. This doctor is a sex doctor, a sex maniac. Whenever I go there, he will ask about sex only. So these are all the concerns from the doctor side why the sex is not discussed there. Thanks to CSCPI, Indian Andropath Society, Andrology India, Men's Health Society, and many more societies who are imparting sexuality knowledge to the doctors, training them. As a result of this, now many doctors are able to ask and evaluate and do treatment for these needy patients. But who has to train the patients? Who wants to talk? Who wants to initiate this with the doctors? So when the patient is ready, patient is willing, when the doctor is initiating is fine. But this figure is very, very limited. There are humpty number, major chunk is there in the society where patients are not prepared to talk about this. So who has to train these patients to talk about these issues? Because these issues are very important. They will have their bearing on the health of the individual. Who has to give this knowledge, this awareness? This is the big question. That is the Man Ki Baat Doctor ke saath. As a sexual health care provider, our role of protecting, supporting, restoring the sexual health is very important. However, in order to fulfill this role, the patient is also should be willing to discuss their sexual concerns with the consultation. That's why there is a need to train the patients, to bring awareness among them, so that now when the doctors are prepared, patient also should be ready, then only the results will be good. Due to inherent shy and stigma, as I told you, young people are not willing to talk about this because they feel the doctor is elder to me, doctor is senior to me, how can I talk sex with him? Seniors are thinking that elder should be live vanaprastha life, asexual life, and they are thinking they are inhibiting themselves to talk to doctors because he is my son's age, he is my daughter's age. Then who has to bell the cat here? How to initiate this? Who has to train these doctors? That is the very, very important. In a recent study, this published in the Western literature shows that less than 10% of young men and women in India learn the sexuality education or sex education from teachers, healthcare providers, family members. 90% they are learning from porno and peers only. This is the place where they are getting all unrealistic education and all unethical education, all unscientific education. That is the problem now, present problem in the society, and that is causing a lot of social problems like rape, marital rape, or a lot of sexual violence in the community. Look at these statistical figures which are showing, as rightly pointed out by the speakers in the first session, now even the women are also watching the porno. See, there's a porno, how much they are watching. And if you look at it, as I told you, India is the number 3rd in the world consuming this porno. First, United States and United Kingdom, then India. If you look at this, you can imagine women are consuming in India 30%, 70% men are consuming this porno. Particularly in this COVID pandemic lockup, see the huge rise in the porno business. See the 95.3%. Sexual and reproductive health is a topic that Indians still are not comfortable in discussing and are ignoring about it. The stigma attached to these topics are the root cause for other large issues of people, especially women who face this every day. Only 65% of young men and 48% of young men are having comprehensive knowledge about HIV, AIDS, This figure alone shows that how much still the sexual ignorance is there in the community. HIV/AIDS epidemic is now 40 years old epidemic. It is 36th year in India. Even today, only 65% of young men and 48% of young women, they know something about HIV. Still, many more people are ignorant about disease and they are spreading the infection unknowingly. So this clearly shows there is urgent need to sensitize these people, these patients, to talk freely with the doctors when the doctors are now ready to talk to the patients. When my observation as a sexologist, when I opened a discussion about this sex, when the patient, when there is a need in their patient's problems to evaluate sexual life history, when I initiate that, if the patient is alone, single, they are responding to the questionnaire and they are showing interest to talk about this. But when the patient is accompanied by the spouse or parents or caretakers, they are not at all responding. They are denying any problem. They are keeping quiet. But their body language is clearly showing that they are having issues. The observed signs through their body language observed by me is when the spouse is there, parents are there, or caretakers are there, they are not making eye contact. They are bowing their head down, or they are biting lips or biting nails. Or they are constantly checking time and looking out to the door. If the doctor stops talking, they want to run away. Or they are changing the topic. Doctor, tomorrow will be, there is a program in my class, I have to prepare. Doctor, tomorrow there is a test, I have to prepare. Please, can I go? They are changing the topic. Or they are checking the phone, WhatsApp. So these are all the signs which I observed that there is an issue with the patient, but patient is not comfortable in the presence of the spouse or the parent or some caretaker. So this is how the issues are going on. So unless the parents, caretakers, and spouses are also there is a need to educate them also, so that the sexuality education will see the real results, and the patients will open up with their problems with the doctor. This COVID-19 pandemic lockdown has brought real change in the behavior all over the world, including India, including my practice. In my practice, the change which I observed is all these days, patients are reluctant to talk, or able to talk only in a small nutshell voice at the end of my practice, or coming singly. But now, in this COVID lockdown, when I started my online practice in April onwards, people are able to talk freely, post in the WhatsApp message, or talk in the voice mail. They are able to talk freely. This COVID pandemic has given freedom them, has given freedom for this, and they are able to open up now. This COVID pandemic lockdown has brought change in the behavior of the people. For couples who lived apart, this meant that they are not able to see their partners for many months. However, by contrast, cohabiting couples, lockdown meant that they are forced to spend 24 hours a day with each other, perhaps their children and housemates for months at a time. During COVID-1, only e-consultation, online consultation that gave the patients psychological support, strong support, and to openly to discuss about these sexual issues. The questions posed to me, I am posing here, not only here in the panel discussion also. One question posed is, Doctor, I paid your fees through Google and posted this cutting. Please respond and guide me. This is posted by a woman patient. See, she wants to know. There was an article that came in the press saying that want to stay young, have more sex. So the patients are now opened up and asking whether this is true. So having more sex, shall we remain young? नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, डॉक्टर साहब मुझे बचा लो, ये कोरोना लॉकडाउन से मैं घर में ही था, बाहर नहीं गए, बीवी के साथ रोज 3 बार सेक्स किया, वो मुझे गला पकड़कर पूछ रही है, इतने दिन मेरे को 3 दिन में 1 बार करते थे, आप ये रोज को 3 बार कर रहा है, इतने दिन आप कितने बाहर वालों को मेंटेन कर रहे हैं? See the pathetic of this fellow. Because time has allowed him to stay closely with the wife and working from the home environment. And because of this environment, that fellow could spend a lot of time with wife and could indulge in sexual intercourse many more times. This has been wrongly understood by the wife, thinking that this fellow is having another house outside. So this is, now patients are able to openly talk to this with the doctors now. Another plight of the patient, डॉक्टर साहब ये कोरोना लॉकडाउन में मैं घर में ही था, बाहर नहीं गए, पहले वीक चलो रोज सेक्स करते हुए बीबी के साथ, दूसरा वीक उतना इंटरेस्ट नहीं थे, फिर भी मैनेज कर लिया, तीसरा वीक बहुत डिफिकल्ट हो गया, इंटरेस्ट नहीं था, मेरा वाइफ इज पेस्टरिंग फॉर सेक्स, मैं क्या करूं? See here, the same situation where spending more time with the wife, more time in the same house, has created less interest, less desire for this fellow. So this is also another side of the coin. The first situation is where because of indulging more, wife misunderstood. Here, wife is accepting, but this fellow is losing interest here. This is called Coolidge phenomena. This is more common also when you do repeatedly for the same person, same position, same stature, same bedroom. So that will take off your desire. You have to renew this with changing the environment. So my interest is not to discover Coolidge here. Interest is to show that people are now opening up with the doctors. Now we should gear up to tackle this issue now. Another question is, sir, ours is unhappy married life setup, not taking divorce for social reasons, but leading diverse life under one roof. Because of Corona lockdown, forced to spend inside the roof, looking and thinking each other spouse. I am going mad. At times you feel like to patch up and enjoy again. So because of their emotion reasons, they are living under one roof as a separate partners. Now COVID made them to rethink again whether to patch up and enjoy the sexual life again. This is one roof so near yet so far. So once lockdown started, we could not see anyone except each other. We both began to realize how much we need each other. So when they are apart under one roof, now they want to mingle and they want to reunite again. They want to start their sexual life again. So this is what the COVID has helped to some people. And they are ready now. They are open up with the doctors and asking how to cope up, how to again change our lives. Another question, doctor, my husband is held up in UK due to COVID-19 lockdown. For the last 2 months, is there. I am finding difficult to control my sexual urges. Watching porno, masturbating is not giving relief. Please suggest to get relief. So they are openly coming out and asking. So that is now the situation this COVID has provided. So we should gear up now to tackle these things. So now the answer what I have given is not the matter here. The matter is now the society is changing. COVID has created a psychological support to the patients. They are mustering their courage and openly asking questions to doctors. So this is a good phenomena, good change in the society. Now we sexologists should gear and should take this opportunity, rise to the occasion and help the needy patients. Another patient has one lady patient requesting me to write tablets to her husband to get erection. While discussing, it came out that her husband is of opinion that after 40 years of life, one should develop vanaprastha attitude. So that fellow don't want any sexual life, want to renunciate and wants to live like a sage. But she is not ready for it. So this is situation where she is enquiring and asking us to give tablets. I told her the tablets alone doesn't work. Both should come for counseling, because giving a tablet will not give erection unless the person is. We should make the person to prepare to ready to develop sexual desire. Then only to work. I explained her, but the thing is now people are asking. That is the question, the essence of this talk. The next question is, Dr. Saab, few days back, my man recovered from COVID-19 infection, got discharged, came home, now is normal. Can I have sex with him now? So medically, it is not, you should not allow him, because of the recent research shows that it needs at least a minimum 4 to 6 weeks. The COVID virus will be there in the semen. Always it has to be a protected sex, or better avoid sex. So that we have to explain. But the thing is, patients are able to ask openly. That is the thing. Domestic violence. Many societies have witnessed in COVID lockdown, domestic violence has increased because of the non-availability of the liquor is one of the contributory factor. So it dramatically increased, 42% of increase in the domestic violence during the COVID. See the prevalence of domestic violence. These are all the figures which I am showing. And another question that is posed me, Dr. Saab, my friend is asking, do you have treatment for small boobs? How much it costs? So people are now coming openly and asking the questions. That is what I want to drive here. Doctor, my friend has recommended your name. Priorly, I have contacted one sexologist. She scolded me when I asked a question, how to improve interest in sex. So this is very, very important, because another sexologist has scolded the patient. So this is not the right attitude which I want to bring it here. As rightly pointed out by Dr. Narayan Reddy in his talk, that we sexologists should have certain qualities. When we are comfortable, when you are having these qualities, then only will become good sexologists. Always maintain privacy and confidentiality. Be non-judgmental. Be well knowledgeable. Be respectable and well-mannered. And be good communicative and develop listening skills. That is very important. Empathy and compassion should be there. All these 6 qualities are very, very important to become a good sexologist. Now today, as I have shown you the questions asked by me, by the patients, they are all able to post me through email, or posting paper cuttings, or through WhatsApp messages, or asking as if some other partner is asking, or telephoning me whether the partner is listening through the speaker, or discussing with me saying that my friend is asking. And all the more thanks to Dr. Google, he is making the patients to talk about sex openly with the doctors, because that Google is having lot of information on all aspects, including sexuality. So people are verifying with the doctors whether that information is correct or not. So one way we have to thank the Dr. Google also. My friends, to sum up this talk, today, because of the COVID lockdown, patients are now psychologically strong enough to pose their problems, ask questions to the doctors. Now it is up to us who have to gear up, and many more activities should come up in training and in bringing awareness to the needy patients in the community. At the same time, I want to share my feelings. Never have seen a mess in life. I have never seen such a mess in life. The air is pure, but wearing a mask is mandatory. Roads are empty, but impossible to go on long drive. People can have clean hands, but there is a ban on shaking hands. Friends have time to sit together, but they can't get together. The cook inside is crazy, but can't call anyone to lunch. Those who have money, but don't have a way to spend it. Those who don't have money don't know there is no way to earn it. The culprit is all around but can't be seen. If someone leaves the world, he can't bid adieu. This is the irony of the world in this COVID lockdown. Hence, my friends, I end my talk saying so: be positive, stay negative. Thank you very much. To conclude, as I told you, today people are very interested to talk about it. We sexologists should gear up and do justice to these patients. Thank you very much for your patient listening. I'm closing my screen.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for excellent session. So now I request the second chairperson to introduce the second speaker.
Ankur.
I would like to invite Dr. Allah Satnan Reddy. He is a consultant gynecologist and sexologist, director of Leo Institute of Sexual Science, consultant Apollo, Hyderabad. Dr. Allah Satnan Reddy.
Yes, sir. But it is not giving me permission to start screen share.
Yeah, it is
yes,
giving.
Sir.
Chiranjeevi, you allow all the chairpersons of this session to in advance. Allow them immediately.
Sir, we are already allowed, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, Satya sir, we are getting some disturbance. Could you please check?
The non-speakers, if they keep a mute form, so that will avoid the disturbances.
1 minute, sir. I am Dr. Satyanarayan Reddy. The topic I wanted to talk, I am going to talk is how to improve men's health. The subject of men's health was never addressed in public health policy. Neglected men's health causes considerable physical and mental trauma to the individual. It is a huge burden on medical services and a huge loss in productivity and finances. Life expectancy at birth is 4.5 years more for females than males, as per the World Health Organization statistics. And the gap is widening. It was 4.8 years in 1970 and 5.8 years in 2010. Surprisingly, the life expectancy gap between genders is larger in high-income countries than in low-income countries. The National Health Profile of India, females outlive males by 2.8 years. In USA, females outlive males by 5.0 years. This disparity between haves and have-nots cannot be explained by biological phenomenon. It is a social determinant of health only can decide these factors. In India, in 1960, men used to live longer by 2 years than women. But now, women live longer by 3 years. It is because of improvement in maternal and child health services only. The reasons for this gender gap in life expectancy is natural protection of excess chromosomes. Men have only one X chromosome. Even though they are having one X chromosome, they wanted to see XXX movies and then do XXX activities only. Risky jobs are mostly filled in by men, leading to physical trauma and chemical exposure. Alcohol, smoking, rash driving are the hallmarks of masculinity. Risky sexual behavior and suicides are more in men. Even if they are having a disease or a problem, men avail health services sparingly. Even if they visit a doctor, they hesitate to reveal their problem. Even if they had a prescription, they are less likely to follow the treatment. So a health problem becomes a disease. In a hospital, most of the OP visits are by females and most of the inpatients are males. Now you can see the difference. The one point care for a child is pediatrics. 1 point care for an elderly geriatrics. Similarly, for a woman, it is gynecology. But men don't have anybody to go. They can go for A, B, C, or D specialty. So a new specialty has to be started.
The name can be gynecology. This is not my own creation. This is GAIR. GUY gynecology, or a subspecialty having a gynecology also. Now we go for the men's health. Different associations have given different meanings for the sexual meanings for the men's health. But men's health refers to a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being as experienced by men, and not merely by the absence of a disease or infirmity. That is, men's health include, what is men's health? It includes, which is specific only for men, not general diseases, conditions that are unique for men, just like a prostate problem, ED, and varicocele. Diseases that are more prevalent in men, or the conditions where risk factors are more or different for men, just like a stricture urethra. Diseases that need different strategies and interventions for treatment in men. Just like maternal mortality rate is an indicator of the health status of a nation, male sexual health is an indicator of man's physical and mental health. The major components of men's sexual health are sexual function and dysfunction, fertility and infertility issues, sexually transmitted diseases. Today, the discussion of improvement of men's sexual health will deal with modifiable factors only. We will eliminate the diseases. Modifiable factors only we deal with today. The modifiable causes of male infertility are a sexual dysfunctions, infrequent sex, timed sex, or a lifestyle like obesity, smoking, alcohol consumption, recreational drug usage, or steroid misusage, or environmental factors like exposure to heavy metals, pesticides, heat, and chemicals. Now, World Health Organization estimated that 1 million people, more than 1 million people acquire STIs every day globally. A little more than 50% of these are men. In India, ICMR estimated that 4% of men acquire sexually transmitted diseases each year. After HIV scare and the propagation of the usage of condoms, sexually transmitted infections has gone down, but the spectrum of sexually transmitted infections have changed. Now, chlamydia and HSV infection are more than anything else. Now, because of the time shortage, I skip these things. The extent of the sexual problem in male sexual dysfunctions vary with different age groups. In 18 to 60 years age group, that is the prime one, in South Asia, in a randomized study, random and community-based studies, not the clinic-based studies. In community-based studies, erectile dysfunction is seen in 22% and less desire in 12% in South Asian, East Asian countries. And in rural Haryana, ED is seen in 8.2% and less sex desire in 37%. In a community-based study in rural Mysore by our own Dr. T.S.S. Rao, 21% had one or other male sexual dysfunction, 15.16% had ED, and hypoactive desire disorders in about 3%. But to go to the extremes of life, adolescents in USA, when they are interviewed, they told that 75% expressed a concern about a sexual problem. Of these, 46% are having low sex desire, which is curious enough to know. 45% are having erection problems. If you go into the middle, that is 20 to 30 years age group, 35% are having sexual dysfunctions, 30% are having ED. Then, in an elderly population in men, sexual dysfunctions are common. Absolute erection failure is around 15%. Mild and moderate erection failures are there in 60 to 70% roughly. The age of the person male will indicate the percentage of sexual dysfunctions. Weak orgasm, retrograde ejaculation, and less sex desire are common. ED indirectly denotes the physical and mental health of a man. The etiological factors of ED are lifestyle factors, non-communicable diseases, psychological factors and psychiatric diseases, iatrogenic, hormonal, and general medical diseases and penile factors. Of all of these things, the first four, lifestyle, non-communicable diseases, psychological factors, and iatrogenic, are manageable by non-medical means, and these constitute more than 60% of the causes of ED. When we go the etiological factors in a lifestyle, sedentary life, no exercise, smoking, drug usage, obesity, sleep deprivation, alcohol, and all of these things are correctable causes. Healthy lifestyle improves erection and general health. When you go to the non-communicable diseases, lifestyle diseases are the major cause of organic ED. Diabetes, hypertension, dyslipidemia, coronary artery disease, and metabolic syndrome. The same non-communicable diseases causing ED are the causes of death in 1/3 of the US males. In India also, 55% of the deaths are from non-communicable diseases only. Now, earlier it is 45. In a span of 10 years, the non-communicable diseases have increased. So, the recent National Health Survey of 2017 shows in my state of Telangana, 40% of the males have more BMI, 21% have more diabetes, 37% have hypertension, 15% are smokers, and 34% have liquor. This is in 15 to 49-year-old group only. If all the men are included, the figures will be much more. All of these causes are ED and man's ill health. All of these are correctable by healthy life. The risk factors for coronary artery disease and for ED are same. All of these risk factors produce endothelial cell injury, which results in erectile dysfunction and coronary artery disease. ED precedes coronary artery disease by about 5 years. ED is a coronary artery disease below the belt. ED is a predictor of coronary artery disease, or coronary artery disease is a predictor of ED. Basing on the active sex life, till now we have seen life expectancy at birth or life expectancy at 30 years of age. So basing on the active sex life, a new health parameter was introduced. This is called sexually active life expectancy, or SALA. That is the average remaining years of sexually active life. For men, sexually active life is about 10 years lower than total life expectancy. For example, men at 30 years of age are expected to live for another 45 years, say up to 75 years. But they have an active sex life of 35 years, up to 65 years only on an average, not everybody. A sexless life, no sex life of 10 years. But if you go into a woman at age of 30 years are expected to live for 50 years and have an active sex life of 31 years only, living a sexless life of 20 years. So men have to have a little solace that all of their life is mostly they are doing sex. It is not because of their sex capability. If at all a question arises, I will answer it. Then managing the lifestyle factors associated with ED, the same strategies hold good for the general health of a man also. That is, repeating, managing the lifestyle factors associated with ED, the same strategies hold good for the general health also. The recommendations of European Association of Urology for the management of ED are they hold good for the general health also. This is in a nutshell whatever they told. That is sedentary lifestyle. For sedentary lifestyle, physical activity is inversely associated with the development of ED. With moderate physical activity, the odds ratio of developing ED is 0.63. And for higher physical activity, the odds ratio is 0.42. That is, with a simple activity, you can reduce the ED by 60%. In patients with ED who are on PDE5 inhibitors, A study was done with a group of men, with one group of men having only PDE5 inhibitors and another group having PDE5 inhibitors plus physical exercise. At 3 months, the restoration of sexual life and IIFS scoring is 39% in people who are using PDE5 inhibitors. It is double, 78% roughly for people who are using PDE5 plus exercise. A physical activity of 3000 calories per week decreases the risk of severe ED by more than 75%. This works out to 30 minutes at least per day or 150 minutes per week of moderate intensive aerobic activity. If you add pelvic floor exercise, if done along with physical activity, will add for the sex icing to the cake. Then we go for the diet. Dietary pattern of high in fruits, vegetables, nuts, whole grains and fish, but low in red and processed meat and refined grains is associated with lowering of risk factors for coronary artery disease. With each additional daily serving of a fruit or a vegetable consumed by diabetics, it reduced the probability of having ED by about 10%. Mediterranean diet, there are several varieties. Their Mediterranean diet is of low fat, low calorie, low carbohydrate, but high protein diet is associated with reduction of ED in both diabetics and non-diabetics. Then obesity or overweight, body weight reduction. Overweight and obesity increases the risk of erectile dysfunction by 30% because of peripheral conversion of testosterone into estrogen in visceral fat. 20 to 64% of the obese men have low testosterone. The relationship between testosterone and obesity are bidirectional. An androgen deficiency promotes fat deposition. Men who underwent the reverse to tell, men who underwent bariatric surgery for weight loss have increased testosterone level and improvement of libido and erections. Then we go for the smoking. ED is twice likely to occur in smokers, and this effect is dose dependent. That is, how many years he had smoking and how many packs a day he smoked. The odds ratio of having erectile dysfunction in current smokers is 1.51 and the ex-smokers is not much less. It is 1.29 only. That is, stopping smoking improves ED in a long-term basis after 6 to 12 months only, but it is not fully regained. Alcohol in weekend drinkers and current drinkers taking not more than 1 to 20 standard drinks per week, ED was reduced by 25 to 30%. In fact, low dose alcohol make the sex more. In heavy drinkers also, the effect is bad. Now we go for the sleep. Food, sleep, and sex are the basic prime instincts inherited by humans from animals. A good food, a good sleep leads to good sex. In men, 1 week of sleep deprivation, say for about 5 hours a day, decreased the testosterone levels by 10 to 15%. Now you see the fate of the workers who are in the night shift. They have always low testosterone. Sex before sleep improves the onset of sleep and quality of sleep in 68% of men. Even with masturbation before sleep, 50% of the men have better sleep. Now you go for the yoga and sex. In a study on 12 weeks of yoga, male sex coefficient before and after 12 week sessions of yoga was estimated. Sexual function scores increased significantly with p-value less than 0.0001, which is highly significant. The improvement occurred in all domains of the sexual function: desire, erection, ejaculatory control, orgasm, intercourse satisfaction, and much more primarily sexual confidence increase. And so the targets for the male sexual health are men's health, not sexual health. That is, global health organizations and national governments has to address the well-being needs of men and boys in all relevant policies. Till now, they are not addressed. Men and boys are encouraged and supported to take better care of themselves. Health practitioners take greater account of the specific needs of the boys in service delivery system. Other agencies must be aware of the significant impact of health of men and multidisciplinary approach, an approach to the health that fully recognizes the needs of both sexes in policy, practice, and funding, which promotes greater gender equality. Thank you. Thank you for a patient listening.
Let Ajit Chakravarti invite the next speaker.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Venkatramana sir, as well as Narayan Reddy sir and the CSEB board. Let me introduce the next speaker. Is Dr. Saroj Kumaste. She is a senior consultant, sexologist and gynecologist and director, SAFJ Medical Center. She is a fellow of CSCPA and Madam is from Mumbai. So I invite Dr. Saroj Kumaste Madam to talk about the male perspective of female sexual problems. Over to you, Madam.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
Yeah, can you? Yeah.
Yeah.
Subject what I have been given. Female perspective of male sexual dysfunction. I really thanks to my previous two speakers, Dr. Venkat and Dr. Reddy. They have covered most of the subject and still the show. It's very nice. But here, what we are discussing, can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead, madam.
Okay. I need my next slide. Yeah. Here, subject we are discussing is finally on sexual dysfunction. What is sexual function and what is a dysfunction? Now, it's a very simple term. Please excuse me if I repeat few of my slides which has been covered by my previous speakers. It's a blanket term to describe several sexual disorders affecting men and women. Lack of desire, difficulty in becoming sexually aroused, difficulty in reaching orgasm, and painful intercourse. Next slide. Female sexual functions, because it's going to affect the woman. Male sexual dysfunction, where he has said that almost 50% of the men have sexual dysfunction somewhere or other time. So how many women must be suffering? That really we have to guess. Now, desire, arousal, orgasm, resolution, and sexual grounding. These are the 5 parameters to measure the sexual response. Next, what is desire? Now, men can have a desire dysfunction and women can also. It's a receptiveness to sexual experiences, genital sensation, and restlessness, readiness for body to feel erotic and inclination to sex, receptive to sexual experience. What are the factors affecting the desires? Androgens, time in menstrual cycle for a woman, dopamine, antidepressant, foreplay, sexual grounding, stimulation of pain centers, serotonin reuptake inhibitors, antihypertensive, ultimate decreases the desire. Amantadine, oimbin works as an antidote and increases sexual desire. Next, please. It is decoding, sexual grounding. It's the most important factor in this. It's a decoding and identifying stimulus to be sexual is a cognitive process. Arousal as its physiological component, it will lower the body threshold to stimulus. It gives a stimuli a erotic meaning. It's a principal link between desire and orgasm, involved in all phases of sexual response cycle, affected by environmental factors, culture, society, religion, guilt, fear, conflict, and previous experience with sex, especially with women. It is subject to habituation, need changes, clothes, romance, fantasies, role reversal, intimate talk. If sexual circuit is not activated by grounding, then the readiness to feel erotic is absent. There is an inhibited desire. Threshold of genital reflex is higher, needs vigorous stimulation to evoke sexual response, which will lead to pain, fiber stimulation, and there will be sexual pains. This will lead to inhibition of sexual desire. However, some desire must be expected in any form of sexual activities, irrespective of degree of inhibitions. Now, male sexual function, all of us know, is just to revise desire, erection, penetration, orgasm, and resolution, how this is going to affect the woman. Just we call it a depot, desire, erection, penetration, orgasm. This may be temporary or a permanent. I think these factors have already been discussed by my previous speaker. Please, next. Inability to maintain sufficient excitement, causing personal distress related to sexual grounding by erectile dysfunction is related. It's now, previous speaker has already discussed all these points. Multifactorial etiology, sexual pain disorder, decreased vascularity to medical disorders, sensory nerve damage, extensive surgeries, radiations, and hormone deficiencies. Now, especially what happens in diabetes, neuropathy and poor circulation leads to arousal and climax, difficulties, decreased libido leads to depression and desire inhibition. Treatment involves control of blood sugar, antidepressant drugs, appropriate hormone therapy. This will be repeated again and again. Exercise to release body endorphins, precautions to prevent STDs and other infection. I think all of us know about orgasm definition. Explosive cerebrally encoded neuromuscular response at the peak of sexual arousal elicited by physiological stimuli, pleasurable sensation. Here, pleasurable sensation is the most important in association with physiological pelvic concomitants. Now, how female reacts to the male depot dysfunctions. This will depends on many factors: upbringing, fantasies, education, social status of the relations, level of information. Upbringing may be cultural, surroundings, moral values, country of residence, urban and rural areas, fantasies. Different countries, different women behave differently. Education, primary level, secondary level, higher education, professional and financially independent, knowledge of anatomy and physiology of sex. Next. There is an impact on women's life. Pain in male sexual dysfunction can give various physical problems in women, pain in various organs, loss of appetite, loss of sleep, backache, lower pelvic pain due to lack of orgasm and resolution, changes in blood pressure, Also, sexual needs, when they are frustrated, can represent in multiple ways, and there may be many symptoms. Psychological impact of DIPO: depression, anger, social isolation, suicidal tendency if does not see any solution. Hormonal impact of DIPO: disturbance of menstrual cycle, dysfunctional uterine bleeding, thyroid dysfunction, infertility, and many more. What will be her reaction to desired dysfunction of DIPO? Here, maybe she'll feel I'm not attractive. He does not love me. Maybe there is another woman in his life. She may try to attract him by various ways, using all 64 arts to learn from her mother, grandmothers, and other relatives and friends. She tried to please him with good food and pleasant talk. Social status of the relation: well, if she's a girlfriend of a depot man, she may try several times, seek medical advice. If does not help, may not continue the relation. Finance: if she's a fiancée, may consult parents, may wait to get married in order to improve the relation. If she's a wife, what she'll do? First year of her marriage, she will try and seek medical help. And if it works, they will go ahead. 2 to 5 years, relation may be strained and lead to separation of the partners. There are many cases where we have seen people have approached the family court and tried to get separation on this ground. And there they always call the sexologist to identify the problems and to confirm whether woman is right or she may not be aware of his situations. 5 to 15 years, they try to satisfy by using sexual aids, may try other medical treatment to get pregnant. 15 to 30 years, they continue in frustration and may go for adoption if they are seniors and no children's. Next, why my photograph is not seen? Who is here in front? I don't know. Oh, Dr. Reddy, nice to see you. Okay, can I go back? I don't know. Oh, sorry. Oh, I lose the connection.
Yes, now your slide is seen.
But I'm not able to see. How
Ma'am,
I go
you're
back?
Now you are, yes.
I can see you now, Dr. Venkat.
And now you go ahead with your slides.
Okay, please show.
Yeah, slides are there.
No, there are none on the screen. Okay, so here. Okay, yes, it's done. For erectile dysfunction, the woman reaction will be, maybe he's not a man. I am cheated. My life is hell. How can I get out from here? She may try to use sexual aids like vibrators, dilators. Oh, then she may think, I cannot become mother with all this. May search for other alternatives, find another partner, maybe in family or outside the family, privately or publicly. Her reaction to early ejaculations: not satisfied as she can't reach orgasm. Congestion in the pelvic area leads to lower abdomen pain and backache. Please excuse me for the spelling. deliberately kept for people who like to find the faults. Later on, she may avoid sexual activities. This is the most important phase of female sexual response cycle. If she has a sexual gratification, then this phase is short and genitopelvic changes revert back to normal within few minutes. If there is no sexual satisfaction and woman is left aroused and alone, it will take a very long time for her genitopelvic changes to come back to normal. There will be pelvic congestion, heaviness in lower abdomen, backache, increased vaginal discharge. This patient try to avoid coitus irrespective of good desire. Who is a happy couple? If she also have desire dysfunction, she'll be very happy if man also have desire dysfunction. She may get involved in various social and religious activities, singing glory of divine love between God and Goddess. Finally, just I like to conclude, but before that, I would like to discuss what happens in my clinic when the patient come, and I always ask their sexual history, not directly, just ask them, are you sexually active? And sometimes they start crying. Almost half of my patients, they suffer from husband's sexual dysfunction, and they complain, oh, when he was interested, I was not interested, I was busy with the children. But now I'm interested, but he has lost the desire. So this usually happens. Now, finally, I conclude, a woman is affected by emotional tone of her relation. If she enjoys a relation, she has a greater desire for sex. She can still get along with the man who has a sexual dysfunction. The real sexual satisfaction is not enshrined in tiny cluster of nerves, but in sexual involvement of the person. I really thank you, the organizer, and all the participants and everyone. Thanks a million to give me opportunity to be in front of you and speak to you. Thanks especially to Dr. Venkatramana, Dr. D.V.R. Pusa. You have taken a lot of pain to arrange this conference.
Thank you, madam.
Thanks.
Thank you for your wonderful words and nice lecture. Now we'll go to the next item. Dr. Sam P. Abrahaman is there in the line?
Sir, I'm here, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead. Sam P. Abraham is a consultant gynecologist and infertility specialist. He is the Director General of Abraham's Advanced Infertility Center. He is a senior consultant sexologist from Shanganacheri, Kerala State. Dr. Sham Saab, please continue. Stop sharing, Sarojdi.
How I do that?
Yeah.
Sir, I'm
पहले तो आदमी को मत देना बात कराना फोन पे हमारी
I'm to introduce Venkatramana sir. He is so close to all of us. He is the retired professor and head of the Department of Osmania. He is the fellow WHO, President Indian Anthroposophy Society, Vice Chairperson CCP. He is a consultant sexologist Hyderabad. He is a person whom I respect the most. So close to all of us. Sir, we are happy to have the session moderated by you, sir. We are all waiting to hear you, sir.
Thank you, Abraham Bhai. Thank you. Now we'll go to sharing the screen. You stop sharing, Bhai.
Already done, sir. You can share.
Yeah.
You share, sir. Already it's shared.
Going now. Yes, my friends. Thank you once again. I am before you to conduct this panel discussion on male sexual dysfunctions. My friends, today morning 9 o'clock I have collected this census. Today the world population is 783 crores 4,12,398, among which the male population in the world is today 400 crore 1,01,123. Today, total by 9 a.m. all these things, roughly 120 crore population is male population is suffering with sexual problems. Throughout the world, 120 crore male population. If you come to India, today morning census by 9 a.m., our Indian population is 138 crores 69 lakhs 96,856. In this, the total male population is 70 crore 89 lakhs 43,576. In this, the male population who are suffering with sexual dysfunctions in India is 22 crore 43 lakhs 65,000. So you can imagine the huge chunk of sexual problems in the male. Now to treat this, to address this, to do justice to these needy people, how many sexologists are needed? How many health care providers should gear up? So that is the crux of the problem, which I want to focus now. To this, to discuss, I invite the eminent panelists. The first person, Dr. Datteshwar Hota, a senior man, good friend of us, and he is known everybody in India. He is a Dean, SCB Medical College, Cuttack. He is a urologist and andrologist. He is a President, Urological Society, Fellow CSCPI, and he is the organizing president for midterm e-SEXCON. I invite the next panel discussant, panelist, senior man, Dr. Rajiv Sood. He is the Dean of RML Hospital, New Delhi. He is a BC Roy awardee. He is a ex-medical council member. He is the president of Men's Health Society. I welcome you, sir. The next panelist I welcome is Dr. Ajit Saxena, good friend of all of us. And he is a more laparoscopic man and robotic man. He's a robotic surgeon, Apollo Indraprastha. He's the President Andrology of India, President North Urological Society, Noida. I welcome you, sir. The next person, Singham, is a king of Manipur. Rajendra Singh Sinam is a professor and head urology, RIMS Manipur, President Urological Society of East India. He is an executive member, CSCPI, consultant andrologist and urologist. Welcome you, sir, as a panelist. Next, another young chap, a very charming man, very attractive man and good friend of CSCPNs. And he is a consultant to Bangladesh Sexual Health Chapter also. He is none other than our Mithun Bhatia. He is a fellow Mayo Clinic, consultant endocrinologist, diabetologist and sexologist at Guwahati. He is a guest faculty, as I told you, Bangladesh Sexology Society. I welcome you, Bhai, Mithun Bhai.
Thank you, sir.
Then our Didi, she is known as a Didi of CSCPI, Saroj Gumaste. She's a consultant gynecologist. Just now we all heard her talk. Fellow CSCPI, ex-vice president of CSCPI, director of Jabja Medical Sciences, and sex educationist. And to all of us to know that she's running a school for sex education to Vasi. I welcome you, madam, for this, as a panelist. I welcome my good friend, Dr. Allah Satyanarayan Reddy, who is a director, Leo Institute of Sexology, consultant sexology, Apollo Health Clinics, Kondapur, and a faculty, Bangladesh Society of Sexual Medicine. I welcome you, Dr. Allah Satyanarayan Reddy. Now we'll go to the questions. These are all the questions which I got from patients in my during Corona lockdown period online consultation. The first question is, dear doctor, I am 28 years old, 89 kg weight, smokers, 4 cigarettes per day. Of late, I am feeling difficulty in satisfying my girlfriend. When I approach doctors, they are prescribing medicines, drugs, but I am reluctant to use the drugs right now. Can you suggest what to do to solve this problem? We'll go to Mithun Bhatia Bhai.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Venkat, sir, for asking, for inviting me to this esteemed e-SEXCON conference, e-SEXCON conference. So this question, I'll just come straight to the question. There are two perspectives that needs to be kept in mind. Number one, he is overweight. Number two, he's a smoker, so that's a vasculopath. That might reduce blood flow to the various arteries, and we know the artery diameter of the penile artery is around 1 millimeter. So most of the people they come with this, I'm reluctant to use drugs and have difficulty in satisfying my girlfriend. So the question here is, what does the girlfriend think and what is the problem? You know, people, when they come to us and saying, I've got erectile dysfunction, they may have actually premature ejaculation or something else. So it's very important that they bring the girlfriend in the scenario, be online or be offline on a phone while the person is there in front of you to understand the scenario. He should be encouraged to stop smoking, bring measures, and do psychological counseling because he does not want any drug management of the problem.
Yes, sir. Thank you. The same thing exactly. Improving the pelvic floor muscle exercises, smoke cessation, physical activity, weight reduction are the important parameters which the previous speaker also spoke, Allah Satyan Reddy, that these are the things that will reduce their chances of using the drugs. Thank you, sir. The next question that was posed to me is, dear doctor, recently I saw in TV program doctor telling variety of PDA inhibitors. Tell me how many are there, which do you prefer and why? We'll go to Dr. Rajiv Sood, sir.
See, in this scenario, the PD5 inhibitors, first is the office test. Actually, if the patient is taking cigarettes and then these cigarettes should be stopped, because there is evidence that after you stop smoking, even one cigarette you have to stop, and then the erectile dysfunction improve. And this improvement it is not that it will not further deteriorate, actually it improves. So along with that, for the office test with the sildenafil is the best thing to do, to see if there is no other organic problem, and the patient responds to that. And what are the different these PD5 inhibitors available, that will depend on the and the food with which we are intending sexual activity, and for case the anafil is the office test, and if it is successful we can continue with that, and the dose we can continue 50 milligram, or we can go to 75 or 100, and with if we can add arginine, that will be very good. And because we have not still tested, we need to do the battery of investigations also in this patient. And if we are not sure that empty stomach we are able to take, we then take the tadalafil. The tadalafil can be taken along with the food also, and food will not affect the functioning of tadalafil. Now, if the patient is having some problem, erectile dysfunction, and also the
You have to.
that case, we intend that because of the similar half-life, the low-dose tadalafil, and sometimes the treatment of lower urinary tract symptoms in the young patient, that for combination we can give alpha blocker along with tadalafil low dose. Other is of vardanafil. Vardanafil is also almost in something in between tadalafil and this. Udenafil can be given where it is claimed that less side effects are there, And PD5 inhibitors, some new are coming which are not available in India. And therefore, these combinations, the NO donors like arginine and all can be tried. And these are the things which we can give. So avanafil, as I have told, that have a quick onset, and sildenafil even before sildenafil, and sometime when multiple patient wants more than one or quickly the second interaction or sexual intercourse, then avanafil is better.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Otherwise,
sir.
these are which are long acting and short acting, which can be used.
Yes, sir. These are, thank you, sir. So these are all the various PD5 inhibitors available in the market. Depending upon the patient need, patient food habits, patient comorbid conditions, one has to choose. As rightly said by our Sood sir. As I rightly pointed out, these are the other things that are there in the pipeline, but not available here. Now coming to the next question. Sir, I am on PDF inhibitors. Of late, they are not much effective. What are the reasons why they are not working for me? How to manage such cases? I'll go to Dr. Datteshwar Hotaji. Hota sahab.
Yeah, am I audible, Dr. Venkat?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. In fact, if you permit me, can I give my opinion about the previous case?
Yes, absolutely. Yes,
yeah,
sir. Yes, sir.
Very briefly.
Yes, sir.
See, if you go to that slide, there are three aspects to it.
Yes, sir.
The 28 years young man with 89 kg and a smoker 4 cigarettes per day.
Sir.
His complaint was something different. Off late, he is not able to satisfy his girlfriend.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that are the questions, if you remember.
Yes, sir.
So that needs to be evaluated in detail, not satisfying. You know, it is to be evaluated from both the sides.
Yes, sir. Bhatia told same thing.
Yeah.
To take the partner into confidence.
Yeah, let's not start with the medication. He doesn't want to take medication. So that the quantum satisfaction quantum has to be evaluated. Why he is not able to satisfy? So
Yes,
that's that point I wanted to say before jumping for treatment.
Yes, sir. Absolutely, sir.
You know, PD5 inhibitors, as you know, it is there for this is the third decade. Almost we are about to complete the third decade of its use. Now, what we understand that many people, they come after the use of PD5 inhibitor to us as an andrologist, they report to us and they say that we have taken all variety of PD5 inhibitor, whatever is available in the market. Now, the biggest problem of PD5 inhibitor, the prescription. The person who prescribes the PD5 inhibitor has not given any instruction how to be used. You know, many a time in our country, the PD5 inhibitors are available as OTC drug. Even the chemist also say take this medicine, that will be wonder to you. Yes. So first of all, the prescription, discussing about the use of drug and how to use the drug. As all of you know, what Dr. Rajiv Sood has already said, if we take a sildenafil, the prerequisite that you should be taken in a pre-fast, pre-dinner, in a fasting state. And secondly, if you are having sildenafil, if somebody is having, then he should not got oily and fatty food. So the bioavailability becomes less. If you are having, you know, tadalafil, food doesn't have much of interaction as regards the absorption is concerned. But the most mandatory thing that the drug to act is sexual stimulation. You know, if somebody doesn't have a sexual stimulation, he may consume 200 milligram of sildenafil also. Is not going to have a erection. So these are the two things we do not advise the person who seeks a relief from us. Now, the other aspect, you know, taking dose dependent, we also do not consider about the dose. Many a quack, they prescribe 25 milligram of sildenafil. And that is not going to help a man of 89, 90 kg and 25 milligram and without the proper counseling about the use of drug. So that is another aspect. And finally, we know that some patients, they have tachyphylaxis. You know, with long-term use, they develop a tachyphylaxis to one group of drug. In that case, the clinician should be very intelligent to change to the other PDE5 inhibitor. He may benefit. These are the major reasons why.
Excellent, sir. Excellent. Practical, more practical. Excellent. Apart from this, we have to address underlying hypogonadism. That's all.
No, let me tell you over here, since you have given a general remark,
Sir.
you know, when we are talking about young man, hypogonadism is not a very common thing.
Sir.
If we have any other features, when we talk about hypogonadism, if we have any other feature, before we prescribe a drug like PDE5 inhibitor, we should go for it. But what is the question that he has been taking PDE5 inhibitor, has not been working. Therefore, also there is a chance that we should look to all these aspects.
Yes, sir. The next question posed to me is, sir, I am a sociologist involved in counseling. Many are asking, please tell me, what are the indications, contraindications, drug-to-drug interactions of PDE inhibitors? Dr. Sinam is there? Sinam Rajendra Singh? Sinam, sir.
Yeah, I am here. I am here.
Please respond to this.
So this counselor must know about the sexual response cycle, that the patient is having the difficulty in desire or excitement. So the PDE5 inhibitors are not that good alone in when there is no desire. They are you have to take account about the testosterone. We have just discussed about hypogonadism.
No. Sinam, sir. Sinam, sir, your question is indications, contraindications, drug-to-drug interactions of PDE inhibitors.
Yeah, I mean this indication when there is no when there is excitement, decrease in the excitement, that these patients we have to prescribe the PDE5 inhibitor. About coming to the contraindication, absolute contraindication is that of course I'm confining in the andrology, not in the pulmonary hypertension. Of course, this drug was discovered the effect while using for the pulmonary hypertension. They found it was producing erection. So that's why of course in the female infertility, to increase the endometrium, all those things. But I am more interested on the penile part, because that organ which are concerned on the erectile. And absolute contraindication is those who are having nitrate. In a patient who are taking nitrate, we have not to use. And to some extent, patient taking anti-arrhythmic drugs, we must not give.
Yes, sir. In a lighter way, Sinam sir used to tell in conferences that underwears are good friends, they are supporting us. PDE inhibitors are the best friends, they are erecting the collapsed buildings.
Thank you, Venkat. Thank you, Venkat. Thank you.
So these are all the indications of the PDE inhibitors. These are all the contraindications. Sir.
I'm just mentioning that in addition to these indications which you have enumerated, premature.
Yes, sir. That's another one. But yes, sir, you are right.
You need not to add other things. In many cases, that is the precipitating problem, and premature ejaculation. You have to add sometime this also, because these are coexisting.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well said, sir. That is well taken. So that's very, very important. So these are all the drug-to-drug interactions, because these PDE inhibitors are metabolized in the liver using enzyme P453A4 substrate. So these are all the drugs that interfere with the metabolism and what you call drug dosage in the blood. That's why when we are giving PDE inhibitors, we healthcare providers should inquire about what are other drugs the patient is taking. Particularly, for my specialty, I have to inquire about the HIV drugs. They're the commonest things. Then anti-lipidics. This is rosuvastatin, simvastatin, atorvastatins. Then the antipsychotics and anesthetic drugs. The next question is, I want to know, when was PDE inhibitors came to use? Before that, what was the treatment strategy for these problems by doctors? Ajit Saxena Saab. Saxena Saab is here. Ajit Saxena Saab.
No, sir.
Then I will go to again Dr. Dateshwar Hota Saab.
Yeah, my good friend is absent. Really, I feel his absence now. I used to say he is not Saxena, he is Saxena, sex army, sex army. So, PD5 inhibitor, as Dr. Rajendra Singh Sinam has mentioned, that it was accidentally known because of its side effect when it was tried for pulmonary arterial hypertension in 1992. In 1992, it was accidentally discovered that it has a side effect, and this was, exploited by the Pfizer. So this effect of it was exploited by Pfizer. They developed this in 1998. It came to the practice. So, but the discovery was in 1992. Now, this is, as regard the, the question. What again? Can you go back to question, please?
What was the mode of treatment?
Yeah, prior to that.
Yes.
Yeah, prior to that. In fact, we are treating prior to the sildenafil also. So what we were doing, you will tell practically.
Yes, sir.
Now, at that time, we had some drug, different type of combination. Now, the first thing we were doing at that time was counseling. We are giving some bark extracts, whatever
Yes,
was available, that bark extract. And, we are exploiting other drugs. Those drugs, it was hardly of use. So practically, we were practically using one drug, which was for sure, which was giving guaranteed in accepting in the vasculogenic importance. So papaverine and phenterlamine combination, which was there.
Sir.
So those patients, whatever they were presenting with, and they were not able to have a sexual activity because of their ED, and counseling has not helped. All those the traditional drug which has not helped. So what we are going to do at that time, what we are providing was a papaverine phenterlamine combination, or papaverine and largactil combination. So we used to titrate. We go for an office test with these drugs. ICVAD, we used to say, intracavernosa injections of vasoactive drugs. Now this, what I would like to mention further here, that this is an invasive method. So the patient has to prick himself. Trazodone is one drug that has been tried, several,
Yes, sir.
So practically we are left with only one drug which was effective prior to the sildenafil is the combination of papaverine phenterlamine or papaverine fluoropromazine combination in a titrated dose. We titrate the dose in office and we dispense this drug when he goes back. But majority of the patient, they respond once we go for an office test with ICVAD and we find that he doesn't have a vasculogenic importance. Normally they improve with all those conventional traditional drugs. That was more of a psychological boosting rather than that was a direct effect. So other therapy that already has been mentioned, these are all part of the counseling and therapies that is already Dr. Raman has mentioned. Now, we normally do not perform penile vascular surgery. What we were banking upon and we are utilizing as the mainstay of treatment was the injections combination, either single agent or dual agent or a triple mix or a quadrimix. If we do not get a response in quadrimix, then we think possibly the man is having a vasculogenic importance, and the only answer to vasculogenic importance was penile prosthesis.
Excellent,
now,
sir. Excellent.
Yeah, that is the only answer. So mostly we were banking on the combination of papaverine phenterlamine or papaverine and largactil. That is the combination we are utilizing earlier, chlorpromazine and papaverine. But other therapy, what we have seen, I must be honest enough, we in our practice, that also is the scenario in our country.
Yes,
we do not have good psychosexual counselor.
Sir.
So that is the biggest disadvantage we are having at that time. Now over the time, we have some good psychosexual counselor that is helping us a lot.
Yes, sir. Now go to the next question that was asked to me. I was given penile prosthesis 12 years back. Of late getting pain and swelling. What is the management if my penile prosthesis fail? I'll go to Dr. Raju Sood sir. Sood
Yes,
Saab.
Dr. Viket, this is a very important question. Earlier, you know that AMS was providing penile prosthesis. They were giving even 10-year warranty.
Sir.
And the other semi-rigids, once put, they were thought to be lasting long. But they reduced their warranty also for 5 years or less
Yes, sir.
later on. What is
Yes.
happening in the time to, if you are a case of metabolic syndrome, you are prone to infections, the
Yes, sir.
prosthesis also
Yes, sir.
get infected, and
Yes, sir.
there are different parts, whether if it is semi-rigid, that can be infected, it can be eroded, it can be eroded from the glans area, it can be eroded into the urethra, and also it can be also getting not eroded, then getting infected.
Yes,
If
sir.
you have seen some instrumentation, endoscopic procedures, with that also iatrogenic damage can be there. And therefore, these erosions and all, once the prosthesis is infected, and to clean it and to repair it is almost impossible.
Yes,
And
sir.
therefore, it should not be attempted. You have to remove the prosthesis and you have to wait. And after that, after everything is all right, you have to re-put the prosthesis. And it can be put, there are patients where it has been put 2 times, 3 times also. So there should be ideal conditions. And because in this patient, which you have mentioned, the prosthesis has lasted 5 years. Therefore, at the time of operation, there was a proper precautions had already been taken. Patient
Yes,
has used for 5 years. Therefore, there was a disproportionate length of prosthesis to the penile length is not the problem. So other problems which I have mentioned, they can be there, and therefore we should see that this prosthesis is removed and another prosthesis is put.
yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. That's a real practical approach. The next question is, Doctor, I am curious to know what are the various treatment modalities in the pipeline for patients who exhausted all available treatments. Dr. Sinam sir, will you take up? Sinam is not there. Then I will go to Dr. Mithun
Thank
Bhatia
you,
sir.
Venkat.
There? Yes,
Thank you,
yes.
Venkat. Venkat, I am there. Venkat, I am there.
Yeah, please respond.
Of course, there is a sea change taking. There is a sea change taking place in many treatment of many diseases. So also in your erectile dysfunction.
Yes,
One
sir.
of them to mention is stem cell therapy.
Yes, sir.
Is one of them. Then the low intensity shock therapy. It
Yes,
has been
sir.
tried in our country also. That is
Yes.
also actually used.
Yes,
Then
sir.
the tissue engineering, trying these are all I should mention. These are the things we have to keep in mind.
Even gene therapy is there in the pipeline. Then melanocortin activators are in the pipeline.
Yeah. Gene therapy also.
Yeah, these are there. The pipeline, they may come reality any day. Nitric oxide polymers, penile stunts, these are all there. The next question is,
Can I mention one thing here?
Yes, sir, please.
You know, regenerative medicine, what Dr. Sinam has already mentioned,
sir,
is coming in a big way. In fact, it is on trial for last 8 to 10 years.
Yes, sir.
So regenerative medicine in ED is coming in a big way. But other aspect, what has been deliberated, like what you mentioned about the drugs like Uprima and all those, that has been tried, but that has not been very useful and it has been withdrawn from the market.
Now they are coming in nasal spray.
Yeah.
Uprima nasal spray.
The big problem with the Uprima,
yes, sir,
is the sedation effect of it. That is the biggest problem.
Now let us go to other area. How to collect semen from anejaculatory patients, paraplegic patients, spinal cord injury patients for IUI purpose. Now again, Raju Sood has to help us. Sood Saab.
Okay. So your question is about anejaculation also? And also
Anejaculation?
paraplegic. Yeah,
patients?
and an ejaculation can be either the ejaculation is not there or there is retrograde ejaculation, and the
Excellent.
patient is not passing semen.
Yes,
Then
sir.
it is discharge in the urine in the bladder, and
Yes, sir.
there are techniques where we collect it, we wash it, and we collect the sperms. The
Yes, sir.
second is the paraplegic patients, and where the ejaculation is difficult, there is a special equipment that is called Seeger ejaculator.
Yes, sir.
Seeger ejaculator is inserted per rectally, and the vibrations are given, and some massages given, and there is a technique. Ejaculation occurs in paraplegics, and this semen can be collected. This can be kept in the semen banks are there, and then can be used further. So
Yes, sir.
there are techniques to collect it, and when there is no production of semen, then there are techniques like PISA, MISA, TISE, etc. And then we microscopically, percutaneously or otherwise, we remove the sperms from the epididymis or even testis. And if it is they are extracted from the testis, this is called tese. And even single sperm can be used after the ovum is collected, and there can be in vitro fertilization also, and IVF techniques can be used, and with ICSI we can do the fertilization, and these
Excellent, sir. Excellent, sir.
created, and these either these embryos are preserved or embryo donations are also one thing which can be done, and these all techniques are used when the semen is not coming in the normal
Yes, sir.
way.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. More practical answer. Thank you, sir. The next question is, Doctor, I am 27 years old. My husband is elder to me, married 6 months back. From day one, my husband ejaculates immediately after entering me. It's causing irritation and frustration. Please tell me how to manage such cases. Dr. Sarojji, she's here.
Yes.
Yeah, please, can you take up this question?
Yeah. But this was not assigned to me.
We'll go to Mithun Bhatia.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I think you have it on this.
Now Ajit has joined. Let us give chance to Ajit.
Hello.
Saxena Saab, we are missing you.
I know. I had technical problems. I'm sorry about that.
You are the more technical person. How can you? The question is,
yes.
My husband from the day one onwards entering me and immediately ejaculating. Please tell me the management of such issue.
See, there are two things in this.
Yes, sir.
One is psychological element and the
Yes,
other
sir.
is organic element.
Yes, sir.
Now, let us first deal with the organic elements, which is an infection in the semen.
Yes, sir.
That can give rise to irritation and discharge problems in either of the two.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So one has to rule out infection in the semen first.
Yes, sir.
But more often than not, they are due to psychological problems. One is vaginismus, which is sadly missed in most of the cases because we tend to concentrate on the male person all the time. But there may be a problem with the male in the form of premature ejaculation.
Exactly.
Or early detumescence, that is erectile dysfunction, severe erectile dysfunction.
Yes.
That can give rise to the whole problem.
Thank you, sir. So these are all the ways how one can address this. Datta sir, Hota sir, please contribute.
Ajit, you really were missing you.
I know. I missed it. I'm sorry about this.
But you had I can say that you had a very delayed entry.
Yeah, delayed.
And you are speaking about premature ejaculation. That is
I don't know which is better.
Now, can I add what Dr. Ajit has said, if permitted?
Yes.
You know, this is the commonest problem that comes to an andrology clinic or a sexologist clinic. This is the commonest problem. This is the commonest problem.
Yes,
you know, there has been a lot of work done here, lot of work. Now, you know, first we have to know whether he is a primary premature ejaculator or a secondary premature ejaculator.
Day one, she's telling, patient telling day one.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling.
Yeah.
So we have to go into the history. When I say primary premature ejaculator, we have to take into history his masturbatory habit.
Yes.
You know, they normally what happens, they are in a hyper excitable state. They are hypersensitivity, hyper excitable, so they come quickly. So that history can be derived from the background history, what he had, sexual history he had. Now, as I mentioned also, when we say it is a acquired thing, secondary is a acquired thing. You know, a thing which is learned has to be unlearned. And many a time we have to teach and give a counseling to the patient. This ejaculation is just like sneezing. You know, that is the example we give. When a person has a tendency to go for sneeze, you know, as to some point of time with some technique, what you have mentioned also about stop and start technique.
Yes.
You know, you can do something, you can delay the sneezing. But at one point of time, that nothing can work. Inevitability happens, and the person has to ejaculate. So learning these steps, that this is a learned phenomenon, and you have to unlearn it. And here, the counseling of both the partners are paramount in importance.
Yes, excellent.
Only treating the male may not yield the desired result. These are the few things I wanted to add.
Yeah, thank you, sir. The next question posed to me is, I am 38 years old. My wife is less than me. We are married for 7 years back. Now wife is less interested in sex, says not much desire. This is Saroj's question.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, before I answer this question, I just want to share my experience with the patient, a doctor couple. And the wife told me that I don't feel a desire, and especially at night, when I feel that he should not touch me. Then I asked her the whole day history to her. They were running a pathological laboratory 24 hours. So at night, also, if there any sample came, the wife had to get down from first floor to ground floor, do the sample immediately, and give the report. So she was overworked. So I would first find out whether wife is overworked or household work is so tiring to her, and plus other social responsibility of the children and in-laws. And if she is a working woman, what will happen to her? If all these factors have to taken into consideration, I've told her husband, I said, keep a technician to do the night work. Leave her alone at night. She'll be ready. And finally, it really helped them. But anyway, the scientifically what is being discussed about the low desire, it is a specific sensation, and it is a neurophysiological, hormonal, cognitive process. The foreplay and past pleasurable sexual sensation rebuilds the desire. It can be restored by optimum hormonal levels, good communication, dopamine and antidepressant increases some desire. Some pelvic exercises for wife like Kegels will also help. Finally, romantic and pleasant talk also helps. And first of all, take away all the burdens from her life, give her a little more comfort.
Thank you. More practical. Thank you. Another question posed to me is, I am practicing doctor. One patient complains of pain in sex. One doctor is asking to me, his male patient is complaining that he is getting pain in sex. Marat ko kyun darad hota hai? We'll go to Allah Satnarayan Reddy. Allah is there? If Allah is not there, now I'll go to Ajit Saxena, the manly man.
Thank you, Venkat.
मर्द को क्यों दर्द होता है भाई साहब, बताइए.
वेंकट, मर्द को दर्द इसलिए होता है
जी.
कि वो पूरा ठीक से सेक्स नहीं कर पा रहा.
जी.
The jokes apart,
Yeah.
the
Come
main cause of painful sex in males is frenular shortening.
Excellent.
Shortening of the frenulum.
Yes, sir.
And that gets really stretched out and
Yes,
causes
sir.
pain in the male.
Yes, sir.
People with phimosis, they have pain.
Yes, sir.
People with infection,
Yes, sir.
if they have performed sex, then they will get pain. And last but not the least is vaginismus may result in pain in the male also as a reverse phenomenon. So these are the causes of pain.
Yes, sir. Acute Pyrenees disease do cause that problem.
Right. That's
Yes.
another big cause.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Another question posed to me is, sir, I am practicing doctor. Of late, patients are asking me for permission for extramarital affairs. As a doctor, what should I tell? Allah Satyanarayana Reddy is there. If not, I'll go to Saroj Gumaste again.
Hello, I'm there.
Yeah, please respond to this
It was
question.
given to me.
Yes, please go respond.
Yeah. When she asked such question, I would like to evaluate her situation, her mental status, her sexual history with her husband, whether husband is involved with other women or he's away on for some assignment. Did she tried sexual aids like vibrators or anything else? Now I would explain her the risk of involved in such relation.
Yes,
Maybe she will feel cheated at the end of this relation.
Yeah.
There is a risk of sexually transmitted disease. There is a social stigma of adultery and lot of stresses involved. So decision is up to her.
Yes.
Then most of them have resolved to using of the vibrators and other sexual aid and masturbation.
As a healthcare provider, our duty is to explain pros and cons of this, leaving the decision to the patient.
Venkat.
Yes, sir. Please.
Yeah, Venkat boss. Did the doctor came to you?
He asked online.
Online.
So
did he visit your clinic anytime?
No.
Then I think you are fortunate. Otherwise, people will say why he is asking a permission from a doctor. The reasons are two. He might have found a beautiful secretary or a beautiful nurse.
Yeah,
otherwise,
maybe.
Otherwise, why he will ask a doctor for a permission?
The thing is, because in this area I'm known as a sexologist, is asking whether permission can be yes, go ahead. Can I say, or if I say that, any legal implications?
I am coming to that.
Yes, sir.
Apart, what I have said.
Yes, sir.
Couple of years back, Supreme Court has already given a ruling that adultery is no more a punishable offense.
Yes, sir.
Based on that only, I am telling.
Yes, sir.
Adultery is officially allowed. And I don't think anybody will come to us for a permission. And secondly, let me complete.
Yes,
somebody has not muted. Somebody has not muted.
Please mute all, please, except the speaker. Please mute. Please go ahead.
The interesting part is that for this type of thing, the instinct is more important than the permission. That is what I want to say.
The thing is, we should not unnecessarily drag it to the court of law as a doctor.
No, we will not be dragged. No, we will not be dragged.
Yeah.
Now we will not be dragged because Supreme Court has allowed it.
Venkat.
Allowed in the consensual extramarital affairs.
Obviously.
Yes, Saxena sir, please.
Adultery is perfectly all right till you are caught.
Yes. जब पकड़ गया, जब चोर बन जाते हैं, जब तक चोर नहीं है.
कुछ नहीं.
Next question. I heard that nutraceuticals are available for sexual problems. Please tell me the role of nutraceutical sexual problems. Allah Satyanarayana Reddy is there? If he is not there, I will go to. Is there?
No, sir.
Then we'll go to Mithun Bhatia. Sir, can you help us out?
There is no randomized controlled trial which has shown that nutraceuticals will help in sexual problems.
Okay.
That is a one-line answer for that.
Answer. Apart from that, they are found to be useful and they can be indicated when all other things are failing.
And I also, if I could add, sir,
yes, sir.
Generally it is the photograph of the horse.
Yes, yes.
That will help more than the constituent of the wrapper.
Even the beautiful, good-looking spouse is sufficient.
Yes, sir.
The next question posed is, one patient came to me saying that I don't have any problem with my girlfriend, Doctor. Facing problem with only wife. So this falls under situational problem. How to manage such situational problem? Open to all. Who wants to take up this? Because this is situation.
First of all, this is the right question and the right answer also.
Yes. Yes.
You know,
that is a common thing. That's commonly occurring thing.
I think the answer is also correct.
Yes, sir.
So basically, you know, you have to go into the, you know, most of the time we have got variety of reasons why the man loses interest with his wife and do not get a good erection.
Yes,
now
sir.
we have to take into consideration the type of marriage they had.
Yes,
was
sir.
it a love marriage or a arranged against the will of the man?
Yes, sir.
Secondly, the duration of marriage. Then parity of the wife, how many children they have. And beside that, whether this man has been having sexual pleasure whenever he has had a sex with his wife, or it was a routine affair. So all these things has to be taken into consideration. And much more importantly, there is the last thing that I would like to say.
Sir.
There is a sexual monotony.
Yes,
I
sir.
think the psychiatrist, my psychologist, sexologist friend can elaborate on that better.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This is what I wanted to enumerate.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. More practical. The last question I want to take it up because time is up now. I am seeing many couples are fighting not only in the house but also in the doctor's office. How to improve the relationship between wife and husband? I'll go to Saroj. Hello? Unmute yourself. Saroj, unmute yourself.
I think at the control, somebody can unmute also.
Sai, unmute Dr.
Sir,
Saroj.
we have given the control, sir.
Yes.
Madam has
You want me to be unmute or mute?
Now
now you respond. Now again you are unmuted. You are again closed your mic.
Muted.
Okay, now?
Yes,
Yeah.
you go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I can hear you. Yeah. How to keep husband and wife attracted. I think you give me a different way, but finally answer will be same. Now, here would I like to mention the talk, the pleasant talk, as sex is in between the 2 years. Stop criticizing each other and the parents of both. Appreciate each other's good qualities.
Good, very good.
Remember all anniversaries which are important to each other. Good behavior to each other's family. This is outside the bedroom. All this.
Yes.
What happens inside the bedroom? Prepare oneself for good sexual relations. Dress up well. Maybe a role play. Maybe a reversal role.
Excellent.
Good foreplay.
Excellent.
Identify each other's sensitive points and a sweet dialogues.
Thank you, madam.
All will help
Thank
them
you.
to
Very
get
kind.
attracted.
Venkat,
Yes,
And
ma'am.
keep them
Venkat, I think
attracted
you,
forever.
Yeah.
Thank
running.
Venkat,
Running. Yeah, please. Yeah, yes, please respond.
if you think of your wife as your girlfriend, then the problem is over.
Yes, sir. Excellent. Short and sweet. Right. Thank you. So these are all the other questions posed to me. Non-surgical management of Peyronie's disease. The next question that was posed to me was management of erectile dysfunction in carcinoma prostate. The next question posed to me was, why men die early? The next question posed to me was, tell me how to doctor evaluated diagnosis as low testosterone syndrome, recommending the testosterone. But so which type of testosterone? Why patch or gel or injection? Which is the better? So this is another question that posed to me. The next question that was posed to me was. This is the question, important question we have to take up. Doctor, we are sex workers. All these days we earned money and enjoyed sex as well. But due to COVID lockdown, no danda, no sex, which is making us difficult to sleep. How to come out of this crisis? So what I responded, because I can't take the question because of timing, I told them, till the things fall in line, you people can practice masturbation or sex toys. You can control your sexual urges by practicing meditation, yoga, music, or developing an activity like painting or sports, etc. That's what I responded. Things may differ because of the question that you posed. Because of time constraints, I am closing this session. Thank you, one and all. Thank you very much for your excellent participation. Thank you, listeners, for your patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank
Venkat
you.
Raman, for the opportunity.
Thank you,
Dr.
Dr. Venkat Ramana.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, Venkat.
Now, yeah, presentation of bouquets and mementos with chairpersons, speakers, panelists. Now with this, now we take a temporary leave lunch break. We'll reassemble again 2 o'clock sharp. Now it is adjourned up to 2 o'clock, lunch break. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It was a lovely session,
Thank you,
Dr.
thank you,
Venkat.
madam. Thank you, madam.
Excellent. Well done.
Sir, Badia sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Missing that.
Hello. Dr. Petkar.
Hello,
Hi.
sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Dr. Vinay Gupta. How are you, Dr. Petkar?
Petkar, sir, you are muted. Please unmute.
Now.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes,
Hi.
audible. Now it's audible, sir.
It's audible,
It's
no?
all right.
It's all right.
Yeah.
Fine.
How are you, Vinay?
I'm fine. Meeting after a long
We
time.
are seeing you.
Yeah. Same here. So now it's female sexual dysfunction.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. Petkar, sir.
Yeah, good
sir.
afternoon.
Kiran, sir.
Hello,
Ankur.
Ankur.
Bolo.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Everybody.
So Ankur is.
Ankur, what you are drinking? Ankur?
Yes, sir.
What you are drinking?
Sir, tea, sir. Tea.
But everyone confused.
No hard drink.
Share it.
No.
Ankur is drinking means somebody.
Hello, Dr. Murugan. How are you?
I do understand.
Hello.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening, Dr.
Murugan, sir. Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Dr. Reddy is speaking on rape. Is it? Hello.
Hello. I don't know what
Dr.
is the
Reddy is
program.
speaking on rape, no?
No.
Okay.
There is no time. There is nothing in the timetable actually.
Yes, nothing like that.
Sir, after lunch, tea should be there as a conference protocol. So tea is there.
Okay.
Send through WhatsApp.
So that's why.
It's good.
Ankur is always drinking.
Ankur is always drinking.
That's why I'm
Good boy.
Very good boy. Not only boy, good boy. Very good boy.
Hi, Ankur.
Kiran, how are you?
Fine, sir.
Fine.
So Murugan sir is so active. Now he is become.
Seems to be
Now he
very
is very young.
active.
Ankur, how are you?
Yes. Sir, good, sir. How are you,
Fine.
sir?
Sudhakar, sir. Bye.
Sudhakar is here. Fine.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How is your health?
It's okay.
It's okay.
Seems to be okay.
God's blessing is there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Definitely.
No corona.
So far.
And hope so it will not be in future also.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
At what time we are going to start? 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock, they said.
I see.
Venkat told 2 o'clock.
And first is, I think, Dr. Reddy is going to speak on rape.
No such program I saw.
No, sir. Actually,
Sir, on website, the program is there.
Yeah.
Okay. So what is the program? Detailed program.
Sir, detailed program is there on the website. You can go on the sexcon.india.
No, it's just female sexual dysfunction. That's all. Is from 2 o'clock to 3:45. That's all.
Yes, sir.
No
2 to
details.
3. 2 to 3. There are 3 speakers. One speaker is cancelled. Only 2 speakers are there.
Okay.
Dr. M.N. Tareja and Dr. Deepak Jumane.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Chairperson Dr. Sudhakar and myself.
Okay.
After that, panel discussion, sir.
Okay.
Regarding woman sexual problem.
Kiran.
Yes, sir.
I think the cancelled portion is occupied by Venkat. He may likely to speak, I think.
Reddy,
I
sir.
saw the latest program that is domestic violence. Venkat is going to talk. I think so. I don't know. Maybe.
Actually, I messaged it in the board WhatsApp. So I mentioned that 30 minutes for Tareja and 30 minutes for Deepak Jumani, two speakers.
Okay.
Okay. Maybe.
So I think that the same continue, I think.
Then it will be then it will be all right. Okay.
Then 45 minutes will be for female sexual dysfunction.
You
45
see,
minutes.
there is a one, this one, Dr. Reddy will talk on rape.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, at what time, sir?
Time is not given. Time is not given.
Okay.
Let us see now. We are waiting.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Dr. Sudhakar Petkar. How are you?
Very fine, Pusha.
Yes,
Yeah,
a little
very,
bit.
very long time.
Hello. 1 minute. Hello. So a little bit changes are there. Sir, Sudhakar sir.
Yeah.
So
What
2 to 20. Sir, Sudhakar sir.
Yes, I am listening.
2 to 2:20, Dr. Reddy's talk is there.
Yeah.
Okay, 2:20 to 2:40, Dr. M.N. Tareja.
Okay.
2:40 to 3 o'clock, Dr. Deepak Jumani.
Yeah.
This is the final program now.
Maybe, sir. Maybe now I
From
got a
2
message.
o'clock to 2:20. Actually, it is Raj Singh Sawant's program was printed, but I do not know if it is changed.
It is cancelled,
Then
sir.
what Sudhakar told was correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
It was with me.
Okay, sir. Sir, Sudhakar sir.
Yes, sir.
So first introduce Sir Reddy sir.
There is no need to introduce Reddy.
Correct. As a formally you can introduce sir.
I will introduce.
Okay, sir. After that, I will introduce M.N. Tareja. Okay. So again, you can introduce Dr. Deepak Jumani.
No, Deepak Jumani will be introduced by third chairperson.
There is no
Vinay Gupta.
Sir,
No,
Vinay Gupta, sir.
No, More. Vinay Gupta is a panelist.
That's right, sir.
Sudhakar More. If he didn't appear, then the turn goes to Petkar. Then J.B. Kiran will be introducing the moderator.
Okay, fine, sir.
Dr. Ramana?
Yes, first chairperson, first speaker. Second chairperson, second speaker. I have given clear instructions in the WhatsApp to all the chairpersons.
Yes, sir.
So I have to introduce Dr. Jumani.
No, sir. आप panelist है. No.
Okay.
You'll be called as a panelist.
Okay.
Sir, you have given me this one brief biodata of Reddy sir.
Yes.
Reddy sir's biodata.
Yes. You just call Dr. Narayan Reddy. Slide will appear there.
The slide will be displayed there. Ramana, you are going to be there, right?
Pardon?
Ramana, you are going to be there, no, till the end?
Yeah, I will be there.
Ramana sir.
Great. Okay.
Good afternoon, Dr. Ramana.
Venkata, send me the slide of Dr. Reddy's introduction. Hello.
Ramana sir.
Ramana. Venkata. Is it possible to send Reddy's introduction slide?
Sir, when you call the sir's name, we will automatically present the CV of Dr. Narayan Reddy sir. There is no issue.
Yeah, you can just read it out.
That's all. You have to read the slide. That's all.
That's it.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Venkat.
Namaskar, Murugan Saab.
Sir.
Okay.
Reddy Saab appeared. Yes, sir.
Murugan, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Petkar, good afternoon.
Reddy sir,
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
Good
Dr.
afternoon, sir.
Sir, Reddy sir. Good afternoon.
Yes. Now, 1 minute. Only 1 minute. We'll start.
Sir, Venkatramana sir.
చెప్పాలి
సార్ ఒక్కసారి నా కాల్ లిఫ్ట్ చేయండి సార్.
చెప్పాలి సార్. Yes, my friends, welcome back to the post-lunch session. We had a good feast in the morning. Now we are going to have a good evening snacks with a third session on female sexual dysfunctions. For this, I invite the chairpersons, Dr. Sudhakar Petkar, a leading sexologist and yoga specialist from Sangamner, Maharashtra. I welcome you, Sudhakar Petkar Sahab, as a chairperson.
Thank you, sir.
Second chairperson, Dr. J.B. Kiran. He is a well-known sexologist, Bengaluru. He is the executive committee CSCPI. I welcome you by J.B. Kiran as chairperson. The third one is Dr. Sudhakar More, district health officer, member of CSCPI, old member, and a consultant sexologist. And he is a very good friend, all of us in the CSCPI. Dr. Sudhakar More, you are the three chairpersons to conduct the proceedings. First chairperson will be calling the first person. Petkar.
Yes, sir.
You call Dr. Narayan Reddy. Invite Dr. Narayan Reddy.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
I invite Dr. Narayan Reddy to come for the speak on rape.
Not to do rape.
Not to do it. Just to speak on the rape. I'm
Yes. Narayan Reddy, biodata, please.
Biodata.
My first slide will contain my biodata, brief biodata.
Ramna sir, you please share the slides, sir.
1 second, I will share the slides.
He is the chief or CP.
Yeah, that's right. Make it full screen.
Applications are is the certified
full screen, sir.
Yes.
Certified supervisor of the sex therapy of sexuality educators and
others, please mute yourself.
Myself.
No. Others, they are disturbing.
Course and coordinator and faculty. This is the College of General Practitioner, Indian Medical Association, and his official positions in professional bodies are: he is the president of Asia Oceania Federation of Sexology, then chairman emeritus Council of Sex Education and Parenthood International (SEPI), and patron Indian Andropause Society, associate editor of Journal of Sexual and Relationship Therapy. He has got many awards on his name. Few of them are Distinguished Fellow Award, American University in 1987, Lifetime Achievement Gold Medal Award, World Association of Sexual Health in 2007, Lifetime Achievement Award 2012, the Tamil Nadu Dr. MGR Medical University, and Lifetime Achievement Award from Council of Sex Education and Parenthood International in 2013. Having there are many awards on his name. I invite Dr. Narayan Reddy to speak on the subject of rape. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Sai, you have to run my slides for me.
I am running.
Yeah. Friends, today I am not going to talk about investigation of rape or how to present a rape case in the court and all that. There are a lot of misconceptions about rape. People are very emotional and jump to conclusion and do that thing. So today I'm basically going to talk about insights about rape, why people rape, and number two, what can be done to contain it. The term rape comes from Latin rapier, which means to seize. Next slide, please. In this picture, you see the shame constant. Here is the statistics as given by crime in India by National Crime Record Bureau. If you look at the picture on the left side, that is 50.2% of women who are raped or fall below the age of 18 and 29. And there are some monsters who have raped even people who are 60 and above, 0.4%. On the other side, you find who are the rapists. You see here, nearly 50.96% of the people are family friends, neighbors, other known persons. Overall, if you look at things, 93% of people who rape are primarily known to the victims. Only 6.94% of rapists are not known to victims and called strangers. Now you understand why that people who are known to the victim, they only are more to rape. Now, as per statistics, more than 2,000 rape cases are committed by boys under 18 years of age in India every year. And these are just registered figures. India reported 3,38,958 crimes against women, including 38,947 rapes in the year 2016. And the worst part is India ranks 131 among 152 countries in global ranking of women's inclusion and well-being, as given by National Crime Records Bureau. It again brings the question, who commits the rape? Next slide, please. You see the list here, Babas and Swamijis. I don't want to mention names, but you know, Asaram Bapu, Nityananda South. And you have teachers, guardians, father, brother, relatives, neighbors, friends, acquaintance, and finally only strangers. You see the entire list of people, will be surprised. Now, the reasons given by the rapist for raping is to punish the woman, and they fail to acknowledge the humanity of the others, either individually as in a group, objectification of women as sexual objects, denial of women's autonomy, power reassurance, power assertion, anger retaliation, anger excitation, and opportunism. These are the main reasons given for. Sorry, a little slow. Only you change it when I tell you. These are the main reasons which have been cited by the rapist. So you will understand that rape is not primarily to fulfill the sexual needs and desires. Sex is used as a tool to subjugate, to punish, to overcome, or to assert your superiority of a man as such is the main reason. Next slide, Sai. If you look at the picture, social violence, sexual violence depends on the individual perpetrator's agenda with that individual victim, especially in that particular instance. That means what happens at that instance and what is the agenda of the rapist. That is the main thing which we have to look into. Next slide, Sai. When rape is used as a tool of politics in war and in civil conflict deployed against countries and communities, it is called genocide. For example, ISSI raping women in Syria and Iraq, and in the Nazis who raped women in Russia in the Second World War, again Russian soldiers raping German women in the Second World War. These are all genocidal rapes. The victims here were seen as fully human, and the rapists are asserting their power and anger over the perpetrators, main primary motive. So they are hitting back. They are exerting their power. They consider the women as humans, but in their anger, to punish these people, they rape the entire races. Next slide, please. According to Nicholas Groth and Wimbaum, in their book, The Men Who Rape, The Psychology of the Offender, they cite there are three main components in a rape: power, anger, and sexuality. This hierarchy and interrelationship may vary depending from time to time and depending upon the context. Next slide, Sai. This lady, Sohaila Abdullali, she herself is a rape victim, and she published a book known as What We Talk About When We Talk About Rape. She says, rapists who hurt the woman while their men, that is the husband, the father, or brother, they watch helplessly. The entire whole scenario is a toxic blend of masochismo and cruelty. In other words, power and control over the victim. The best examples are the yesteryear movie called Ankur, where Shabana Azmi became the victim, the character, and the famous 2012 Nirbhaya case, when a helpless woman had been raped by 5 to 6 people, where when that girl's boyfriend was watching helplessly. Next slide, please. Now here, there is a report published in 2018. It is titled Women's Safety in the National Capital Territory of India. It proposed a migrant anxiety as a reason for increasing incidents of gang rapes and groups engaging in violence against women in public spheres. This is the main theme, the migrant anxiety. As you realize, in the COVID time, the migrants are trying hard to get back to their native places. But in normal times, people migrate from smaller towns to metropolitan cities like Delhi, Mumbai, Hyderabad, and Chennai. When these people come, they come with high expectation. And when they could not achieve that, they feel that the inhabitants of the city don't consider them to be part of the city, and they consider them to be outsiders. So these migrants feel othered by the insiders. Further, unemployment in the city creates a sense of isolation and powerlessness, exacerbated by constant exposure to unattainable lifestyle. These migrants come with high expectation that they can easily get jobs in cities and they can earn a lot of money and lead a very good lifestyle. Unfortunately, the reality is totally different and these expectations are not met with. They experience a clash of culture and clothes. For example, a man comes from a village or a small town. When he comes here to city, the culture of a city is totally different. Here the women are going out, they're equal to men, and they are moving out openly. And they wear clothes which are more westernized. So this culture shock is there for the migrants. Now, the migrants also watch porn in their free time. And when you watch porn, as Suresh Malde was mentioning, the accompanying urges are sexually aroused. And when they are sexually aroused, all the while being in extreme close proximity to women. It's a toxic blend of cotton and fire. Anytime it can light up, like tailors, guards, and drivers of cars and buses. Next slide, Sai. In generally, the media is very lopsided, sensationalistic. What gets the media and our attention is strangers' gang rapes with murders. Here, rape and murder is present, like the Nirbhaya case. Sometime back in Hyderabad, Telangana, there is a veterinary doctor who has been raped and murdered, These things get attention. What the media doesn't pay attention or does not cover, and we are also not bothered, are marital rape, relationship rape, acquaintance rape. But in reality, last three are the most common types of rape prevalent in any society. Very unfortunate situation. Next slide, please. Stranger gang rape with murder is very problematic. Why? Media covers in episodic manner. They don't go into full length. They are more sensationalistic. They are only trying to create TRP ratings. Because of that, what is happening? The general public also exhibit selective outrage. They don't understand the actual details, why it could have happened, and what could have done to avoid that. Because of this miscommunication, when it comes to the idea of rape and consent, people take and the police take a law and order approach to solving the rape case, then fathoming what can be done by the society to minimize and contain the incidence of or instance of rape. Next slide. Now, Hazelwood is basically a psychologist attached to Federal Bureau of Investigation in the United States. Now, he was working on analyzing the rapist behavior and his profile the rapist. This is published in a book called Analyzing the Rape and Profiling the Rapist. Now, it is sound very paradoxical and it is foolish also to categorize the rapist behavior as pseudo unselfish and selfish. But for understanding, we have to depend only on this way. Pseudo unselfish behavior is where the amount of force utilized is usually minimal and where the rapist seeks to involve the victim as an active participant. Whereas in selfish behavior rapist, excessive force is used, neither he desires nor wants the victim to be involved. Next slide, please. Now, categories of rapist as per Hazelwood. Power reassurance, where the purpose is assault to reassure himself of his masculinity by exercising his power over money. He knows he is a man, he is entitled, he wants to reassure himself. The behavior as titled can be classified as pseudo unselfish. The second category is power assertive. Here the power is simply to exercising his prerogative as a male to commit rape. He knows he's a male, entitled, and he is only exercising his prerogative. Behavior is selfish. Anger, retaliatory rapist. Purpose, getting even with women for real or imagined wrongs. To punish and degrade women. Behavior is selfish. Anger, excitation, rapist. Purpose is sexually stimulated and gratified through victim's response to infliction of physical, emotional pain. The more the woman fights, the more the woman is anguished and in pain. This man gets more and more sexually aroused. Behavior is selfish. Then you have an opportunistic fellow whose primary motivation is sexual in nature. Like a robber goes at night to rob a house, find a lonely woman, and gets an opportunity to rape that woman because she is helpless. Behavior is selfish. Then we have gang rape, like in Nirbhaya or other places. The purpose here is there will be a gang leader and a reluctant personality. Why Hazelwood defined is when you are trying to find out who the rapists are, is that focus on the reluctant personality, then you can slowly come and capture other people. Behavior here is selfish. Next slide, please. Now there is an NGO called Men Engage Alliance. Abhijit Banerjee, the head of this NGO. He says the nature of public rape is changing. Earlier, due to hierarchical behavior and for millennia, most rapes tend to follow typical lines from top to midline, or upper caste to lower caste. Men targeting women of that class are lower caste, except when the power dynamic is occasionally subverted. But public rage is now includes another dimension. Lower caste men targeting upper class women. That is what you see in Nirbhaya case on this Hyderabad veterinary doctor who has been gang raped. The poor, uprooted, rural man, exponentially disempowered in city, is lashing out those who think the reason for the problem. These people who are migrants, they think that they have been victimized by the people who are living in the city by denying them the opportunity. So they are lashing out at this population. This type of rape carries elements of genocidal rape, asserting power, instilling fear, expressing anger, and of course, sex. Next slide. It is important to identify core elements that have shaped the collective attitudes of a society, which these men also are part of. Societal attitude towards women play a significant role in perpetration of violence against women and how society reciprocates such acts. Madhumita Pandey is a PhD scholar who interviewed all the rapists who has been incarcerated in Tihar jail. And she published her doctoral thesis. And what she says is, what I found through my research with convicted rapists in over the past 4 years, that these are not monsters like what they show in the movies. They are ordinary men coming from a very own society. They are not rakshasas. Next slide, please. Next slide, yeah. Now, society's attitude towards women. If we watch men beating women, pay and watch on screen women being objectified. For example, all the item songs which are popular in our movies, commercial movies, be it Hindi, Tamil, Telugu, or whatever it is, or you find Sunny Leon, Malaika Arora, or whoever it is there, they are dancing to the tunes, and we all watch with our mouth open, tongue hanging. We pay to watch it. This is our attitude. We enjoy these itemized songs. Women being abused at home, school, and work, we ignore them. We don't go and help them out. And we use very bad language to describe a woman like bitch, witch, like that. Look the other way while she is abused in public. We won't go to her help. Why? All these are due to misogyny. Misogyny means hatred to woman and prejudice towards woman. Next slide. Now, here you find these are the rapist opinion. A decent girl won't roam around at 9 o'clock at night. One fellow says she had a questionable character. She was too mature for her age and dressed inappropriately. Mind you, this rural migrant is deciding what is appropriate, what is inappropriate dress for a city-bred girl. Next slide. Next slide, please. Compare this with what our policy makers are saying. The former sports minister of West Bengal said, she has 2 children, and so far as I know, she is separated from her husband. And what she is doing at a nightclub so late at night, he thinks that single women have no right to go to nightclubs. The former commissioner of police in Delhi says, women should take their brothers or drivers along if they want to go out at late night. He is shirking his own responsibility. The former Director General of Police of Andhra Pradesh, he says, fashionable dresses worn by women, even in rural areas, are among the factors leading to increase in rape cases. They have no control over this matter. Police shirking their responsibility. They are blaming the dressers. This is all the policy makers' opinion. Next slide. What does this opinion tell? Lack of acceptance of responsibility. That is the main theme. And the second theme is sense of entitlement, that men have special privilege to have power over women. That's what is being highlighted. This is the common feature of any patriarchal society where male members from very young age not only get accepted privileges, but also learn to demand this. In this context, is entitlement to sex. There is a confusion with the consent. Most rapists had either not sought consent of the victim, or had misunderstood the consent because she was quiet out of fear. Next slide, please. Now, coming to how to handle this, there are no quick or easy answers to the rape scenario unfurling in India. The solutions are hard work. They include, but are not limited to, introducing comprehensive sexuality education. Friends, please remember, sexuality education again and again comes to the picture to help all of us to make a better society. Reducing economic inequality, which the government has to do, corporates have to do. Changing the police and legal system attitude. The jury has to change the attitude, the police have to change the attitude. And revolutionizing social structures is going to take time. Next slide, please. Now, blaming somebody is not going to help. Shouting in anger, emotionally, castrate the rapist, hang the rapist, death penalty the rapist, all that is not going to help. What is important is to bring in systematic structural changes which addresses every normalized misogynistic attitude in order to make our country safer place for women. Gandhiji said, the real freedom is when a woman can walk safely in the roads at midnight. If that has to come, our societal attitude must be changed from misogynistic to eugynistic. Historically created and culturally defined traditional gender roles in India have led to formation of negative and oppressive societal attitudes towards women, which unfortunately continue to persist even today. This is societally sanctioned or normalized female oppression in India. Allows the rapist to justify and minimize the sexual offending. The rapist justifying and minimizing their responsibility, and the policy makers and the police legal authority, they are also justifying their lack of responsibility by blaming the victim, citing the societal normalized female oppression. And that is why the issue of sexual violence in India needs a strong call to action, which must first and foremost include changing the mindsets, the most important. No point in bringing laws. We have enough laws, sufficient laws. Even though we have death penalty for murder, why do people still rape and murder a woman? That should answer us. It is not going to help change the scenario. What is going to change the scenario is changing the mindsets. Last slide, Sai. This change in mindset that we are looking to achieve will not occur overnight. Please remember, we must have patience. You can't bring about a change overnight, especially when you are talking about a societal change. Society is a huge one. We are part of it, and the change will not occur overnight. It takes a generation. It will take a generation, as I mentioned. Parents, specifically the mother, should be the change agents. Why the mother? Because the young children spend time more with the mother and mother shape the attitude of the children. That is why I am saying the mother should be the change agent. They must treat both their sons and daughters as equal. There are a number of instances where you see when the girl is getting good marks in high school, they will not pay a donation to get the girl admitted into a private college. She is capable of doing good job as a doctor or as an engineer. However, a chronic additional fellow got not good marks. He is a boy. So the mother also supports the father in paying donation for that boy. And you get mediocre engineers, mediocre doctors in our society. Now, so the mother is basically the person who should treat both sons and daughters as equal. A sense of entitlement should not be inculcated in boys as it is often done in Indian society. Our boys learn from childhood that the parents support that the boys can take whatever they want. They have a right over their sisters and they'll command the sisters. They want to take the morality of the sisters into their own hands. They dictate to the sister, you should not come late home. You should not go with that boy. You should not wear these clothes. Now, this sense of attachment should go. The girl is as equal and as important, as rightful as the boy. Only when the mother teaches that the boy, the father accepts. When the father accepts, society will accept, and society is gradually change. This is going to take a lifetime. So, friends, sexual health education, especially in shaping the sexual behavior of our children, is the most important. And unless we start it today, the next generation will not benefit and will not be happy. Thank you.
Ramna sir, please unmute you.
Thought-provoking talk by Dr. Narayan Reddy is very useful. Now everybody has to introspect. Now we'll go to the second talk. JB Kiran, please introduce the second speaker. JB Kiran.
Am I audible?
Hi, speed up. Don't waste time.
Yes, sir. So, second speaker is Dr. Tareja. Topic is dyspareunia. Interesting topic. He is a president of IMA Rajasthan, president of National Association of Sexual Medicine. He is a well-known sexologist in Rajasthan. So, okay. So, over to the Dr. Hemant Tareja. Please, sir.
Dr. Tareja. Dr. Tareja. Tareja, unmute कर लिया तो.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please start.
Yes, slide share. Can you help me in getting the slides?
They are there with them. They will operate. No problem. You go ahead.
You already presented, sir.
Very good evening to the chairperson, to all the audience for this nice giving me the time for this dyspareunia. I'm much more exposed to the male sexual dysfunction and less to the female sexual dysfunction. Then Dr. Venkatraman asked me to just to introduce yourself in the female part also. So they have given me. Yes.
I asked to introduce, not intrude.
Yes, please slide share. Please slide share करना.
हाँ करना है, आएगा.
Sir, already we have shared your slides, sir.
Already shared.
Yes, sir. We are sharing your slides, sir.
Just
screen पे
slides वो दे रहे हैं.
Slides they will operate, Tareja. No problem. You just speak.
Just you screen share. Stop share. Yes.
Dyspareunia is defined as chronic recurrent genital pain experienced just before, during, or after the sexual intercourse. Next, can affect men more common, 60% in women, can be lifelong or acquired, can be generalized or situational, differ with the different partners, practice situation, can be due to psychological factor, physical factor, or combined. Next, female genital anatomy. Yes, everybody knows this is the female genital anatomy. I don't want to discuss in the detail. And this is the transfer section. Next, I don't want to go much in detail. Next, type of dyspareunia. There are two types of dyspareunia. One is psychological, other is organic. Next, psychological vaginism may stem from the variety of emotional problems or traumatic events which lead to psychological pain and fear. These includes negative conditioning of sex, being dirty, sinful, or shameful, especially during the childhood and the adolescence. This is often due to strict upbringing of the religious orthodoxy, as it is much more commonly seen in Indian culture. Traumatic experience from rape, childhood molestation, or even after first pelvic examination, just after the marriage, the female goes for the pelvic examination, that may bring the dyspareunia. Physical or psychological pain, first sexual encounter with the feeling of guilt, especially if unmarried. Next, organic causes. Uh, any condition that may lead to dyspareunia may be eventually lead to vaginism. Vaginism develops over the time due to an organic cause and may remain as a conditional reflex even after the organic problem has been treated. There are two types of the dyspareunia, that is superficial and the deep. This is often due to vaginitis or the lower genital tract infection due to chronic or the recurrent trichomonal candidal gardnerella infection or other sexually transmitted disease. Vaginal mucus atrophy, that is seen mostly in the menopause, and lichen sclerosis or dystrophic conditions would lead to dyspareunia. Poor lubrication from poor sex techniques, as the person is not exposed to the sex techniques, so he is poor lubrication is there. Hymen dyspareunia with the stenosis often leading to an urethral syndrome, postpartum laceration or tender episiotomy scar that is seen just after the delivery. Deep perioneum, pain is felt deep into the back or in the lower abdominal or felt centrally high in the vagina. This is often due to the upper genital pelvic inflammatory disease with adhesions and fixed tender uterus or endometriosis involving ovaries or the pouch of Douglas. Next, dyspareunia. We have to find out what is the site of the pain, whether it is vulva, labia majora, clitoris, vaginal opening, inside vaginal, deep pain, or the lower pain, bladder, emotions, or vulvodynia can be unprovoked, worsened by sitting or walking, or brought by the intercourse. Vestibulitis, inflammation of the area surrounding the vaginal opening, especially tender in the area of vestibular glands. 5 to 6, it is either at 5 o'clock position or 7 o'clock position. This is the most common position of the dyspareunia. Human papilloma virus may cause dyspareunia. Next, causes of pain. It may be due to vaginal stenosis, but this is not a common cause. It is a rare cause, or cystocele or the rectocele. Causes of pain. Deep pain may be from the contact from the cervix. Causes pelvic inflammatory disease typically cause dyspareunia along with other symptoms. For example, fever. In case of fever, the female partner is not feeling well. She may have got dyspareunia, chills, sweats, general pelvic conditions. Please due to the general pelvic pain, foul discharge, endometriosis, pain on maturation, pain during defecation, dysmenorrhea, loin pain, lower abdominal or backache pain, dysmenorrhea, pelvic mass, bowel or bladder mass, or IBS and urinary tract infection can cause dysmenorrhea, dyspareunia. Never. Now we have to ask from the patient a few questions. Never assume the heterosexuality or monogamy. Have you ever had the time that you had painless intercourse, or you always had a dyspareunia? We have to ask the patient whether the dyspareunia is always or it is sometimes, or so that we are able to know. If it is always, then we have to think out there are so many causes. If it is due to a particular condition or with the particular person, then we have to think on the other way. Is the pain external or penetration or with the thrusting? Have you ever been sexually abused? If the patient is already sexually abused, she may have got a dyspareunia. Have you ever had a traumatic injury to your genitals, including rape or incest? What are your attitude towards the sex? If the patient has got the negative attitude towards the sex, she may develop dyspareunia due to the fear, last pap smear and last menses, last normal menses, and the parity as well. We have to find out whether it is nullipara, multipara. In case of nullipara, the dyspareunia is much more common. Next. Question to ask: evolution of the pain temporal pattern. What did the sexual pain develop? Is intercourse painful every time that is attempted? If every time it is painful or it is sometime painful, has intercourse always been painful? How long does the pain last? Is it just after the sexual intercourse, or it lasts for hours or for the minutes? We have to find out. If the pain lasting for more time, then it may be organic. If it is lasting for the some time, then it may be due to psychological. Next. We have to ask, we have got a pain scale, whether it is no pain, moderate pain, or the severe pain. Describe the quality of the pain. It is painful for your spouse. Does the pain occurs during entry? Does the pain occurs with deep penetration? Does the pain burn or the cramps? If the pain sharp, dull, or churning or stepping, we have to find out the type of the pain. Question to be asked: descriptive location of the pain, directly where the pain is. If the pain is isolated to the labia, vagina, across the entire pelvic area or in the abdomen. What relieving methods have you done? Try to make intercourse. We have to ask before coming to the doctor. The patient will try its own method to rule out the dyspareunia and to get rid of pareunia. How well was it worked? We have to ask the patient, whatever the method you are adopted, how it was there. What are the symptoms are present? Is walking, dancing, or normal activity, it is painful? We have to find it out. Next. Next. Diagnosis of pain. Give the patient a mirror to point out the painful area. We used to give the mirror and we ask the patient to please locate the exact site so that we are able to diagnose what may be the chances. Next. The diagnosis pelvic pain, cotton swab palpation or the labia majora, right and left and the midline, and the 6 vestibular sites are there. That is 12 o'clock position and 12 to 3 and 3 to 6 and 6 to 9 and 9 to 12. From there, we are able to find what is the exact location of the pain. Then with the PSA examination, we can find out there is any ulcer or endometriosis or there is any pathology in the vagina or not. Next. Diagnosis of pelvic pain. We have to find out whether the pregnancy is there or not. In case of pregnancy, we have to find out by the pregnancy test. We used to do CBC, pap smear. Transvaginal ultrasonography is very useful, non-invasive procedure. MRI is less useful, and sometimes we have to do CT scan. If we are not able to find any organic cause, we may have to do the laparoscopy to find out the cause. Next. Diagnosis of pelvic pain. That is CT scan. There are advantage and the disadvantage of the CT scan. It can identify complex tubo-ovarian abscess or has proved useful in diagnosis of PID. Disadvantage: exposes the reproductive organs to ionizing radiation. Because routinely we have not to do CT scan, but the transvaginal sonography is very useful, advantage superior to abdominal sonography in demonstrating evidence of PID. This requires a presence of thickened fluid fallopian tubes to make a diagnosis and needs a very expert person to do the transvaginal sonography, and it is done with the help of the female attendant. Next, diagnosis of pelvic pain is done by the MRI and laparoscopy. It is hardly needs, very few patient needs laparoscopy examination. Next, cervicitis, discharge, arrhythmia, endometriosis, nodule at near the fornix, vaginism, involuntary tightening around the examination finger, vulvar vestibulitis syndrome, dyspareunia, severe point tenderness to touch positive cotton swab, and arrhythmia. Vulvodynia is a point tenderness with the cotton swab at 5 to 7 o'clock position. Vulvodynia is a very severe condition. It develops in the late, initially starting with the dyspareunia to vaginism. Next, couple problem, managing the dyspareunia. It is the problem of the both of the couple. It is not the alone the problem of the female. We have to counseling and the other things, other treatment is to be find out. Next, the optimum treatment for dyspareunia depends upon the underlying of the cause. First of all, we have to find out the cause of the dyspareunia. As I have just stated, that is psychological, organic, inorganic, superficial, and deep dyspareunia. Next, vulvovaginal health of the hygiene measures inform the couple that treatment may not be a quick you will not get the result very quickly, but you have to be patient in this. Depending upon the cause, symptoms may persist or return afterwards. No douches, perfumes, bubble baths, feminine deodorant products or soap in the vulvovaginal area. Rinse all the undergarments thoroughly after the laundry. Wear loose fitting cotton underwear. Next, avoidance of treatment, putting up with it, leads to less enjoyment of intercourse, less lubrication, more pain. Treatment for vaginal dryness, increase arousal frequency. More the foreplay is there, more the lubrication is there. If the more the lubrication is there, it will cause less of the dyspareunia in case of psychological cases. Water soluble lubricants can be used, cream, jelly, suppository. Avoid use of petroleum jelly, baby oil, mineral oil with latex conduit. Most of the ladies use the oils that may also cause the dyspareunia. Estrogen local or systematic creams or the tablets, rings, pills will be useful in these cases. Next, treatment of vulvar discomfort, low oxalate diet. We have to ask the patient to have low oxalate diet, just as a mooli tomato that is the rich in the oxalate that sometimes may cause UTI and may cause the dyspareunia. Vitamin A and D ointment, protective soothing, lidocaine with the hazel pads may be useful. Baking soda with 4 to 5 tablespoons in bathtub. Treat herpes, yeast, tricyclic, antidepressant, amitriptyline, anti-epileptic, gabapentin, interferon, nerve blocks in rare cases may be useful. Next, treatment for vaginitis, antifungal, antibacterial for infection vaginitis, topical systemic estrogen for atopic vaginitis that mostly seen in case of menopause. Baking soda soap 4 to 5 tablespoons tub with hydrogen peroxide. Tropical estrogen, tropical anesthetics, interferon, amitriptyline, imipramine, and dexamethasone, physical therapy, and sometimes acupuncture may be useful. Next, treatment of vulvodynia. Rule out the underlying problem. Biopsy, suspicious cases. Do not overlook cervix. You have to find out there is any problem in cervix. We have to find out and treat it. Use the multidisciplinary approach. Differential diagnosis for vulvar dermatosa. Differential diagnosis for vulvar erosion. Provide empathy and support to the patient. This is very important. We have to be empathetic to the patient and give the supports. Educate the patient offer counseling to help the patient to cope up the dyspareunia. Next, managing dyspareunia, exercise gentleness and the patience. Wait for at least 6 weeks before resuming the sexual relation after childbirth. Just after the childbirth, you have to wait for the 6 weeks to resume sexual problem. Just in Indian culture, we have what they use routinely give 40 days to the female partner, and the main partner sleep separately and have sex after 40 days. Sexual education, exploration of phobia, counseling, self-exploration of sexual anatomy or causal exercise, insertion of dilator. They may be very useful under anxiolytic drugs, under control of relaxation, sharing control with the partner, women in control with the penile insertion, transfer of control to the partner. If we give the transfer insertion in the help of the female partner, then she may have got inserted whatever the part she want to insert in, that much is sufficient. If sometimes the man is interested, the more the part should be inserted inside to get more pleasure, but we have to cooperate the female partner as well. Antibiotics, laparoscopy to treat adhesion, endometritis, uterine suspension to treat retroverted uterus, avoid deep penetration, women on top, women with leg flat, treatment of abrasions, absistence, provide the time for healing. Next. Common treatment for vaginal vulvar infection, just I have told you, antifungal and antibacterial ointment may be useful. Yes, next. Common treatment for vaginal vulvar infection, just same as a antifungal or antibacterial. In case of herpes, we have to use the acyclovir ointment and orally acyclovir. Next. Managing dyspareunia, just I have just told you to use estrogen cream, which has got a very useful in cases of menopausal atrophic vaginitis. Next. Treatment for vaginal stenosis is vaginal dilator. Treatment of endometriosis, GNR antagonist. Treatment for cyst formation, OCPs, for genital warts, trichloroacetic acid may be useful. Next, counseling. When no organic cause of the pain can be found out, sex therapy may prove beneficial. Occasional variable such as guilt, inner conflict, unresolved feeling about the past abuse and need to be self-punishment may be involved and need to be worked through the therapy. Condition or the other psychological issue, depression, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia may lead to the loss of libido and inadequate lubrication. Major life events, illness, death, financial issues may lead to dyspareunia. When she has got a depression due to the illness, death, or the financial issues, or due to the relationship issues, she may have got a dyspareunia due to psychological reason. Next, observe for 4 to 6 weeks for adverse effect to subside, adjust current doses. We have to use sertraline, paroxetine as an antidepressant. Next, surgical management can be used to treat the removed anatomical lesion and causing dyspareunia. For example, vulvar or the vaginal lesion, cystocele or the rectocele, endometritis, adhesions. Next, partner involved. An important component of the success of therapy of dyspareunia is the response of the partner to the patient treatment managing dyspareunia. Partner involvement is much more important. Long-term progress outcome is good for the physically organically caused dysfunction. Some organic causes do not respond to the medical or the surgical treatment. Prognosis may be good for temporary or mild dysfunction associated with situational stress or lack of accurate information, chronically poor functioning relationship, or deep-seated psychiatric problems typically do not have positive outcome. Next. Sexual dysfunction adversely affect the quality of the life, depression and loss of self-esteem, poor self-image or increased anxiety with one sexual partner, low physical or emotional satisfaction, low general happiness. Potential sequences of dyspareunia, loss of physical affection, emotional distancing, extramarital affairs can be seen in case of dyspareunia in male and female partners both. That is a very dangerous. Dyspareunia is quality of the life. Dyspareunia is a quality of the life problem. Statistics do not reveal the individual problem. Exclusive pain syndrome has many unexposed questions. Myriad of symptoms and subjectability. Dyspareunia can be the major stressor on the relationship. Symptoms can be managed successfully. Next. Thanks to the organizer for giving me this time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Tareja bhai. Thank you. Please introduce the next speaker. स्क्रीन बंद कर दो तरेजा भाई.
स्क्रीन उन्होंने चालू किया है.
साई स्क्रीन बंद चाहिए. तरेजा स्लाइड्स తీసేసి.
సార్ తీసేసాం సార్ అయిపోయింది.
Sairam has shared the screen. I have not shared the screen.
Petkar, introduce the next speaker. Unmute yourself. Yes, the next speaker, a well-known person from Mumbai, Dr. Deepak Jumani. Introduce, Petkar.
My friend Dr. Deepak Jumani, professor of Sir J.J. Medical College and Hospital. He is the consultant sexologist and executive in CEPI and a very good speaker. And he speaks on
male perspective of female sexual dysfunctions.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. And over to Dr. Jumani.
His lecture.
Dr. Jumani.
Thank you, Dr. Venkat. Thank you, Dr. Reddy. Thank you, Sanjay. And thank you, chairpersons, for giving me an opportunity to share my views, thoughts, concepts, and passion. The cultural and interpersonal belief that sex should always be great and perfect perpetuates the belief that when it is not, it is inadequate or wrong and is a symptom of falling out of love or a flawed relationship. So the expectations of having good enough sex or perfect sex is one of the big thing which can come in the way of dysfunctions. The aim is to keep into account male sexual dysfunctions could affect a female sexual dysfunction, or female sexual dysfunctions can affect a male sexual dysfunction, and vice versa. So what we must do is we must try and take care of the couple as a whole. Most women do not experience spontaneous desire immediately and when the man wants it. As Kaplan and Henry Kaplan and Rosemary Basin have experienced and also told in their literature, like biological factors like pain, hormonal disturbances, diseases of the pelvic floor, psychological factors, self-esteem, previous negative sexual experiences, all play a great role. Relationship also lose excitement and charm it had what it was in the beginning, and nothing seems to work like it used to be before. So that as we age, as we grow, things do change. So in this next 20 minutes, I'm going to discuss something what males experience and what males do when their partners have when their partners have sexual dysfunctions.
Gurur Brahma, Gurur Vishnu, Gurur Devo Maheshwara, Gurur Sakshat Parabrahma,
I thank my teachers, Dr. O.P. Kapoor, Prakash Kothari, and Dr. Sashant Goswami, and I beseech them to bless me always. Let me give you a breaking news.
A recent survey said most women are not satisfied with their sex lives. Up to 62% of them admitted that they are not satisfied. And the worst thing is 80% of women kept their personal health last after their children, spouses, and even pets. 50% of married couples in the most developed country like Japan are living a sexless life. 3 out of 5 divorces are due to issues related to bedroom. Let me give you a deeper perspective. All men are extremely busy, or they claim to be. Although they are so busy, they have still time for a woman. Although they have time for women, but they don't really care for them. Although they don't really care for them, they always have one around. Although they have one around them, they try their luck with others. Although they try their luck with others, they get pissed off if the woman leaves them. Although women leaves them knowing what he is, they still don't learn from their mistakes. They try their luck with others. Before marriage, a man yearns for the woman he loves. But after marriage, the why becomes silent. What is the difference between man and a woman? A woman wants one man to satisfy all her needs. That's all. And a man wants every woman he needs to satisfy his one need only. And it is said, the grass is always greener on the other side. What women want, a beautiful study. Do they want some sexual boosting medicine so that they become more sexually functional? 58%, as I said, women are not satisfied with their sex life. There are limited pharmacological products available. Reactions with flibanserin are not good. Medicalization of women's sexuality is not a good option. And women don't have certain knowledge about all these things. What women hope to benefit with whatever they want, be emotional reasons, be relational reasons, be medical reasons, or with pharmacotherapy, all they want is 83% of them want more sexual satisfaction for themselves, and 50% of them wanted more fun during sex. So, whatever be the reason, be the male or a female having sexual, it does affect the individual by making him feel inadequate, reduce self-esteem, frustration, etc. It does affect the partner himself. He's anxious, frustrated, or it does affect the relationship. There is unhappiness, there is impaired communication, there is no sex. Sometimes there is violence due to jealousy. Sometimes there is a divorce, and there is these people become poor role model for their children. Sexual symptoms in one partner may worsen the other symptom. In fact, it is multiplicative. It is not, it multiplies manifold. So even Masters and Johnson advocated a couple-based approach, as they believe there is nothing like uninvolved partner. Group therapy, including masturbation training for women with sexual dysfunction, has improved orgasmic labellum, proved it that body acceptance, responsiveness to the partners is important, and it does happen by group therapy. So the ideal way to manage was to have patient, the partner, and the relationship variables to be kept into account. 50% of women premenopausal, not the menopause, premenopausal women around the world have dysfunctions. These symptoms may be low desire, low libido, diminished vaginal lubrications, painful intercourse, decreased arousal. So this means 50% of the whole world's women are dysfunctional. No, this is not true. According to me, there could be some dissatisfaction. So there has to be a culture line, small hairline barrier between dissatisfaction and dysfunction. The burden which is perceived by men and women is the self distress as well as perceived partner's distress. So that is a big thing. We see women undergoing hysterectomy, but that does not affect the partner, because majority of women and their partners reported no negative impact. Even patients who underwent mastectomy, women who underwent they all had body image issues. They had so many other complex emotional upheavals. But close communication, however, led to conflict and poor psychological well-being when they were pointing out to certain defects in their body. How men feel when their partners have female sexual dysfunctions. 62% respond being supportive. 62% of men in a study proved that they respond. But persistent lack of sex leads to guilt, feeling of dismissal, rationalize, frustrated, anger, feel rejected, low self-esteem. They feel they've been used. They internalize, think that something went wrong. But how men perceive it, they perceive the frustration so intense that he feels that life is like a threatening illness which they have. Some beautifully said that it is a testicular gout which he has or a libidinal gangrene which he has. There can be psychological issues, relationship problems, mainly anger, poor communication, criticism, and certain abuse issues. One best thing we must understand is that human sexuality has been historically overwhelming male centric. It has never been female centric, it has always been male centric. And there are two assertions which we still believe, that men have stronger libido than women and men struggle with monogamy more than women do. This is false. This is absolutely untrue. Since time immemorial, it has been observed that men have constructed the female sexuality and in doing so annihilated the chance of sexual intelligence in women. Sexual intelligence cannot live in a predestined shallow sexuality which men have counterfeited for women. We come to think of the past that women have the same sexual responses that men have. Each partner can go have a positive or negative way of depending on how your partners behave. This is a fact. But the perfectionist who pursued that sexual performance has to be a source of personal and coupled dissatisfaction, amplifies his fear and predisposes for a long disappointment. So this is expected in some time or the other in everybody's life. So when is the sexual problem a dysfunction? Inhibition of the sexual response? No, it's an adaptive mechanism. Not interested in sex can be because of certain interpersonal or relationship issues. There are three windows which conceptualize female sexual dysfunctions affecting the partner. The first window is women's current sexual relationship. It could be fatigue, it could be stress, or it could be certain unresolved hostility. The second is there may be some molestation in her childhood which has made her have a tendency to overact or have difficulty in her sexual life. And lastly, it could be certain physical issues, pharmacological issues, or certain hormonal issues. The pill, which was there to control fertility, it's not to allow the women to enjoy sex because they're fearing of unwanted pregnancy. And since this is one of the potential negative effects of oral contraceptive which has affected women's sexuality. Let us now burst the myths about female sexuality. My teacher, Dr. Patty Britton, who was a president of e-SEXCON, said over-familiarization with a partner and desexualization reduces women libido. That monogamy is harder for men, it's false. Women also crave novelty and variety and adventure, and at least as much as men and maybe more. So we need to understand that women aren't just seeking variety because they are unhappy. They are seeking it because they need variety in this. Women are in fact as sexual as men. It is not dysfunctional to climax during intercourse. Men cheat, men being men, but women cheat, it is criticized. So I call women cheating is nothing but stepping out. All rich and famous cheated. Infidelity is one of the common things which is seen in affluent class. The studies prove that mostly men cheat. Women cheat only for emotional dissatisfaction. Men have been more cheaters than women. Is female function giving rise to erectile dysfunction? Yes, 15% of female sexual dysfunction patients do give erectile dysfunction to their patients. My wife is frigid. Frigid means just like cold. She's cold. She's not interested in sex. She's averse. She's not able to achieve orgasm during these things. This can be because of stress, anxiety, depression, fatigue, worry, guilt, or certain pain or fear of or under the use of alcohol or drugs. Causes are of frigidity are they can be having sexual trauma in the past. They may be ignorant. There are certain wrong societal and religious beliefs. She may not be fully relaxed when you want it. She may have aversions to matters, fluids, etc. She might not be completely aroused. She might feel that the body is doing something the mind is dissociated from. Frigidity does not exist. It is largely nonsense. It is andropause and menopause which we need to understand. There are effects of estrogen deficiencies, which we all know. There are effects of testosterone deficiency, which we all know. But both have effect on the sexual health. A beautiful study, my crux of this, is the Closer survey, which gives us the implications of men's perspective of female, clarifying vaginal atrophy impact on sex and relationship, particularly in men. In men, 70% of men avoided intimacy, 61% men had less sex, 28% did not report diminished satisfaction. Similarly, a female study was done, female partners' perspective of erectile dysfunction. So all agreed that the quality of life was affected as there was frustration, sense of inadequacy, self-blame, and insecurity. Many studies like that exist. But both Closer and female study proved that male and female sexual symptoms are frequently multiplicative rather than additive. So this highlighted the concept that whether the symptom is of testosterone deficiency or estrogen deficiency, either of them, both the partners the couple need to be treated as a whole. It is menopause or andropause. I call it a couple pause. So couple pause needs to be the biopsychosocial model, which involves giving PD5 inhibitors, doses of hormone, processing of childhood victimization, marital therapy, etc. all doesn't work. What works is we need to understand the patient, the partner, and the physician need to work closely and remove the irrational thoughts. There is a gender bias. Males are given testosterone whenever they want. Even younger boys take it. They don't fear about cancer of prostate. But women are not given HRT. Women without hormones feels like a Ferrari without fuel. So we need to give them a slow dose or a short course of hormone replacement therapy. There is absolutely disregard towards a woman's satisfaction. Foreplay is a bore play. Afterplay doesn't exist. Men ejaculate, turn themselves on the other side and sleep. They use their partners as a sleeping pill. Feminism needs to be trusted and respected. My last slides. Take home messages. Take a couple oriented approach, which is very important. Female sexual dysfunctions can be managed with cognitive behavioral therapy, sex therapy, removal. The most reasons are every relationships have ups and downs where partners have to face challenges. Hearts get broken, trusts are shattered, ill words are exchanged, which is why every bump on the road, there is a valid reason. What is missing in their life is feeling of excitement, spontaneity, communication, thrill, variety, passion, and perhaps romance. Discontent and frustration can loom over couple. Increase your romance. Try new things in bed. Express spontaneity. Touch is very important. Husbands watch porn. Wives are working in the kitchen. Here you are clearly giving her a signal that you like the girl in the movie more than her. This is not correct. Bedroom is used for everything else except sex today. So this is the wife of yesterday. This is the wife of today, and this is going to be the wife of future. So please understand. So my advice to all women is try and remain sexy. Increase your romance. Be spontaneous. If all the sexual dysfunctions, if you talk to your doctors, it can be managed. This is my book, Sex Has No Expiry Date, available on Amazon. My last slide. Closer and female study prove that sexual dysfunctions affect every partner. Andropause, menopause, aging is inevitable. Couple pause is a new paradigm. By addressing the physical, psychological, and couple factors, physicians can play a major role in helping their partners enjoy improved function and increase self-esteem. Frigidity is a misnomer. If you do all this, friends, you can enjoy sex, and your sex will have no expiry date. Thank you all for your love. I'll be happy
Excellent.
to
Excellent, Jumani. Excellent. 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 Now we'll go to the next session. Chairperson, please introduce the moderator. JB Kiran.
Yes, sir.
Please introduce the moderator. Introduce the moderator.
Yes, sir. Next topic is panel discussion. Very interesting topic. Female sexual problems. Moderator Dr. Padmini Prasad. She's a well-known gynecologist and sexologist in Bengaluru, Karnataka. She is a director of Ramamani Nursing Home. She is the national head sexual health for PG. The participants are Dr. Deepak Jumani,
No, he will introduce. Don't bother about it.
Fine, sir, fine. So over to the Dr. Padmini Prasad. Please, madam.
I'll share the screen.
Yes, madam. You are audible.
Okay, I'll share my screen. Did you get the screen?
Yes, ma'am. Go to full screen.
Yeah, I'll go.
Big screen? No.
Did you get
Right.
it?
Yes.
madam.
Go
Right,
ahead.
madam.
Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Thanks for the nice introduction. At the outset, I would like to thank CSCPI and thank Dr. Venkatramana and Pusha profusely for this wonderful e-conference. Though we have coming to the end of this e-conference, still we have got a lot of things to learn about female sexual dysfunction. And after the wonderful lecture of Dr. Tareja and Dr. Deepak Jumani, by this time you must have understood how important is female sexual dysfunction. So to know that, so first you have to understand the function, then you will understand the dysfunction. Sex is for procreation, recreation, and relation. It is sexual health and function are important determinants of quality of life. Few years ago, female sexuality was a non-entity. She was thought to be less sexual than man and was only a passive partner in a sexual act and relationship. Now, this has been proved to be wrong even by many human experiments of Masters and Johnson. With increasing education, employment, sexuality education, awareness, contraception, there has been women's emancipation. There has been sexual emancipation for the woman. The woman has changed. She has become a thinking and demanding individual. But man has been unable to keep pace with her. This is also leading to male sexual dysfunction, performance anxiety, and in turn increasing the female sexual dysfunction. Few years ago, man was bringing wife for the treatment. Now the wife is bringing the man for treatment of erectile dysfunction and premature ejaculation. So let us see, there has been any illness, disease, pregnancy, childbirth, contraception, operation can affect the sexual health of the woman and in turn the couple. So I have got my esteemed panelists to talk on this subject. So that is the panel discussion on female sexual dysfunction. So these are my esteemed panelists, Dr. M.N. Tareja, who has been introduced now for his wonderful lecture, and Dr. Deepak Jumani, who gave such a nice overview of how man can be affected by the female sexual dysfunction, and Raj Singh Sawant, who is a active participant in all the programs of CSCPI and EC member, and Dr. Vinay Gupta, who is an andrologist, sex counselor practicing at Bilaspur, Dr. Murugan, who is a consultant in Shifa Hospital, Tirunelveli, and he was a professor of dermatovenerology and he is EC member, CSCPI. So I welcome all my panelists.
Thank you.
So these certain slides I will just skip because some of the slides I made for those who are new entrants to CSCPI and who are watching this program. So anyway, sexuality is defined in, it has got so many dimensions, so many factors affect the sexual functioning. It is not a straightforward, simple thing. And sexual health is like any, it includes physical, emotional, mental, and social well-beingness in relation to sexuality. It has to have a positive and respectful approach to sexuality and having pleasurable and safe sexual experiences, free of coercion, discrimination, and violence. For sexual health to be attained and maintained, the sexual rights of all persons must be respected, protected, and fulfilled. So, though the nature intended that the sexual relationship is mainly for continuation of progeny and procreation, the recreation and relationship are also very important aspects of sexual health. So coming to this, I would like to ask Dr. Tareja, what is female sexual response cycle? So this sexual response depends on various factors, as I told you, physical, psychological, and emotional factors, and it needs a coordinated neurologic, vascular, and endocrine systems influenced by family, society, and religious beliefs. So any disturbance in any of these factors, including the blood vessels, nerves, muscles, and the hormones, can affect the sexual health. So, Dr. Tareja, can you tell me just to recollect this, what is female sexual response cycle? Because once you understand normal response, you will definitely understand the dysfunction.
Female sexual response has got the 4 steps. As first of all, there is a desire. Desire should be there. If there is a desire, then and then there will be the lubrication. If there will be the lubrication, then there will be insertion. And after the insertion, there is a orgasm. There are the 4 steps are there. For the desires, there are so many factors are there, whether the female is interested in that male partner or not, and the other factors, whether he has got the dyspareunia, just I explained, vaginism, and the other causes are there.
You have told it in detail. So basically, the sexual response cycle is the sequence of events that occur in the body in response to any sexual excitation, whether it is a fantasy, masturbation, or intercourse. There will be both general changes and genital changes. It is a overall total body experience for any sexual stimulation. So the main events include the vasocongestion and neuromuscular tension. So you described these phases very well: desire, arousal, intromission, and orgasm. So next, this is how the difference between the male and female, as Masters and Johnson's described the sexual response cycle with excitement, arousal, orgasm, and resolution. So how are they classified? So this is, as Dr. Tareja explained, this is classified according to the various phases, whether it is a desire disorder, arousal disorder, orgasmic disorder, and sexual pain disorder. So this was based on the DSM-4 was based on the linear model of Masterson, Johnson, and Kaplan. But later, when they know that it need not be a linear progression and woman need not start with a desire, she can start with a neutrality. So that is how, with various explanations and then discussions, DSM-5 came into existence, where the female arousal interests both were combined, causing female sexual interest arousal disorder, and similarly, the vaginismus and dyspareunia were combined into genitopelvic pain penetration disorder, and the orgasmic disorder is written. So when do you say that it is a disorder? It should be a minimum duration of 6 months, and frequency has to be 75 to 100% of the time. It should cause significant distress to the partner and also to herself. So exception can be substance or medication induced disorders. So let me ask Dr. Rajsin Sawant, how common is FSD? Your unmute, please. Dr. Rajsin, please unmute. Yes. How common is FSD?
Female sexual dysfunction is a very common sexual problem, afflicting approximately 43% of women. FSD is more typical as women age and is a progressive and widespread condition. Most of the time, it doesn't come to light. Women do not complain. Either they think it's normal or don't express because of shyness.
Yes, very nice. Dr. Vinay Gupta, can you explain what is libido? Because most often we talk, she has got reduced libido and she doesn't have desire. What is this libido? Dr. Vinay Gupta? Dr. Vinay Gupta, is he there?
Yeah, yes, madam.
Yeah.
This libido is a desire for sex, an appetital drive, which is linked as hunger. And this desire is just to willingness to participate in sexual activity. And this can be just via sexual thoughts in women's, sexual dreams, sexual fantasy, and a response to partner stimulation.
Very nice. So coming to different disorders, let me ask Dr. Murugan. So describe the sexual desire disorder quickly. So the major aspects of the, because certain things have been covered earlier with other lectures. Dr. Murugan, please. Dr. Murugan.
Yes, sexual desire is the basic thing on which the sexual activity is building. So without that ground, we cannot build the sexual activity at all. So sexual desire is the basic thing, instinct. The it is called as nowadays, there is a DSM, according to DSM-5, it is hypoactive sexual desire disorder. It is a persistent and recurrent deficiency or absence of sexual desire, non-receptive to any type of sexual activity. The patient will not have any sexual fantasies, sexual thoughts, or it may lead to interpersonal relationship, and they will not respond to the partner's stimulation. So this is mainly the sexual desire disorder. It may be primary or secondary. It may be from the beginning or in the middle age group also it comes. It depends upon the various reasons. And in younger age group, it may be due to child sex abuse and fear of pregnancy, fear of labor, fear of male sex organ, and even mental disorder, psychological conditions. There's so many things like that. In middle age group, it may be lack of privacy, nearing menopause, and extramarital affairs, and various associating health issues, diabetes, neurological problem, and arthritis, so many things. These are all may lead to sexual desire disorder. Madam.
Can be positive influence and negative influence due to various factors. How do you evaluate? How do you evaluate, and how do you go about treating that?
So that is depending upon the problem. That is case to case basis. So that sometimes, for example, the individual is having fear of sexual organ. We have to explain. And what is that? The vagina is elastable, lubricated, and it can accommodate even child's head, child's length. So like that, individual, each and every problem has to be addressed separately. And sometimes investigations may help. And if the patient is having some, there is a associated comorbidity, it has to be investigated, and accordingly we have to give the counseling or medicines, and we can solve the problem.
Yes, thank you very much. Coming back to Dr. Tareja, can you explain the sexual arousal disorder? I can unmute Dr. Tareja. Dr. Tareja, can you please unmute?
Madam, better you pass this question to the any other, because I am not much exposed to the female sexual dysfunction. I am more exposed to the male sexual dysfunction, madam.
Anybody can take
question
it.
To Dr. Saroj Gumaste is the most appropriate lady for this.
So arousal is just an inability to complete the sexual activity with adequate genital swelling lubrication response that causes again marked distress and interpersonal difficulty. It can be a subjective arousal or it can be a genital arousal. So this is equivalent to erection in the man. So this arousal can be due to various reasons. Certain things can have positive influence and certain things can have negative influence. So the commonest causes, the most common cause is about inadequate stimulation of the woman, because most of the time the man does not understand that the foreplay is for the woman, because the arousal is faster in the man. For a woman, she needs some time. So that's why the foreplay is there. If there is inadequate foreplay, inadequate stimulation, there will be lack of lubrication. That itself is one of the causes for arousal disorder. Or there can be relationship disturbance, or it can be secondary to the pain or certain conditions in the vagina or the genital regions where it can cause, like even in the menopause, because of the estrogen deficiency, there can be inadequate lubrication which can cause problem for the woman. In such conditions, if there is any cause is known, the cause has to be treated, like infections and estrogen deficiency, or if it is because of the inadequate foreplay, lack of the proper technique, the counseling has to be done. So it needs education, counseling, and use of some lubricants and moisturizers will definitely help for the completion of intercourse, and certain which can improve the blood supply like L-arginine gel can be used, and even the PDE5 inhibitors can improve the circulation in the genital area and lead to better arousal. So the orgasmic desire is Dr. Deepak Jumani there has joined because he said his network may not be working.
No, ma'am.
He's not there. Okay. Dr. Murugan, can you explain orgasmic disorder? Or anybody, Dr. Vinay Gupta or Raj Singh?
Orgasmic disorder in female it's more common because nearly 10% of the women they are according to Kaplan, 10% of women they are never having orgasm at all, and some people may have very delayed orgasm or absent orgasm. That is because of the need that is the involvement, that is a distraction, and the response when they are not able to complete the sexual responsive cycle, they may not be able to complete the have the orgasm. That is, it may be medical cause or diabetes mellitus or menopause, and even non-organic causes like improper technique, lack of arousal, especially lack of foreplay, lack of afterplay, the monotony, and sexual abuse, and aversion, disliking to the partner, halitosis, that is odor, and male problems. These are all the causes can cause orgasmic disorder.
Most important, male problems. If the male is having erectile dysfunction or premature ejaculation, that itself can be one of the causes for orgasm.
Yeah.
So how do you manage such cases?
So we have to interact with them and understand the real problem. Where is the problem? Is a male problem or a hair problem? And we have to accordingly, we have to educate the misconception, alleviate the misconception, and impart the counseling and directed. She may even, that is usually the individual the male partner may not be able to understand the clitoral stimulation. So she can herself masturbate, and she can increase that arousal earlier. So this way they can do it. And erotic fantasization and body journey, that is sensate focus, that is also will help. And mechanical aids, vibrators, that also she can try. And manual clitoral stimulation, we have to educate the partner. Cunnilingus, that's also very useful.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Raj Singh, can you take up these sexual pain disorders? Anyway, Dr. Tareja had explained it briefly and quickly about the dyspareunia.
Dyspareunia is defined as recurrent or persistent genital pain associated with sexual intercourse. In women, the pain may be superficial during penetration or deep during penile thrusting. The intensity of pain may range from mild to severe pain. On examination, no genital abnormalities are seen. Repeated genital pain during sexual intercourse may result in the avoidance of sexual activity, disrupting sexual relations.
So these are various causes were beautifully explained by Tareja earlier. So these are you have to know where exactly is the pain, whether it is at the entrance level, whether it is inside the vagina, or whether it is deep dyspareunia in the pelvis. So depending on that, it is easy when you do the genital examination, it is easy to know where exactly is the dyspareunia. So the management issues. Yes, Dr. Raj Singh. So where exactly, depending on the location of dyspareunia, then the treatment can be directed towards that treatment of the pain, whether it is the vaginal penile entry, mid-vaginal pain or deep vaginal pain, and changing the postures and treating the cause and doing the physical examination properly and treatment. And coming to the vaginismus, Dr. Vinay Gupta, can you explain this vaginismus?
Vaginismus is a recurrent and persistent involuntary spasm of vaginal muscles, outer 1/3 of vagina, And this is a very important cause of non-consummation of marriage and infidelity. In fact, here women are desirous to participate. This is involuntary. And this vaginismus should be taken as a marital emergency. If it is not treated properly, it may cause marital disputes and divorce and all these complications.
Yes.
So
So
there
the
are various.
vaginismus, the main thing is one is fear, one is spasm, another one is pain. So all three components have to be addressed. So how do you manage vaginismus?
Detailed counseling and couple counseling is very, very important. It needs systemic desensitization, and both the partners should be involved in this process. And this gradual dilatation will, with the help of little finger, it should be very gradually. And then partners can also dilate at the same time gradually. A lot of patience is required. We can use special vaginal dilator of various size, from small size to larger size, till a woman herself dilates maximum size of dilator. Once she dilates maximum size of dilator, we counsel the husband and we give him this PD5 inhibitor or intraperennial injection, and advise to initiate sex in women on top position, so that control will be on the hand of women, and gradually this problem can be resolved.
Yes, thank you very much. So coming to this perimenopausal, because this is the commonest time where the maximum female sexual dysfunction is seen. Dr. Murugan, can you briefly touch upon this issue? Unmute yourself, please, Dr. Murugan.
Yes, madam. Perimenopausal sexual dysfunction before menopause and after menopause. It may be sometimes it may be shorter for some individuals. Some individuals be longer. It may be anything between 4 months to 4 years, even that. So it is due to the fluctuations of estrogen hormone in their body. So the sexual dysfunction depends upon the symptoms, various symptoms before menstruation and after menstruation. Before menstruation, the patient may be irritable, mood swinging, sleeplessness, hot flushes, perspiration, low sex drive, and also even sometimes the patient may have metrorrhagia, menorrhagia, profuse bleeds, and frequent periods. All these things individually will reflect on the sexual dysfunction. For example, the sleeplessness, irritable mood, and all affects the male partner also. The patient may have the frequent bleeding and disorder, that is a frequent menstruation. She may be irritable, she may be not willing to have sex, and she may be fear of she cannot be able to calculate the fertility period. She may be fear of pregnancy, or sometimes if the patient is not having issues and she was under investigation, then also she will have all the fear of whether he can be pregnant or not, and she may be feeling unattractive, she may be feeling low esteem. All these things individually reflects on the sexual dysfunction. The postmenopausal
Major myth, like this menopause means end of sex life, is the culturally,
end of sex,
and also in the society, many women think that is the end of sex life. But nowadays, with the increasing longevity or the lifespan, she will be spending at least 1/3 of her lifetime in postmenopausal. So the quality of life has to be looked into.
Postmenopausal, because of atrophy and elasticity loss or lubrication, she may have irritation and painful coitus. So all these things will reflect. But when they are not using regularly, it will be more aggravated. If they are using regularly with the lubricants and other things, they will feel they will have good sexual activity in the long run.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you, madam.
local and the systemic, depending on the system, you can hormone replacement therapy can be given, or the local usage of estrogen cream and other SERMs and the androgens, even testosterone, DHEA nowadays they are using to treat that.
Yes.
So coming to Dr. Tareja, anyway, you had listed earlier the causes of female sexual dysfunction briefly and quickly. You can unmute yourself. Please unmute.
Yes, madam.
Yeah, briefly and quickly you can, anyway, you have earlier also in detail you had told about this. Causes of female sexual dysfunction. main causes?
Main causes is the dyspareunia, vaginism, lack of interest, and the partner is not willing with the partner, and these are the most common causes.
Yeah. So basically, it can be an organic cause or non-organic cause. Any medical, surgical, or medication, relationship problems, and male sexual dysfunction. So effects of sexual dysfunction. Dr. Deepak Jumani is not there, no? So why should you treat female sexual dysfunction? So there are various reasons why it has to be treated, because this will cause low self-esteem, sense of futility, and frustration for the woman. The psychological problems, anxiety, depression, worry, unhappiness, and irritability. I have seen so many women getting treated for depression and anxiety. And when you get into the history, you will come to know that it is mainly the sexual dysfunction which is causing the problem. So it can lead to marital disharmony, disturbed interpersonal relationship, daily quarreling and arguments. The main reason is the infertility. A non-consummated marriage or inadequate sexual intercourse can lead to infertility. So that is one area, so very important, where you can detect the sexual dysfunction. It can lead to divorce because of the disturbance, continued disturbance. It will have a major effect on male, which was very well discussed earlier. So coming to the history taking, Dr. Rajsingh Sawant, how important is history taking in sexual dysfunction?
History taking is very important to diagnose FSD. Past history includes history of diabetes, hypertension, tuberculosis, liver and kidney diseases. Personal history includes history of drugs, smoking, alcohol, medications, diet, exercise, sleep, fatigue, fear, guilt, etc. Sexual history includes history of sexual abuse, homosexual orientation, extramarital affairs.
Yes.
The relationship history includes interpersonal relationship with partners.
So basically, you are trying to find out whether there is any cause for the dysfunction. And according to sexual response cycle, the area where the dysfunction, whether it is at the desire level, whether it is at the arousal level, whether at the orgasm level or at the penile penetration level. If you just take the history, you can pinpoint where exactly is the problem. So coming to the gynecological examination in FSD, Dr. Vinay Gupta, can you briefly tell us how important is gynecological examination?
It's very important to come into conclusion. We should do external genital examination, assess muscle tone just to rule out vaginismus, assess skin color and texture to rule out vulvar dystrophy and dermatitis, assess skin texture and thickness just for atrophy, assess pubic hair amounts and distribution to rule out atrophy, expose clitoris for clitoral adhesions, assess for ulcer like herpes simplex virus, which is very common, perform cotton swab test, as Dr. Tareja has mentioned, this just to diagnose vulvar vestibulitis, and Bartholin gland just to rule out this Bartholinitis, and assess posterior fortiate hammer ring for episiotomy scar and stricture, which is very important cause for dyspareunia. Likewise, we have to do monomanual examination, bimanual examination, and speculum examination.
Yes.
Palpate rectovaginal surface for levator ani, this rectal diseases, palpate this levator ani just for myalgia, palpate bladder urethra for urethritis and interstitial cystitis, assess for cervical motion tenderness just to rule out infection and peritonitis, assess vaginal depth just to rule out postoperative changes like stenosis and post-radiation changes and stricture. Then bimanual examination, palpate uterus for retrogression and fibroid and endometriosis, palpate adnexa just for masses of ovary and cyst and endometriosis, and perform rectovaginal examination to rule out endometriosis. Likewise, speculum examination, evaluate discharge pH for vaginal atrophy, evaluate vaginal mucosa for atrophy, perform pepanicular smear test just to rule out human papilloma virus infection, and in the case of prolapse, just to rule out cystocele, rectocele, and uterine polyps. In
Yeah,
this way,
very
we could
nice.
come to some
See, in
conclusion.
gynecology, in a female sexual, the gynecological examination is both therapeutic and diagnostic. You can diagnose the thing at the same time, you utilize that area to find out and give her education about her genitalia, how to go about it, a normal sexual intercourse and the relationship, her to remove the myths and misconceptions. All these things you can really utilize that gynecological examination. So, Dr. Murugan, what laboratory studies you are doing? Are they going to help you in female sexual dysfunction? Unmute yourself, please.
Yes, madam. We have a lot of battery of tests available from routine hemogram and blood sugar, urine examination, anemia, and hormone test, pap test, and so many, that is karyotyping and STD panels, or everything is available. Now, on the basis of, that is, it's tailor-made on the basis of the findings of the history, that is, as Raj sir told, the detailed history, and at the gynecology examination, on the basis of this examination and history, we have to make the test on demand basis. And there are various tests are available, and we have to tailor made for each and every case and case to case basis.
Okay. Thank you very much. So, hormone investigation, if it is a hypothyroidism or if there is any deficiency, estrogen deficiency, FSH, like prolactin, hyperprolactinemia, all these things can have an effect on the sexual functioning. So, when you come to the treatment aspect, Dr. Tareja, can you tell me what are the medicines which can be used orally in female sexual dysfunction? Dr. Tareja? Dr. Tareja, has he left or? Okay. So this there are various medicines which can be used orally in female sexual dysfunction, like anti-anxiety drugs if there is anxiety caused by the dysfunction, antidepressants, estrogen and hormone replacement therapy, or SERMs, or estrogen derivatives, which can be used whenever you, especially in perimenopausal dysfunctions, and flibanserin, or the female Viagra, which created so much of news, but it is not found to be so much useful in many ladies because of the side effects which is causing. And bremelanotide, or Vyleesi, which has been recently released, a subcutaneous injection again for hypoactive desire disorder. And sildenafil has been used to improve the blood circulation in the genital area for the woman. And testosterone patches gels can be used for the low desire. And DHEA intravaginal tablets are available. For dyspareunia, treat the cause and give medication accordingly. It can be painkiller, antibiotics, antifungals, etc. Coming to the medicines which can be used locally. Again, Dr. Deepak Jumani is not there, I think. So there are also certain medicines depending on the cause which you can use whenever there is arousal problem or deficiency problem, like local estrogen cream, lubricants and moisturizers, antifungal, antibiotic ointments, Siloderm for the soothing effect, vaginal pessaries, estrogen pessaries, vaginal sildenafil, nitric oxide, L-arginine gel, again, which can improve the blood supply of the genital region and improve arousal. And commonly, doctors usually advise any pain, dyspnea, whenever they say they use local anesthetic. But it is better not to use any local anesthetic because we want the woman to have the sensation and do not blunt the sensation. Does counseling help? Dr. Rajsin Sawan, what is the role of counseling?
Counseling is a very helpful in FSD. Sex education is also useful in FSD. Sex education plays an important role in removing myths and misconceptions. Implicit model is also very useful in FSD. Sexual problems where there is no organic cause can be effectively tackled by the use of implicit model of sexual counseling. This is behavioral treatment for sexual problems. Implicit model suggests therapeutic interventions at 4 levels. P means permission, LI means limited information, SS means specific suggestion. IT means intensive therapy.
Yes.
Master and Johnson sensate focus is also useful in FSD. Cognitive behavioral therapy means CBT and Kegel's exercises also helpful in FSD.
Yes. Coming to other methods of treatment, Dr. Vinay Gupta, what other methods can you use in FSD?
These days for pain disorder like vaginismus and dyspareunia, surgery like pelvic floor repair surgery, somebody are doing for legs vagina, and if there is intact hymen, they are going for this hymenectomy. I don't know how much it will help. They are doing phantom operation. As Dr. Sawant has, Kegel exercise is very, very important. And these days for vaginal rejuvenation, laser treatment is being tried, and some doctors are also giving this Botox injection for relaxation of vaginal muscles, just to resolve the problem of vaginismus.
Yes.
PRP everybody is using. I don't know how much it is effective. Platelet rich plasma, and this G shot, O shot. These are new therapy which people
Your
are trying.
therapies which are being tried for some of the female that will improve the collagen and the development in the improving the vaginal musculature and also collagen tissue, which can give a strength to the muscles also. So that is how it is being tried. Dr. Murugan, if no etiology with all this, the history, diagnosis, examination, you may not find any cause for the female sexual dysfunction. In such a case, how do you go about it? You still think that she is unhappy with her sex life and no etiology is discovered. How do you go about treating her?
Madam, there is one condition which we can diagnose without any etiology. That is, we have to rule out all the other possibilities of female genital dysfunction, that is vulvodynia. Vulvodynia, we are ruling out everything and no findings, then it is called as vulvodynia. In other conditions of sexual dysfunction, we have to provide education with the various aspects: menstruation, fertilization, attraction, opposite sex, all these things, and enhance stimulation, eliminate routine, that is sensate focus, and rule out that is change the monotony, change the place, change the dress, change the atmosphere, privacy, lighting, all these things, and provide distraction techniques. The patient has to listen to music and comedies, and they have to relaxation, yoga and meditation, all these things. Encourage non-coital behaviors, hugging, kissing, masturbation, mutual masturbation, and especially in old age, and cunnilingus, and these are the things they can. And one more thing is encouraging words. That's also very important. You are not too old. You are attractive. You still attractive. I love you. Like that. That encouraging words. Our patient, you are active, and all these things put it together. Put back the patient to the normalcy and minimize the dyspareunia. As that is, dyspareunia was detailed dealt by Dr. Tareja. Each and every cause has been treated. Then the patient will be comfortable. One more thing is empowerment, female empowerment. So she has also communicated. She has to select the place, select the time, select the type of posture, type of the sexual activity, foreplay, afterplay. So that's also very important. That can be done by good communication between the couple.
Yeah, thank you very much. So never forget the partner. Dr. Deepak Jumani's lecture, I think I don't need to elaborate on this. The male point of view of FSD, how he can think. He can think that he is not a man enough to satisfy her, or the wife is not loving her, and because of her, he is having problem and disturbance, interpersonal relationship disturbance, argument, quarreling, divorce, extramarital relationship. All these things are the fallout of female sexual dysfunction when you consider the male. So male sexuality is equally important. Male sexual dysfunction has to be treated. Ensure that the partner is healthy. Ensure financial, emotional, and social health for the partner. Then the couple happiness also will be there. So women's sexual problems may be viewed as women not getting what they want. What women want. Women want consensual, mutually satisfying sex. Women want relationships. Women want self-love. Women want time. Women want sexual health and liberation. A big thank you to all. Thank you very much for all the vibrant discussion by my esteemed panelists. Thank you, one and all. I thank Dr. Venkatramana, Dr. Pusha.
Ma'am.
I thank CSEPA profusely.
Padmini ma'am.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam.
Padmini ma'am, there is two questions from the audience. I have given in your Zoom chat, ma'am.
Okay, I will just I'll stop sharing. I had newly married couple, female, faint after intercourse, penetration. So there are various reasons. One is because so many times the women start, most of the women do not know. They start with ignorance when they get married. Of course, and only even the highly educated women I have seen, their knowledge about the sexual intercourse is not adequate. And they will have negative attitude towards sex. And the first time when they are introduced, they can have, if it is out of fear, it can be due to vaginismus, or sometimes she will be marrying the person against her wishes. All these things called, that is only refusing the sex. Fainting may be just, she may be pretending like that, or it may be really the reason that she does not like it, or she is scared of it, out of fear she is doing, or out of dislike for the partner. All these things can be the reason why she is having the fainting. Or if she is really having some health problems, if she is anemic and tired and exhausted and with deficiency, so those are other reasons why she not having proper energy for sexual.
Hypoglycemia.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that is also one of the reasons.
Yeah.
Another question you said? Any other question?
If no question is there, we can wind up this. Thank you very much, madam. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, my friends, yeah, these are the felicitations to this third session.
Thank you, sir.
All the chairpersons, speakers, moderator, and panelists. These are all your bouquets and mementos and certificates.
Thank you very much.
With this, now we are coming to end of the conference. In this conference, e-SEXCON 2020, 32 speakers have participated in the form of panelists and speakers. They have given their deliberations. And most of the deliberations are appreciated by the, I am seeing the feedback here. They are appreciated by all the participants. It's a nice thing. And here afterwards, much more socialist problems that are prevailing in the society will be taken for discussion. So in this e-conference, we have taken a discussion about the porno, about the female aspects of the male problem, male aspect of the female problem. So we are now coming to what the patient needs. A patient-centered approach we are now dealing with it. So we'll still improve here. And next conference will be much more useful, much more informative. With this, now I request the organizing secretary, Dr. DVR Pusha, to conclude it by giving vote of thanks.
Good evening, dignitaries. It's a proud privilege to be able to propose a formal vote of thanks to all of you. First of all, I really enjoyed as being a delegate of this conference. I have enjoyed the deliberations, the lectures, the talks, and the overall presentations. This being the first time our National Conference of Sexology is happening on the Zoom platform, though many more individual conferences did take place, this national conference being the first time. I'm sure this has been very, very carefully planned by Dr. G. Venkatramana and his team. It's an excellent planning and work they have done. And I profusely thank our chief guest, IFDEBL President, Dr. Jayadeva Betkurer, for gracing this occasion and delivering his inaugural speech. And my profuse thanks on behalf of the committee to our chairman emeritus, Dr. D. Narayan Reddy Garu, and to our CSCPI chairman, Dr. Sanjay Deshpande, and to the entire executive committee who made this conference happen, and to all my colleagues in the organizing committee, and my special thanks to organizing committee president Dr. G. Venkatramana, secretary Dr. Padmini Prasad, and all other colleagues. And a special thanks to all the session chairmen and moderators, to all the speakers who just Dr. Venkatramana said we have 32 speakers today, and to all, each and every one of the 32 speakers, my thanks go. And to all the panelists, and to all delegates without whom this conference could not have been success at all. And last but not the least, I have to thank on behalf of the organizing committee, the Hetero Healthcare, who have provided the backbone of this conference through IT support and on this Zoom platform. So my special thanks to Sri Guru Prasad, SGM, Sri Vijay Thorat, AGM, Mr. Chiranjeevi, Mr. Sairam, with whom we were interacting whole day through, and Mr. Srinivas, Bharat, and all his colleagues for this wonderful Zoom meeting that they have, and all the good work they have done, excellent animations, excellent, inaugural the pictures and the animation work they have done. Is a lot of work for the distribution of certificates. It is tremendous job done by the entire team of Hetero Healthcare, and I do not mind repeating Dr. G. Venkatramana being the producer, director, actor, and all-in-one of this entire conference deserves all the appreciation. And though some thanks were thrown on me also, I don't deserve that because I haven't done much. All the work was done by Dr. Ramana. So let us all thank and give a big hand to Dr. G. Venkatramana and the Hetero Healthcare. So with these few remarks, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Pushaji. Thank you. I want to place on record thanks to Srinivasal Reddy, the managing director of Hetero Healthcare. He is very kind enough. He is always with me for every conference. He says, "You go ahead, brother." Special thanks to you, Anna. Srinivasal Reddy garu, namaskaram. Special thanks to you. With these few words, now we close the conference with the national anthem.
Sir, we thank you from Hetero Healthcare on behalf of our director and the team. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
National anthem, please.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Right. Thank you, everyone. We'll take leave. Thank you. Bye.